Chapter 1 of Prodigal Daughters. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kate Follis. Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. Chapter 1. The Colonel Returns. It was early in the summer that a tall, lean, bronzed-looking man found his way up the gangway from Boulogne Pier to the cross-channel steamer. Even had he been in civilian attire, he would not have been taken for anything but a soldier of the best order. There was something in the way he walked, something, too, in the light of his thoughtful grey eyes, which suggested not only order and precision, but association with danger. This man's face seemed to speak of tense movements when the life of thousands depended on rapid, far-seeing judgments. He might have been from 40 to 50 years of age, and it was evident that in spite of his quiet demeanour he was much excited. He spoke no word, but it was easy to see that he was impatient at the boat's delay in starting, and when at length it passed into the open channel, he kept his eyes fixed towards the English shore as though longing for the first sight of the land of his birth. "Ah, there it is!" The words escaped him involuntarily, and as he spoke there was a look in his eyes which spoke of a great longing. There was wonder in them, too, as though the shores of England, now dimly visible, aroused thoughts too deep for words. Presently his lips quivered, and his eyes became slightly dimmed. "Nearly 6 years," he murmured. "Even Alice will be changed, while the children will have grown almost beyond recognition." If ever a man looked eagerly forward to his return home, it was Lester Trelawney. He had been away from home for 6 years. Even before the outbreak of the war, his regiment having been sent to Egypt, he had to bid good-bye to his wife and children almost without warning or time for preparation. From the time he landed at Alexandria, his life had been one continual excitement. Owing to a strange series of happenings, he had, before he had time to settle down in Egypt, been ordered to India, where he found himself in a centre of unrest and danger. For nearly 2 years he practically lived from hour to hour. Events, of which the British public knew nothing, happened thick and fast, and as he proved himself not only a brave soldier, but a man of more than ordinary intelligence, he was entrusted with work which was not only vitally important, but terribly exacting. At the end of his work in India, he was sent to Mesopotamia, where, after a good deal of strenuous work, he had been taken prisoner. Here in a foul-smelling den he had been taken ill, and practically gave up all hope of ever seeing his home again. A sound constitution and a dogged determination not to be beaten, however, carried him through. Not only did he get well, but he managed to escape from his jailers. Added to this, he was able to pick up information of such value that when at length he was enabled to rejoin the army, he became especially marked out for intelligence work. This led to his being sent on various missions, which, although engrossing beyond words, kept him from returning home. For months together, Lester Trelawney was away from civilization. This led, on more than one occasion, to his wife and family giving him up for dead. Even when at length the armistice was signed, he was still kept in the East. Through the years he had gained such experience, and his work had become so exacting, that no one else could be entrusted with it. "Trelawney, is that you?" He turned and saw a man who had just emerged from a cabin. "Why, yes, it's Wickham. I am glad to see you." "Not more glad than I am to see you. Heaven only knows how much good, honest sorrow I've wasted over you. You've been given up for dead twice. Of course, something of the truth has come out about you. If I had had the slightest idea you were aboard, I wouldn't have stayed in that stuffy cabin. Let's see, you've not been home since 14, have you?" "No." "Beastly shame, I call it. Still, you've brought it on yourself. If you will make yourself indispensable, you have to pay the price for it. But you are all sorts of a big gun now, I can tell you." "Hardly, only a colonel." "But you'll be more than that, a brigadier for certain." The other shook his head. "I'm not troubling about that sort of thing," he replied. "My one thought is to see my wife and children." Of course, of course. By Jove, you'll be a bit excited, although you look as cool as a cucumber. Why, it's nearly 6 years since you left." "Yes, 6 years," and there was a far-away look in his eyes. "I saw your wife a few weeks ago." "Did you?" Trelawney looked questioningly at the other. "Yes, she looked hardly a day older. The change will not be in her, it will be in the children. How many have you?" "4, 2 boys and 2 girls. The youngest, Peggy, was barely 11 when I left. The eldest, Trevor, was just over 17 when the war broke out. And now he's 23. By Jove, you will find a change. There, we're slowing down. We shall be in the harbour in another 3 minutes. We'll go up to London together, eh?" "I can't promise," replied Trelawney. "I sent word to my wife that I was coming by this boat. She may be here to meet me." "Oh, yes, of course. Well, the best of luck. I expect I shall be seeing you often now you are back again." A few minutes later the boat had entered the harbour, and Colonel Trelawney was looking eagerly towards the pier, as if in expectation of seeing someone he knew. Presently his eyes lit up with a look of gladness. "There she is!" he said aloud, and then turned to his man and gave him instructions about his luggage. Lester Trelawney was utterly unconscious of the crowd of onlookers as he passed along the gangway. He had seen a face which made him forget not only the past years of peril and excitement, but all his surroundings. "Alice, my darling, it is good of you to come," he murmured as he held a little woman in his arms and kissed her many times. "There, don't cry, little wife. I'm back, safe and sound." "I can't help it," she sobbed. "I'm so, oh, thank God you've come." She was a small-featured but pretty woman, in spite of the fact that she was past 40. There was scarcely a line on her face, and not a single grey hair among her golden locks. She seemed almost pathetically little and fragile as she looked into her husband's face, and one could easily imagine that the lonely soldier had had many anxious hours at the thought that this clinging woman was alone with the cares of a family weighing on her. But that was all forgotten now. The war was over. The years of terror had passed, and he was home again. "Oh, Lester, I'm so proud, so thankful, so happy. You are sure you are all right?" "Sure, Alice," he laughed. "There, I'll try and find an empty carriage." "I bribed the conductor to reserve one for us," and a blush surmounted her cheek as she spoke. I thought. Yes, I know what you thought, interrupted Trelawney joyfully. Alice, this hour almost repays one for all the years we've been separated. There are thousands of questions I want to ask you, and heaps of things you'll have to tell me. The children are all right, I hope?" He asked the question in a matter-of-fact way, but it was easy to see how much it meant to him. "Yes, they are all right. Of course, Trevor isn't at home, but the girls are both all right. You'll hardly know them. Those photographs I sent you hardly gave you an idea what they are like. Eleanor is a head taller than I. She's 21, you know, while Peg, as you always called her, has her hair up." "Fancy my little Peg with her hair up!" Trelawney sighed as he spoke. "Then she'll be quite grown up." "Yes, quite. She's a lot older than her age. Oh, I am glad you are home again. I don't think I could have gone on much longer without you." "Nothing wrong, I hope?" "Oh, no, nothing at all. But, oh, I have wanted you." They were alone in the compartment at length, and again Colonel Trelawney took his wife in his arms and held her close to him. Evidently the years had not cooled his ardour, nor had his affection for his wife lessened. Nevertheless, there was a tone in her voice that made him anxious, especially when he asked her about the children. As he looked at his wife again, moreover, something struck him which had not troubled him before. She seemed to him to lack decision and steadiness of purpose. She was a loving, gentle little creature, but she was weak, and lacking in that power of command which had been of such value to him during the last fateful years of his life. "Ah, well, I hope I am home for good now," he replied gently. "Oh, my little wife, you have not wanted me half as badly as I have wanted you." She nestled up closely to him, like a tired child nestles to its mother, and sighed contentedly. "I never wanted you so much as during the last 2 years," she said. "You see, the children seemed to grow up suddenly, but, oh, John has been such a comfort to me." "John?" "Yes, I know you used to think him dull and a little bit sullen, but he isn't at all. He's rather quiet still, and reserved, but he's as steady as old times, and so thoughtful. Do you know, I've had to consult him about everything, especially since he left school. As soon as he knew the state of my finances, he wouldn't hear of going to Oxford. You see, Trevor's pay hardly covers his expenses. Boys in the army have to keep up appearances, you know." "Then what's John doing? I fully intended him to go to Oxford." "Perhaps I ought to have told you. But the boy wouldn't let me. He said it would bother you. As I told you, Trevor, being in an expensive regiment, had to come to me for help, so John insisted on helping me." "Insisted on helping you? How?" "The father of his principal chum at Rugby is in the motor business, and John, who, as you know, always had a passion for engineering, went to him and asked him for work. He's been there a year now, and is doing splendidly. Mr. Davenport gives him a salary, and is so pleased with him that he has promised him quite a good position in a few months." Colonel Trelawney looked thoughtful. He was not a rich man, but he had thought that his private income, added to the amount he had arranged for her out of his army pay, would be ample for all the wants of the family. Indeed, this was one of the things that comforted him when he was far away from civilization, and when it seemed doubtful whether he would ever see his family again. His house in Hampstead was not large, but it was his own property, and he had never dreamed that his wife would have to face financial difficulties. "You see, everything has become so dear," went on Mrs. Trelawney. "Prices are simply awful, and although school bills have stopped, the girls have had to have more expensive dresses, while, as I told you, Trevor has had to be helped. Of course, Eleanor earned a good deal." "Eleanor?" cried the Colonel, in a tone of questioning surprise. "Yes, she got a post under government. Everybody did it during the war, you know, but that's over now. Still, it has given the girls all sorts of notions." Trelawney was silent. He was an understanding man, and although he spoke no word, it was easy to see that he read more in his wife's words than she had voiced. "Poor little girl," he said at length. "I'm afraid you've had a difficult time, and I have been so wrapped up in my own affairs that I have not realized how you've been placed. But never mind, I'm home now, and together we'll soon have everything straight." "I'm sure I've tried very hard to do what I thought you would like," said Mrs. Trelawney. "But I never realized how helpless I was until I was left alone." End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 2. The Old Order Changeth. Although Colonel Trelawney's house was not a large one, especially when compared with those in that part of Hampstead Heath in which it was situated, it had a spacious, comfortable appearance. The garden surrounding it added to its attractiveness, and made it appear more homelike. Indeed, when the taxi stopped, and Trelawney got out and looked around him, it seemed a very haven of rest to a homesick man. "It's just beautiful," he sighed contentedly, "just as I have thought of it during 6 lonely years." But all thoughts of house and garden passed from him in a moment, for he heard the sound of voices and the scamper of feet. A second later the door was opened, and he was met by 2 girls who rushed towards him. "Why, Eleanor!" he cried, as he kissed the older and taller of the 2. "I shouldn't have known you. And by Jove, you are a pretty girl, too. As for little Peg, why, you young puss, what have you done with yourself?" "Like Topsy, I've growed," replied the girl. "You have growed. You make me feel an old man. You were a rackety, untidy kid when I left, and now you are far taller than your mother. Still, you are Dad's baby, aren't you?" "Not much of a baby about me," retorted the girl saucily. They were both good-looking girls. Eleanor, the older and taller of the 2, had almost classical features and a striking appearance generally. Peggy, the younger, although not yet 18 years old, had a fine, well-developed figure. Both were attired in the latest fashion. Each of their dresses was cut very low at the neck, while their skirts were so short that they exhibited much more of their lower limbs than their grandmothers would have considered necessary. Colonel Trelawney's quick, observant eye took all this in at a glance, but he made no remark. Indeed, he was so happily excited that details of dress counted for little. "But where's John?" he asked. "Here, father," said a youth coming forward. "I only wanted to give the girls the first chance." He was a quiet, thoughtful-looking young fellow, just turned 19. There was a family resemblance between him and the girls, but there was something in his face which suggested a difference of character. He seemed more reposeful, more trustworthy. Colonel Trelawney hesitated a moment, and then he put his arm around his shoulder and kissed him. "God bless you, my boy," he said fervently. John blushed a fiery red, while Peggy tittered. He was a sensitive fellow, and like other boys of his age, was not given to open manifestation of his feelings. "Your mother has told me about you," went on the Colonel. "Of course I'm immensely pleased that you've been wanting to help your mother. All the same, I'm sorry you didn't go on to the 'varsity." John shuffled awkwardly and was silent. He had been steadily watching his father ever since he had entered the house, as if trying to make up his mind about him. "But he's been such a comfort to me," interposed the mother. "I don't know what I should have done without him." John looked more uncomfortable than ever, while Peggy laughed aloud, and then burst out singing. "Our John's a pattern boy, a pattern boy, a pattern boy. Our John's a pattern boy, yes, a pattern boy." "Do be quiet, Peg," he exclaimed. "But you are," laughed the girl, "and it's only right father should know it." "Oh, well," broke in the Colonel, "it's good to see you all, even though I can't realize even yet that you are no longer children. But I must get used to that. In the meanwhile, we will have a great time together. After I've settled up a few things, I'm going to have a complete holiday. Come, you girls, kiss your old dad again, and then we'll have dinner. Mother told me she'd arranged to put it off till I came home, so you'll be hungry." "We are," assented Peggy. "Dinner will be ready in 5 minutes," Mrs. Trelawney informed them. "Then I'll have a wash in the meantime," said the Colonel. "Oh, my little kiddies, God only knows how I've longed for this hour." He found his way upstairs as he spoke, while the two girls exchanged significant glances. Eleanor had scarcely spoken a word since her father's first greeting, but she had never taken her eyes from him. She might have been trying to understand what kind of man he was. John was also silent, but the look in his eyes as he watched his father go upstairs spoke volumes. During dinner the gathering was somewhat subdued. Possibly the fact that the head of the house sat at the table had a restraining influence. After all, they were children when he went away, and for 6 years his controlling hand had been taken away from them. During that time, Mrs. Trelawney had been solely responsible for everything, and she had, on her own confession, felt the burden of that responsibility very heavily. More than once Colonel Trelawney looked searchingly from one face to another. The experience was as strange to him as to his family. To leave 4 children, to be for several years separated from them, and then to return home and find them changed almost beyond recognition, made him feel almost like a stranger in his own house. His wife only had remained the same. The years of absence had scarcely changed her at all. She was the same loving, unselfish creature he had always known her to be. But the children puzzled him. He did not pass any judgment, however. He was still under the excitement of his homecoming, and he felt supremely happy at the thought that he was sitting at his own table with his family around him. As for John, the Colonel's heart warmed as he looked at him. "I shall be able to make a pal of him," he thought. "He's a fine lad. If only Trev were here, we should all be home together," he said aloud presently. "I know it can't be helped, but I would have given a good deal to have him with us." "Oh, Trev's all right," laughed Peggy. "He's no end of a swell. I don't know how many hearts he's broken already." The Colonel made no reply. He did not seem quite sure of his ground, and his eyes were passing quickly from face to face, as if endeavouring to form judgment. "If he can't get leave, I shall go to see him at the first opportunity," was all he said, before going on to relate some of his experiences during the years he had been away. The evening passed quickly away. The Colonel was blissfully happy at being home again, while years had seemed to have rolled from his wife at the thought of having him by her side. "Well, what do you think of them?" she asked, when at length they had retired to their room. "John's splendid," he replied heartily. "Just splendid." "He is, isn't he? Of course the girls laugh at him, but there isn't a nicer boy living." "Why should the girls laugh at him?" "Oh, they say he's such a sober sides, and what do you think of the girls?" "Eleanor seems very clever, but a bit reserved. I can't quite make her out yet." "No, she isn't easy to understand. Of course she's very handsome and very high-spirited, and has all sorts of ideas. She's got beyond me. In fact, they both have." "In what way? Tell me." Mrs. Trelawney hesitated a moment and seemed on the point of answering him, but decided to be silent. Meanwhile, the two girls found their way upstairs, while John went into the room which in the past years had been called the treadmill. It was the room which, when they had a governess, had been used as a schoolroom. "Well?" queried Peggy when they were alone. "I see trouble," replied Eleanor. "Well, trouble or no trouble, I'm dying for a cig. It's the first evening I've spent without smoking for ages. Give me one." "Haven't got any here. I left them down in the treadmill." "Then let's go down and get them. I can't sleep without a smoke." "We'll have to be careful. As you can easily see, he's of the old-fashioned order, and may be shocked." "Well, he must be shocked, that's all. I'm not one to hide my light under a bushel. Besides, everybody smokes now. I scarcely know a girl who doesn't have her packet of cigarettes a day. Still, as you say, we'll have to be careful. He'll not be played with. Like you, I see trouble. But let's go down to the treadmill and smoke there." The girls went quietly downstairs and found their way into their old schoolroom. "Hello, Johnny, darling!" exclaimed Peggy. "What are you doing here? It's time for children like you to be in bed." "What are you doing here, then?" retorted John. "We've come for a smoke," replied Peggy. "We haven't any baccy upstairs, so we came here." John looked at them steadily for a few seconds. "You are afraid of him, then?" he replied. "Afraid? Not a bit. What is there to be afraid of?" "Nothing, if you play the game," was the boy's reply. "Don't be silly," cried Peggy, lighting a cigarette and throwing herself in an armchair. There was a silence for a few seconds. Then Eleanor broke out. "Well, mother's darling, what do you think of him?" "He's splendid," replied the boy. "He's just great. All the same, we are in for a new dispensation. A good thing, too," he added after a few seconds' silence. "Bosh!" replied Peggy. "It's not bosh," retorted John. "If father had been home these last 2 years, things would have been different, and you know it." "Bosh!" repeated Peggy. "I'm just going on in the same way." "No, you are not. As a proof of it, why didn't you smoke when he was with us?" "Why, my dear boy, there's nothing in smoking." "I don't say there is, but why didn't you?" "Oh, well, we naturally wanted to see which way the wind blew. You see, he's at a dangerous age," She giggled. "And of course Eleanor and I wanted to sum him up first." "And what do you think of him?" "Oh, I suppose he's all right. But if he thinks he is going to find us a pair of antiques, he'll pretty soon find out his mistake. He'll have to come to our ways." "More likely to be the other way. I hope so, anyhow." "Look here, Pattern Boy, are you going to play the game?" asked Eleanor. "I've nothing to do with it," replied John. "But I'm glad that Dad's come home. It's time he did come, too. You've been just doing what you liked with Mother, and it's done you no good. As for Dad, he's just great, I tell you. He's the most splendid man I ever saw. Anyone can see at a glance that he's kind and just, but he'll stand no nonsense. I watched the look in his eye when one of you said something he didn't like. He didn't say anything, but you'll find out your mistake if you think he's going to allow things to run loose. He may be old-fashioned, but he's a gentleman through and through, and you'll find that he'll be obeyed. I'll admit there's a look in his quiet grey eyes which is a bit discomfiting." Eleanor spoke as though she were thinking deeply. "Oh, I'm prepared for a hell of a row," rejoined Peggy flippantly, as she crossed her legs and puffed at her cigarette. "You wouldn't say that in Dad's presence," John said quietly. "Why, what's the harm in it? Every girl swears now." "Not nice girls," retorted the boy. "Thank you," and Peggy's eyes blazed. "Then we are not nice girls." "What's the use of getting into a passion?" was John's reply. "You know as well as I do that you've picked up with a fast set. As a consequence, real nice girls are dropping you. There's the Newhams, for example. Who cares for the Newhams? As everybody knows, they are just a narrow-minded, church-going lot who are tied to their mammy's apron strings. What's the use of living if you can't enjoy yourself?" "I believe Dad will want us to enjoy ourselves," replied John. "But anyone can see with half an eye that he's as keen as a razor, and that he won't have you going to such dances as you have gone to. Neither will he have such bounders as that fellow Barnes coming to the house." "Look here, Johnny, if you tell Dad anything about Jim, I'll never speak to you again." "There'll be no need for me to tell him," replied the boy. "If Barnes comes here, he'll see for himself. But I tell you, he'll show him the door in double-quick time." "If Jim isn't allowed to come here, I shall go to him, that's all," answered Peggy quickly. "Besides, why shouldn't he come here? I'm going to choose my own friends, and if Dad thinks he's going to dictate to me, he'll find out his mistake. I had a good mind to let him come tonight, but I thought it might be going a bit too far." "I expect the mater has told our long-lost father all about him by this time," rejoined Eleanor. "No, she hasn't," laughed the younger girl. "I put the fear of God into her last night. I told her that if she tried to prejudice him against Jim, or said anything about him, I'd run away with him." "But you don't care anything about him." "That's all you know. Anyhow, he's good fun, and he's one of the best dancers in London. In any case, if our long-lost father thinks we are going to be like nuns shut up in a nunnery, the sooner he knows the truth, the better." "Personally, I can't imagine what you see in him," said Eleanor. "For that matter, I can't understand girls who are forever ogling men. Of course, they are all right in their way. They take one to the theatre or to supper, but as for the love business and marrying, it's just sickening. I think any girl is a fool who gets married." "Oh, you're cold-blooded." I try to be sensible anyhow. Life isn't a very long business, and the idea of getting married and having babies and that sort of thing is simply nauseous. I suppose that's why you turned the cold shoulder to Rod Ravenscroft. Rod Ravenscroft is all right as a friend, and if I wanted to marry, I'd as soon have him as anybody. But as I've just said, love and marriage make no appeal to me. Still, I don't want to judge anyone else. We must all live our own lives." "That's what I mean to do," cried Peggy, "and that's why I don't mean to let anyone interfere between me and Jim." "You'll find that Dad will interfere," interposed John. "Then he'll be told to mind his own business, that's all. It is his business. How is it his business? If I'm fond of Jim, it's my own affair." "But the fellow is such a bounder." "Bounder yourself," retorted Peggy, with flashing eyes, "and a goody-goody bounder at that. Of course he's fond of life, but so am I, and I'm not going to stand any interference either from you or anyone else. I told Mother so last night." John shrugged his shoulders. "Time'll tell," he remarked quietly. "I suppose that means that you'll tell," retorted Peggy. "Well, tell. I don't care." "Hark! What's that?" cried Eleanor. At that moment there was the sound of footsteps on the gravel outside and a low tapping at the window pane. Peggy's face flushed crimson. "That'll be Jim," she whispered. "I told him not to come tonight, but surely you are not going out to him," said John, as he saw his sister preparing to leave the room. "Of course I am," was the girl's reply. "I'll be back in 10 minutes." End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 3. Peg's Carrying On. "Look here, Eleanor," said John, when Peggy had gone. "Dad'll have to know about this." "I suppose he will," was the reply, "but I don't see why he should." "I say, that's cool." "Cool if you like, but it's true." "It isn't true. Don't you see? Peg's an ass. She's lost her head about this fellow Barnes, and it should be put a stop to." "Why? Do you know anything wrong about him?" "He isn't our sort, for one thing. And, for another, Peg's too young. She's only a kid, and it's not the thing for her to go out alone to meet him. I'm sure Dad won't have him coming to the house. He's common. He has no breeding. In short, he's a bounder. As for a kid like Peg going out like that, it's a bit too thick." "Oh, Peg knows how to take care of herself. She's a bit too developed on the physical side, but she's level-headed and knows her way around. She's years older than most girls her age. You'll see. She'll be back in 10 minutes. "If she isn't, I'll go out and kick the fellow off the premises." "Johnny, dear, you make me tired. You talk as though we lived 100 years ago, when girls didn't know how to look after themselves, and when it was thought the duty of brothers to interfere with their sisters' lives. Peg's an ass if you like, but she's all right. Besides, a girl has the right to live her own life." "But she's making herself cheap. Just think of it. Colonel Trelawney's daughter gone out on the sly to meet her young man like any common girl." "Nothing very sly about it," laughed Eleanor. "No, Peg's not that sort. What she does in the open. Not that I agree with her, and I shall tell her so. Any girl's a fool to get fond of a fellow, and a bigger fool still to let him see it. Still, she seems to be cast in that mould, and never seems happy unless she's with him. I tell you, Dad won't have it. He's not that sort. I saw that the moment I looked at him. Both of you have twisted Mother around your fingers, but there'll be a change now. Dad may be quiet, but he'll be obeyed. He'll find that Hampstead is not a barracks, and that this is a free country," replied Eleanor. "I say, Eleanor, don't you like him? Don't you think he's just splendid?" "Oh, yes, I like him all right. I should think he's a bit antiquated, and will need to learn a few things. But I fancy I shall be proud of him. I do hope he'll be reasonable, though." "What do you mean by that?" "Look here, Johnny, I think it is best for us to have a clear understanding about things. You seem to think that because a man's your father, he has the right to tell you what you shall do and what you shan't do." "Isn't that your idea? It may be all right with kids, but not at our age. Peg's only a kid. To all intents and purposes, Peg is over 20. She's what you may call an early development, and she knows her own mind. It's no use closing our eyes to the fact that the girls of today are not going to be treated as our grandmothers were. On the other hand, Dad has been away for several years, out of the world, in fact. He knows nothing of the changes that have taken place. He was always a bit old-fashioned, and I don't imagine he's altered much. Of course he's very nice, and I think I shall be fond of him. But if he thinks we can be treated like one of Jane Austen's heroines, he'll have a rude awakening." "You seem to be taking a lot for granted, Eleanor," replied John. "You are talking as though he'd already begun to play the Spartan. He hasn't said a word, and I'm sure he's the grandest man alive." "Oh, you are hero-worshipping. You've got all sorts of highfalutin thoughts about him, and look upon him as a little tin god. I've been watching him all the evening, and I've fairly well summed him up." "Well, and what are your conclusions?" "I think there'll be trouble." "But why?" "Because he's a type of the old-fashioned gentleman of the past ages. He'll expect us to be amenable to authority and to give an account of our doings, and we've got beyond that. Mother's always been telling us about her young days, and what Dad would say and do when he came home, and that's made Peg and me talk about it. Are you going to support us, or are you going to play the sneak?" "Look here, Eleanor, Dad ought to know how Peg's been carrying on." "She's been doing no wrong." "I don't say she has, but Dad must know about this Barnes affair. Besides, I tell you straight, he won't stand these promiscuous dances and this going out to supper after theatres with fellows that he doesn't know." "He'll have to stand it." "What do you mean, Eleanor?" "Just that. However, we'll hope for the best. If he'll be reasonable, perhaps we'll be able to rub along. Anyhow, we'll give him a trial." Meanwhile, Peggy had rushed into the garden and looked eagerly around. "Jim," she whispered, "is that you?" "Yes, Peg, I've come in spite of orders," he said, as he took the girl in his arms and kissed her ardently. "But you must clear out in double-quick time, dear. I shouldn't have come out, only I was afraid somebody might hear you." "He's come, then?" "Of course he's come. What's he like?" "Oh, a great swell, I suppose. Just the aristocratic pucker officer. But he's not a bit like Mother." "What do you mean by that?" "Oh, I can do what I like with her. I can frighten her into almost anything. But he's not like her. He doesn't say much, but there's a look in his eye that makes one hesitate. Once or twice tonight he almost made me afraid." "I say, Peg." "He did. Of course I would not own it to the pattern boy, or even to Eleanor, but I fancy there'll be trouble." Never mind, Peg, darling, you have me to stand by you. Peg was silent. What's the matter, kid? I've nothing to tell, but I don't think you'd better come for a day or two, till I see how things are going. You see, he's only just come home, and I don't quite know how things are going. But tell me what he's like. Oh, he's just the aristocratic officer of the old sort. He hasn't said much yet, but I can see he has silly, old-fashioned ideas, especially about girls. He believes in being very polite and courteous to them in the old-fashioned way, but I believe he'd go into fits if he thought I was out here with you now. He's just that sort. He made me think of Rip Van Winkle tonight. All the same, I can see that there'll be trouble before we're through." The young fellow was silent for a few seconds. "Perhaps we'd better go slowly for a few days," he said at length. "But there, he may not be as bad as you think. Oh, John's made a hero of him already, but he's always been the perfect pattern. I believe he'll tell Dad that I've been out here with you now." "Does he know?" "Yes. He was in the treadmill with Eleanor and me when you came, and he says Dad ought to know." "But you'll stand by me, old girl, won't you? You won't let anyone come between us." "I'm not going to be dictated to by anyone. That'll have to be understood right away." "What about the dance on Saturday?" He spoke rather doubtfully. "Oh, we shall both come to that. I wouldn't miss it for anything." "Will you tell him?" "I shall see about that. Anyhow, I shall come. If needs be, I shall take French leave, but I must go in now." "Well, be careful, Peg. Give me another kiss, kid, and play your game carefully." While Peggy Trelawney found her way back to the house, James Barnes wended his way to his home. He was rather a handsome young fellow of the flashy sort. He had been in the army during the war, and by some means or another had obtained a commission. He was very proud of this fact, and had often read the wording of the commission with great satisfaction. Belonging to a rather humble station in life, he prided himself on the fact that an officer in the army was considered a gentleman, and he was very punctilious about his men saluting him and calling him "sir." It was true he had been greatly chagrined that several officers treated him with scant courtesy, and that he was never admitted into certain circles which it was his ambition to enter. But he assured his people when he was home on leave that he was as good as the best of them, and spoke quite patronizingly of his colonel as "a bit old-fashioned, but quite a good soldier, don't you know." Before entering the army, he had been a clerk in an auctioneer's and real estate agent's office, and on being demobilized had been taken back on his old job. Being a pushing fellow and eager to get on, his employers had sometimes entrusted him to deal with some of their less important clients. This had led him to describe himself as the representative of Messrs. Feather and Byworth, real estate agents. Nevertheless, he felt his demobilization keenly. He was no longer an officer and a gentleman, although he tried to assure himself that he was the latter. "Hang it all," he often said to himself, "I'm more than an ordinary clerk, and to be a real estate agent is to have a gentleman's job." Still, he felt sure he was getting on. He had taken dancing lessons during the war time, and became quite an adept in this art. Indeed, on one occasion he got an invitation to a dance which was given at a house of some importance. It was at this house he met Eleanor and Peggy Trelawney, and unfortunately caught Peggy's fancy. After that they met frequently, and Peggy had insisted that he should be admitted into the house as a friend. Barnes was greatly delighted at his conquest, and frequently spoke of his acquaintance with the Trelawney family. "Colonel Trelawney belongs to one of the oldest families in England," he boasted, "and will soon be a general. I'm well in with them all. As for the girl, she's fairly gone on me." Still, he was not quite happy about the matter. He had sense enough to feel his lack of breeding, and to realize that not only John, but John's friends, did not regard him favourably. Especially was he perturbed when he heard that Colonel Trelawney was coming home, for he counted a great deal on his intimacy with Peggy. He had great ambitions to be what he called a gentleman, and he felt sure that if he could marry into the Trelawney family, his future would be assured. When he reached his home, which was in a section of Camden town, he found that his two sisters, who worked in a large drapery establishment in Oxford Street, had just returned from the theatre, and were accompanied by two young fellows, whom they called their best boys. "Hello, Jim!" cried one. "Where have you been?" "Oh, just paying a visit to a friend." "Been taking out that little bit of fluff that you are so fond of?" "I say, Riddler, I'll trouble you not to talk like that." "Oh, all right," retorted Riddler good-humouredly, "but I don't see why you should make so much fuss about it." "The Trelawneys are not quite your sort," said Jim loftily. "She'll have to be if you marry her," was the reply. "But there, I hear her father is coming home, so most likely he'll put the kibosh on your little plans." "I don't see why we are not as good as they are, after all," broke in Edith Barnes, Jim's eldest sister. "They can't be very wealthy, for while one of the sons is in the army, the other is just a mechanic at a motor place in Oxford Street. There's not much to choose between being a motor mechanic and a clerk to a house agent. Of course, I know he was at Rugby and all that, but I consider myself quite as good as Peggy Trelawney, or Eleanor either, for that matter." "Where's mother?" asked Jim, as if anxious to change the subject. "In bed hours since, where all good mothers ought to be," laughed Jim's other sister. "But it's getting late, and you boys had better be off. I'll see my little Dickie to the door." "I suppose you'll be at the dance on Saturday, Jim?" remarked Riddler. "It'll be the best of the season." "Yes." "Going to take your best girl?" "I don't know what business it is of yours." "I'll bet you anything you don't." "Why?" "Because her father'll be home, and he'll put a stop to your little capers." "We shall see," replied Jim with seeming confidence. Nevertheless, he went to bed with many doubts in his mind. He recalled what Peggy had said about her father, and although he had made light of Riddler's remarks concerning the change the Colonel's homecoming would cause, he had many misgivings. "Of course, I would rather do the thing in a grand way," he reflected next morning. "It would do me no end of good if I could be married at the church, with Peg's father giving the bride away. But I'm not going to stand any nonsense. Neither will Peg." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 4. The Disillusionment. During the next few days, Colonel Trelawney was occupied with affairs at the War Office and elsewhere. He had many people to see, and reports to make to people in high places. As a consequence, he was away from home all the day, and did not return home till dinner time. Even on the Saturday, when he had hoped to take his family to some place of amusement, he had been detained at Whitehall, discussing questions of policy in relation to the Eastern races with whom he had been for years associated. He was greatly disappointed at this, for he had eagerly looked forward to a delightful evening at the opera. At 5 o'clock he was on the point of ringing up his wife, in order to ask her to bring the children to town, so that they might all go together. But as fortune or misfortune would have it, a message came from an old friend asking him whether he might call at his house that night at 9 o'clock, as he wished to see him on a matter of importance. "Never mind," thought the Colonel. "I shall be freer next week, and then we'll make up for lost time." It was nearly 8 o'clock when he reached home, and feeling rather depressed. Somehow his homecoming had not brought him the happiness he had hoped. It is true his wife was just the same loving little soul he had always known her to be, but he could not understand his children. Especially was this true of the girls. In spite of all he could say or do, a barrier existed between them, and while he had as yet said nothing to them about it, he was anything but pleased at their evident manner of thinking or of their modes of speech. Moreover, they had not seemed at ease in his presence. Immediately after dinner they had gone away by themselves, as though they wanted to be alone. "I might be an ogre," he said to himself. "They seem to be utterly uneasy and unnatural when they are with me, as though they were afraid I should find out something about them. Of course, John's a fine boy, and I can see our becoming great friends, but even he doesn't speak as freely to me as I would like to have him. However, after Graythorpe has gone tonight, we'll have a clear understanding about everything." When he entered the dining room, however, he found only his wife there. "Where are the children, Alice?" he asked. "John had to go to the Davenports. Mr. Davenport wanted to see him about something at the works. He said he would be back about 10. "And the girls, where are they?" "They're gone out," his wife replied. "Evidently. But where?" Mrs. Trelawney looked uncomfortable. "I don't know," was her hesitating reply. "Don't know? That's rather strange, isn't it? What time will they be home?" "Lester, I really don't know." He was about to question her further, but at that moment a servant came into the room, and further conversation of this sort was impossible. When they were alone again, however, the Colonel, who had been silent throughout dinner, spoke. "Alice," he said, "you are keeping something from me. What is it? Is there something wrong with the girls?" "No, I really don't know. Nothing more than usual." "You say you don't know where they are?" "No, I don't. I believe they are gone to a dance, but they would not tell me where." "Would not tell you where? I don't understand." Mrs. Trelawney burst out sobbing. "Oh, my dear," she said, "I'm very unhappy. I've wanted to tell you ever since you came home, but somehow I couldn't. Things are so different from what they were when I was a girl. The war has changed everything." Colonel Trelawney looked at his wife steadily for a few seconds. He understood her perfectly. He realized that, in spite of all her splendid qualities, she was utterly lacking in strength and in the power to command. He had not been slow to see that the girls paid her little attention, but his mind had been so filled with other things that he had not been able to give much attention to home affairs. "Oh, my husband," she went on, "I'm so glad, so thankful that you are home, so thankful. You see, they are beyond me. When I try to be firm, they threaten me." "Threaten you? I don't understand." "Threaten that they'll leave home. Threaten all sorts of things." "But tell me, little wife, this is serious." "Oh, Lester, I've tried to do my best, but what could I do? Take Eleanor, for example. She was always a reserved, independent kind of girl, and resented any sort of correction. And during the war everything came to a head. She got work in a government office where she had very good pay. Everybody did it, and of course I couldn't refuse. It was patriotic. She is very clever, too, and learned stenography and typewriting and all that sort of thing. Well, she got friendly with all sorts of people. She brought home some of them, nearly all girls, of a class of whom I knew nothing. Fast, liquor-drinking women they were, who held all sorts of strange notions. They swore and discussed things which to me were shocking. But Eleanor only laughed when I protested, and told me that if she couldn't bring them home, she should join one of their clubs in town. So you see how I was placed, don't you? As for Peggy, she went to a munition factory and oh, my dear, I don't know, but she seems to like the company of people that I would never think of associating with." The Colonel listened quietly, but made no remarks for several seconds. Perhaps he was not so much surprised as his wife thought he would be. "You say Eleanor discussed things which you thought shocking," he said at length. "What things?" "Oh, free love, and that sort of thing. One of them actually declared to me that while she hated the thought of marriage as an utterly unnatural and degrading thing, she claimed the right to have children in order to be true to the maternal instinct that nature had implanted in every woman. And of course Eleanor listened to this stuff. Did she seem to agree?" "I don't know. I suppose she did, for when I told her I would not have that kind of woman in the house, she told me about some sort of club of which they were members, and which she proposed to join." Again the Colonel reflected a few seconds before speaking. "And Peggy," he said at length, "surely that child did not listen to this stuff." "Oh, yes, she did. And in a way, she is the more difficult of the two to deal with. She's passionate and willful, and I don't like talking about it, but she never seems happy unless she's with men. And she's picked up some fellow named Barnes, whom I utterly disapprove of." "Picked up some fellow? Peggy? That child?" "Oh, I knew you would be angry, but they were too much for me. Besides, they threatened to leave home, and I thought it better for her to bring him here than for her to go with him to places that I knew nothing of." "And they have gone off tonight, gone to some place of which you know nothing?" "Oh, don't mistake me. Up to now I don't believe they've come to any real harm. In fact, I'm sure they haven't. But they are beyond me." "And you've no idea where they've gone tonight?" "No, but I'm sure it's to a dance of some sort." "A dance? You mean at some friend's house?" "No, I don't. It's a subscription dance." "But who's responsible for it? Is it on behalf of some charity?" "I don't know." "Then they have no chaperone?" "No, they laugh at the idea of such a thing. At first I protested at the idea of their going without me, but they wouldn't hear of my going with them." And what time have they been getting home? Very late. 2 and 3 in the morning. Of course I waited up for them, but they insisted that I shouldn't continue to do so. They told me that if I did, they would go to the houses of some of their friends. And you? What did you do then? Oh, my dear, don't be angry with me. I didn't know what to do, and when they insisted on having latchkeys, I thought it best to let them have them. What could I do? I was here all alone, and I didn't like to tell anyone about my trouble. How could I? I tried to comfort myself with the thought that you would come home. But oh, it was terrible when those awful reports came home about your being missing and oh, my darling, thank God you are here. I've kept it from you as long as I could, but I felt I must tell you, no matter what the children might say or do. Why? Did they tell you that I must know nothing? I think Peggy's afraid of you, although she says she isn't. She threatened me that if I told you about that fellow Barnes until she said I might, she'd run away and marry him. Still the Colonel kept control over himself. What kind of fellow is he? He asked at length. Oh, he's rather good-looking, after a fashion, tall and big and that kind of thing, but utterly common. He was in the army and had a commission, but from what I can learn he is now a clerk or something of that sort. And is she supposed to be engaged to him? Yes, no, I don't know. You see, at first I protested against Peggy having anything to say to him. Then, when she threatened all sorts of wild things, I thought it best to wait until you came home. Oh, if you had only been able to come home 6 months ago, as you thought you would at first, it might have been stopped. And yet I don't know. Everything and everybody is upset. John did his best, and as I told you, he's been such a comfort to me. But of course he's not like you. Still, I don't know what I should have done without him. He doesn't say much, but I know he's had a restraining influence, especially upon Peggy. Let me understand, said the Colonel after a few minutes' silence. From what I can gather, they have refused to allow you to control them at all, and they've pretty much gone their own way. Eleanor has got mixed up with a lot of free-thinking women from whom she has imbibed all sorts of ideas, and has insisted on entire freedom from you. Yes, I'm afraid she has. As for Peggy, it seems that she's a little bit common. I don't like to think so, and yet I'm afraid she is. You see, the war has upset everything. All the old-fashioned ideas I was brought up to believe in have been given the go-by. At that moment the Colonel's visitor arrived, and so the conversation ceased, but Trelawney was sorely disturbed. He paid but little attention to what was said, and heaved a sigh of relief when he had gone. After that he found his way into a little room which had always gone by the name of the Den, and tried to think out what his wife had said to him. At 10 o'clock John came home, and the Colonel eagerly took this opportunity of becoming better acquainted with his son. "Come and have a game of billiards," he said. "I haven't played for years, so I expect you'll soon be able to knock spots off me, but I'll do my best." "All right, sir," replied John, following his father into the billiard room. "The table has been neglected, but it isn't in bad condition. Will you break?" The Colonel selected a cue and did as his son suggested. At first John had it all his own way. The boy had a good eye and a natural aptitude for the cue, so he had made 50 before the Colonel had got into double figures. "My word, my boy," laughed the father, "but you are giving me a licking. Have you spent much time at this?" "Only in the holidays, sir. Trev is a good deal better than I." "Is he, though? I can see I must look to my laurels. Ah, but you've left me a set-up now." Evidently his form had come back, for going to the table he made a 30 break, and then gave his son a double baulk. A little later the game was concluded, John having won by a single point. "Have another, sir?" "Presently, but let's have a chat first." He lit his pipe as he spoke, while John looked at him shyly. "My boy," he said, "I hope we shall be great pals." "I hope so, sir," said John, blushing. "And I want you to remember always," went on the Colonel, "that although I am a good deal older than you, I am not such an old fogey after all." "My word, no," replied John. "I never thought you were." "That's good. What I meant to say was that it doesn't seem so long since I was a youngster myself, and I know what a young fellow feels and thinks. You'll not forget that, if ever you get into any sort of difficulty." "No, sir." "Never be afraid to tell me anything, my son. You'll find that I understand." John was silent, but he looked affectionately at his father. "I think it is easier for me to get on with boys than with girls," went on the Colonel. "I expect I understand them better, but girls have never been in my way. Perhaps that is why I seem in closer touch with you than with Eleanor and Peg." John puffed at his cigarette and glanced uneasily around the room. "John, my boy, do you know where your sisters are tonight?" "Yes, sir." "Do you care to tell me where they are?" "I'd rather not, if you don't mind, sir." "That's all right, my boy, but don't always call me sir. Call me Dad sometimes, will you?" "Gladly, sir. I mean, Dad." "You see, my boy, I'm afraid Eleanor and Peggy have not had quite a fair chance. I've been away for 6 years, and your mother has had a lot to think about." "Yes, sir, that's it. "Yes, John, what is it?" said the Colonel when John hesitated. "Well, sir, Dad, it isn't because I don't want that I don't tell you where the girls are gone, only I want to play the game." "I quite see your point," replied the Colonel. "Just as, when you were at school, you wouldn't tell a master that a boy was breaking the rules." "Yes, that's it," said John eagerly. "But you'd want to be fair to the school, too," went on the Colonel. "You'd want the boy to own up and do the straight thing." "Yes, and that's why I made them promise to—" He broke off suddenly. He felt he was perhaps saying too much. The Colonel did not pursue the conversation further. He was an understanding man, and was all the better pleased with his son for his reticence. "Let's have another game, my boy," he said genially, "and by that time it'll be bedtime." When John had gone to bed, the Colonel had a few minutes' conversation with his wife, after which he again retired to his den, where he seemed in deep thought. "I don't think there's very much wrong yet," he reflected, "but I fancy I've a difficult job on hand. Poor little Alice, I'm sorry for her." He sat for a long time thinking, occasionally looking at his watch. He had carefully drawn the curtains, and as the one light was shaded, the room from the outside appeared to be in darkness. 12 o'clock struck, then 1, then 2, and still the girls did not come. More than once the Colonel appeared impatient and almost angry, and then a look of affectionate yearning came into his eyes. "Yes," he murmured more than once, "I must get to the bottom of this. It's bad, bad, very bad." When the hands of the clock were nearing 3, he heard footsteps outside, followed by the sound of voices. Also there was laughter. "Mayn't we come in?" This was in a man's voice. "No, not for worlds." Still more whispering, and then more laughter. Presently the Colonel heard the sound of a latchkey inserted in the door, followed by more whispering voices. "Evidently our long-lost father is in bed," he heard Peggy say. "It would seem so. The mater has evidently told him nothing. But he must know we've been out all night, and I'm looking forward to a hell of a row. It may be that he's decided to be sensible and not take any notice of it." He heard this as they passed the door of the room. Evidently it was not their purpose to go straight to bed, for they went through the hall as if with the intention of finding their way into the treadmill. For a few seconds he stood still, as if thinking what was the best thing to do. Colonel Trelawney was greatly perturbed. He was more than perturbed. He was distressed and angry. In spite of what his wife had told him, he could not help being shocked at what he had heard Peggy say. He was a man of the world, and quite accustomed to lurid language in the army, but he had idealized women, and never dreamt that his girls would use terms such as Peggy had used. After waiting a few seconds, he found his way to the treadmill and quietly entered. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 5. The Storm Breaks. Both girls started as they saw him. Each of them sat in an armchair, their legs crossed, smoking. Eleanor was the more restrained of the two, although the entrance of her father was unexpected and startling. She kept her seat and went on smoking. Peggy, however, started to her feet, her eyes flashing and her lips quivering as though she were preparing herself for a storm. "Excuse me for intruding," said the Colonel quietly, "but I thought I would just let you know that I am not asleep." Both of them were speechless. There was something in the quiet tones of his voice, something, too, in his very presence that made them afraid. "I did not get home till 8 o'clock," he went on, "and was naturally surprised not to find you here. I was still more surprised to know that your mother did not know where you were gone." "She did not know because we didn't think it best to tell her," replied Peggy, evidently ready for battle. "I see," remarked the Colonel quietly. "May I ask why?" "Because we thought she might tell you." "Was there any objection to that?" "There might be," was Peggy's curt reply. "I see. You thought I might forbid your going." There was a touch of anger in his voice which he could not repress. Peggy was quick to note this, and it gave her the courage to say what she and Eleanor had spoken about many times. It would have made no difference if you had." "Indeed, is that so?" he replied quietly. "Anyhow, it gives one an idea how we stand." He was on the point of saying more when he looked at the child's angry, defiant eyes. In spite of everything, she was a pretty, attractive girl. It was true she was rather overdeveloped for one of her years, but still only a child to him. Almost unconsciously his mind fled back over the years, and he thought of her as she was when he had left England. His memory called up a laughing-eyed, untidily dressed, wilful but loving little maid, who found it difficult to enunciate her R's. He remembered her as generous-hearted, too, difficult to deal with, certainly, but a tender-hearted little thing all the same. He crushed back the words he was going to utter. He felt they would do no good, and would probably do harm. Perhaps neither of them had had a fair chance. He had been away several years, and they looked upon him as a stranger. He had been out of the world during those years, away from all the influences which had changed the thought and life of the country. He must make allowances. He must try to understand. On the other hand, however, Colonel Trelawney was a soldier and a disciplinarian. He had a pride of birth, too, and shrunk from everything that was out of accord with the traditions of his name. All the Trelawney women were far removed from the loud, vulgar type of creature, whom at heart he despised, and he could not stand supinely by while they besmirched his name. "Children," he said quietly, "you and I will have to understand one another. Naturally, on coming back after so many years, I find things changed. But we Trelawneys have always been very proud of our women. We have idealized them somewhat. However, I need not speak about that now. I was much surprised to learn that this is not the first time you have gone out alone and have returned in the early hours of the morning without getting your mother's consent. Also, you've been out without a proper chaperone. But we'll not discuss it tonight. I'm too distressed to speak as calmly as I ought, while you are not in the frame of mind to receive what I shall have to say in the right spirit. All the same, we shall have to come to an understanding, for I can assure you that this kind of thing must come to an end. Tomorrow we will discuss everything fully. Meanwhile, it is best that you should know that I am trying to look at things from your point of view, and that although your old dad has been away so long, he loves you both very dearly. Good night, or rather, good morning. You'll want to go to bed." He held the door open and waited for them to pass through. He did not offer to kiss them. He did not think it best. He saw the hot, rebellious flash in Peggy's eyes and noted the supercilious and slightly bored attitude which Eleanor had assumed. When they had gone, the Colonel went back to his den and sat for a long time in deep thought. He had never dreamt of such a position and did not know what to do. "Did you speak to them?" asked his wife, when at length he went to his room. He shook his head. "Nothing of importance," he replied. "I did not think it wise. I only told them we would have to come to an understanding later." Meanwhile, Eleanor and Peggy had gone to their rooms. "You see, we're in for it," said Peggy. "Yes, of course, I saw it would come. I summed him up the night he came home." "I must confess, though, that he kept very calm. I was downright frightened when he came into the room. I thought there'd be hell to pay." I expect there will before long. I don't know. I thought he took it very well. That's because you don't understand him. For my own part, I should have been easier in my mind if he had blustered and threatened. But he's not that sort. He's one of those quiet, iron-willed men who are always hardest to deal with. Oh, your pranks are over, my child. What do you mean? You'll be as gentle as a cooing dove after he's been home a few weeks. Will I? Cried the child defiantly. You'll see if he tries to come the stern parent over me. I tell you, I'll run away. I'll marry Jim. And make a fool of yourself. I don't care if I do. Eleanor shrugged her shoulders. Of course you'll do as you like, but I can see we're in for a storm. The next morning the Colonel knocked at Eleanor's door. It's 10 o'clock, he said pleasantly. You'll be late for church if you aren't quick. The girl did not speak. Did you hear me? Said the Colonel in a louder voice. Yes, I heard you. That's right. You'll be down in a few minutes then. No, I'm tired. I don't propose getting up yet. I say, I am disappointed, said the Colonel. I had looked forward to your going to church with me on my first Sunday home. No, thank you, replied Eleanor. I don't propose going. The Colonel hesitated, and seemed on the point of saying something more, but evidently decided to be silent. Then he made a movement as if to go to Peggy's room, but again stopped. There was a dangerous flash in his eyes as he went downstairs, but he said nothing to his wife. Going to church, John? He asked as the clock neared 11. If you wish, Dad, replied the boy. When the Colonel and John returned an hour and a half later, the former was very quiet. The whole family gathered in the dining room for lunch, and the Colonel talked pleasantly on commonplace topics. It might seem as though he had forgotten the previous night's conversation. The two girls, however, were watchful and excited. They felt that the atmosphere was tense, while Mrs. Trelawney looked nervously from face to face, as if constantly expecting an outbreak. When lunch came to an end, the girls were preparing to leave the room, but were suddenly arrested by their father's voice. "Will you all come into the treadmill?" he said quietly. "I want a little talk with you." "I hope it won't take long," remarked Peggy. "I have an engagement at 3 o'clock." "I'm not quite sure how long our conversation will take," replied the Colonel. "It may be best for you to contemplate breaking your engagement, whatever it may be." Although Peggy sadly wanted to say something in defiance, there was a ring in her father's voice which restrained her. She instantly felt a force to which she was unaccustomed. She no longer had her mother to deal with, but a personality of a different order. The Colonel did not speak for a few seconds after following them into the room. He quietly lit his pipe, and after lighting it, sat back in his armchair. "Girls," he said, "have you given up going to church?" There was no reply. He repeated the question. "Yes," replied Eleanor. "At least I have. Are you looking for your cigarettes, Peg? Have one of mine." And she threw her a case. "Are they the cause of it?" asked the Colonel, motioning to the cigarettes. "You never saw your mother use those things." "Because I have no use for religion," replied Eleanor, coolly ignoring his reference to their smoking. "Ah, is that so? Then may I ask why?" "Really, Father, I didn't expect to be asked to pass a theological examination. I have no use for religion because I can't see what use it is to me. I believe there are a few people, even yet, who find use for it, but that is their affair. But you have none. None, that is, as religion is ordinarily understood." "I don't quite follow you." "I'm sorry. The religion I was brought up to believe in doesn't appeal to me. It doesn't seem to hold water. I can't see the good of going to church. One is simply bored. Of course, I imagine most people have a religion of some sort, but again, that is their own affair. It's purely a personal matter." "May I ask whether you've given up the ethics of the Christian religion?" asked the Colonel. "Really, Father, I've never considered the matter. The world's ideas have grown during the last 2,000 years, and I imagine if one needs a religion, one will have to think the matter out on his own lines." "That's very interesting. Then, from what you say, I suppose you do not regard the Christian religion as having any authority over you?" "I don't see why it should have." "Eleanor, my dear, for shame! How can you say such things?" cried Mrs. Trelawney helplessly. Although the girl was very pale and her lips trembled somewhat, she retained remarkable control over herself. She extracted a cigarette from the case which Peggy had handed back to her, and lit it with fairly steady fingers. "Why for shame, Mother?" she asked. "I suppose Father doesn't want me to tell him any lies. He has asked me questions, and I have tried to answer him to the best of my ability." "Then the commandments are, according to your point of view, obsolete, I suppose?" asked the Colonel, taking no notice of his wife's interruption. "Perhaps yes, perhaps no. What particular commandment do you refer to?" "Honour thy father and thy mother," was the Colonel's reply. "Don't you believe in that?" "Not in the sense in which you regard it. It may be that one's father and mother do not deserve honouring." "There is another biblical precept," went on the Colonel. "Children, obey your parents. Don't you believe in that?" "Not necessarily. It may be all right for kiddies, but when one has grown up, one must use one's own judgment." "I see." And the Colonel's voice became hard as he spoke. "Then we'll leave the abstract aspect of the question and come to the personal. Do you regard it as your duty to obey me?" Eleanor thought a few seconds before replying. Up to now she felt that she was going through her catechism very well. She saw, too, by the triumphant flash in Peggy's eyes that her sister thought she had carried her points triumphantly. But now she felt on less sure ground. Try as she might against it, there was something in her father's presence that awed her. Not so much because he was a strong, clear-headed man, but because he was her father. Had another man made any assumption of authority, she would have strongly resented it, but she felt that for some inexplicable reason her father was different. Still, she would stand by her guns. As she had told her sister more than once, she felt that the tug of war was coming, and she thought she was ready for it. "Not if your commands opposed my judgment and hindered my freedom," was her answer. "I see," replied the Colonel, "and I presume Peggy also has the same views." "Yes, only a bit stronger," replied Peggy, and the tones of her voice bordered on the insolent. The Colonel gave a quick glance around the room and saw his wife's anxious, almost horror-stricken look, noted, too, the eager interest in John's face. He felt that an important hour had come in the history of his family. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 6. The Right to Live Their Lives. I need scarcely say, the Colonel spoke very quietly, that this kind of thing has come upon me as a kind of shock. I've been away for several years, and have been ignorant of what has been going on. More than once I doubted if ever I should come home. But let that pass. I have come home, and find things different from what I expected. I looked forward to finding my girls, loving, devoted children, who would delight in taking me into their confidence. I thought we should be great friends, and a happy family. Instead, I find a mutinous spirit. I find that things have been going on which I utterly disapprove of. At first, I thought it was a kind of youthful revolt, which could easily be quieted. I never dreamed that children of mine would studiously and deliberately act in a way which meant setting at naught the desires and wishes of their parents. But there it is. I find the loving friendships I had looked forward to made impossible. Not if you mean to be reasonable. Please remember that we are no longer babies in arms, without wills of our own. Neither are we anything like Jane Austen's heroines. Peggy spoke defiantly, like one who was ready for battle. She was not only passionate and self-willed by nature, but like most children of her age, she resented being regarded as a child. By some strange freak of nature, girls of 19 want to add to their age. When they reach 30, it is all the other way. She and Eleanor had talked many times about what they meant to do if their father tried to curtail their liberty, and now they, as well as he, felt that the hour had come when they must assert their rights. "Of course I have not called you in here without reason," went on the Colonel. "No one can tell the pain it gives me to do so. But as I said last night, we must come to an understanding. Frankly, I cannot and will not have a repetition of last night's experience." "You mean that you want to shut us up like nuns in a nunnery?" "No, I don't mean anything of the sort. I remember that you are young, and that it is your right to enjoy yourself. I came home with the determination to give you all the enjoyment it was in my power to give. I wanted you to meet with young people of your own age. Of course I expected you to be good, God-fearing Christian girls, and I hoped you would feel you had your duties in life. But I wanted you to take part in all good, healthy pleasures." Eleanor was silent, but Peggy forced a laugh. "Really, father, you remind one of Rip Van Winkle," she said. The Colonel felt his anger rising, but he suppressed it. "Possibly that may be the case," he replied. "Still, I am trying to look at the situation fairly. I came home after several years' absence, and find my 2 daughters defying their mother's authority. I find them refusing to tell her where they are going." "Why should we tell her?" snapped Peggy. "I find, too, as was exemplified last night, that they go to indiscriminate dances without a chaperone, and return between 2 and 3 in the morning, accompanied by men of whom I know nothing." "Well, we are no longer children," asserted Peggy. "I will say nothing of the good taste of this," went on the Colonel, "to put it on no higher platform. Neither will I, for the moment, discuss the effect it is likely to have on your future. But one would have thought that you would have had some thought for the feelings of your father and mother. I hoped that you would remember that your mother has suffered much and sacrificed much for your sakes, and that you would have respected her wishes." "The argument doesn't seem to carry conviction," interposed Eleanor. "It isn't a matter of argument," replied the Colonel. "It is a matter of decent feeling." "I am afraid I don't see it. We weren't consulted whether we would be born or not. It wasn't for our pleasure that we were brought into the world." "Then, as I understand it, you utterly refuse to recognize your mother's authority, or mine." "Really, Father, I don't want to shock your feelings, but honestly, I do not see why it is my duty to obey my parents. I do not see by what right they expect obedience from me. I did not ask to be born. I am here in the world without my own consent, and seeing I am here, I do not see why I should not live my own life in my own way." "Then I'll put it this way," replied the Colonel. "Do you think your parents have any duty towards you?" "Yes, I think they have. Seeing they have brought me into the world, it is their duty to do their best for me. But for the life of me, I can't see what duty I owe to them." "Just so," replied the Colonel. "And it is because I feel I have a duty towards you that I am not going to allow you to go on in the way you have been going." "I suppose that means that you are going to restrict our liberty." "If you mean to put it that way, yes." "You mean to dictate to us, to tell us what time we may go out and what time we may come in?" "Don't try to misinterpret my words. In all the established, natural, healthy things of life, I should not think, within ordinary limitations, of interfering with you. But I have my duties as a parent, whether or not you have yours as children. One of those duties is to see that my children do not ruin their lives. For that reason, I will not have them making undesirable acquaintances, or going to amusements of which I don't approve. And please, children, remember that I am not thinking only of myself in this. I am thinking of you. Please remember, too, that I love you." "Wouldn't it be well to drop the sentimental side of the question?" replied Eleanor coolly. "We have to take things as they are. Now, Father, listen to reason. You have been away a good many years, during which time the thoughts of the world have changed, and we have ceased to be children. We have learnt to think for ourselves, to live our own lives, and choose our own companions. You come back to us a stranger, and you expect us to get sentimental about you, and to allow you to dictate our way of life. Is that the position? And if it is, well, then I tell you plainly, I don't propose to submit." "May I ask what you propose to do?" "I propose to go my own way, to live my own life." "So do I," interposed Peggy defiantly. The Colonel was silent for a few seconds. The case was more difficult than he imagined. He found it easy to command a number of soldiers who were amenable to discipline, but he was for a moment at a loss how to treat his own children. "Oh, my dear children," pleaded Mrs. Trelawney, "don't you see how foolish you are? Don't you realize that your father is older and wiser than you?" "It comes to this," said the Colonel. "I find open rebellion in my house. I find that you, my children, declare war against me. I am more grieved than I can say. but I am not a martinet. I want to do what is right, but I must have obedience." "What is that but being a martinet? You want to treat us as though we had no life or convictions of our own?" "No," replied the Colonel, "I don't. But I must be master in my own house, and I will not have my children going to places of which I don't approve. I will not have my daughters going out to parties without a proper chaperone. I will not have them coming home at any time they choose, and I will not have them picking up with common fellows as though they had no self-respect." "I suppose mother's been telling you lies about Jim?" cried Peggy passionately. "That's mean and underhanded. Jim's as good as we are." "I've said no word about anyone," interposed the Colonel. "But I can see what you mean, and I'm not going to be dictated to, and if I like to go out with Jim, I shall." The Colonel still kept his temper. "Do I understand that you are engaged to Jim, whoever he may be?" asked the Colonel, and there was a touch of sarcasm in his voice. "And if I am, what then?" "Well, for one thing, you are not of age, and therefore I shall have something to do with it. And for another, it is my duty to my child to see that any man she may care for is worthy of her. And now I think enough has been said for the present." "Of course you've done what we expected," replied Eleanor. "You've taken your own line of action, and you leave us no alternative but to take ours." "Very well, if you will have it so. It must be so. I have tried to keep from saying anything harsh, and I'm deeply grieved that you've met me in this spirit." Although she did not realize it, Mrs. Trelawney had made her husband's work difficult. Almost on every occasion when the girls had been headstrong and rebellious, she had threatened them with what their father would do when he came home. She had painted him as a relentless disciplinarian, one who would put down disobedience with a strong hand. Their antagonism had been aroused before the Colonel arrived, and Eleanor and Peggy had often discussed the question as to what they would do if their father sought to interfere with them. In spite of themselves, however, the Colonel's homecoming had influenced them. Instead of being a kind of ogre, they found him kind and loving. It was true he was old-fashioned in his views, but he was anything but the overbearing military autocrat which they had conjured up. There was a quiet strength, too, in his every word and movement which they could not understand, but which they could not help feeling. Still, and this was especially true of Eleanor, they determined not to yield an inch from the position they had taken up. "May I ask," Eleanor spoke frigidly, "whether I have to obtain your consent before going out for a walk this afternoon? I think I should like a little exercise." "Yes, and I should like to know whether you object to our bringing in our friends," Peggy burst out before the Colonel had a chance of replying to Eleanor. "Certainly you may bring in your friends," replied the Colonel. "I always brought home my friends as a boy, and my father always encouraged me to do so." "Does that mean that I can bring Jim home?" The Colonel hesitated a few seconds. "Yes," he replied. "I shall be glad if you will. I think it will be well for me to see him." John gave his father a quick glance. "I say, Dad!" he cried protestingly. "Yes, my boy, what is it?" "You told me I might have George Davenport in to supper to-night." "Certainly I did. What then?" "Only that John stammered painfully. "Yes, what is it?" persisted the Colonel. "Nothing," replied John. "Perhaps I'll get George to come another time." "But why another time? To-night is quite convenient, and I want you to have your friend in. I want to meet him. You are pals at Rugby, and I want you to keep up your school friendships." "All right, sir," replied John, but it was easy to see that he was angry. "Of course, I am assuming that none of my children will have friends who are undesirable," went on the Colonel quietly. "As a youngster, I would never think of bringing home a fellow that I thought my father would not approve of. Now, then, be off as soon as you like. It's a splendid afternoon, and the air on the heath is glorious to-day." The battle had ended in a kind of compromise. Indeed, it was not a battle at all. Rather, it was only a kind of preliminary skirmish, which had settled nothing. Peggy, however, felt differently. The fact that her father had consented to her bringing Barnes to the house gave her a sense of victory. Mrs. Trelawney had told her again and again that the Colonel would never dream of allowing such a thing, and now, after what she called her first pitched battle, her father had capitulated without conditions, made her feel confident of the future. "It's all right, Eleanor," she cried. "We've won all along the line. Don't be silly, kid." "I'm not silly. Why, he gave way in everything." "He gave way in nothing." "Nothing? Why, the fact that I'm bringing Jim home is proof that he has." "Nothing of the sort. He's allowing you to bring him here that he may see what kind of fellow he is." "My dear girl, don't you see? It's the thin end of the wedge. He's afraid we shall do something desperate if we don't have our way. All we've got to do is to be firm." "I mean to be, anyhow," was Eleanor's reply. "On the whole, I'm glad we've had this breeze. It's cleared the air, and it's given us some idea as to where we are. At any rate, we've let him see that we mean to stick to our guns." "That's the glory of it. I promised to meet Jim at 4 o'clock. What are you going to do?" "I say, Peg, you are silly about that fellow. You'll be tired of him in a few weeks." "I shan't be anything of the sort. I know he's not your kind, but I mean to marry him." "Marry him? You are a silly idiot." "Well, I do, and my lordly father will soon have to know it." "But, my dear girl, he can't keep you." "Yes, he can. He's making a good deal of money now, and he'll be making a good deal more soon." But, my dear girl, he's not father's sort, you know. He's 50 times finer looking than any of your men friends. As for our pattern boy, he just looks shabby and commonplace beside him." The truth was, Peggy, since her father's return, and fearing what he might say and do, had become more and more enamoured with Barnes. She dreaded the thought of losing him, and wondered if the Colonel would take some steps to separate them. At the dance on the previous evening, when Barnes was somewhat heated with his libations, he had told Peggy that he was not going to stand any nonsense, and had hinted to her that plenty of girls with lots of money could be his for the asking. Poor child, utterly inexperienced and lacking in judgment as she was, she looked on him as a kind of Apollo. She did not see how common he was, or realize, in spite of what her brother had told her, that he would be regarded as a rank outsider. Perhaps if she had, it would have made no difference. Barnes's love-making had carried her off her feet, and owing to the fact that she had been working among curious people at the munition factory, her sense of values had been utterly distorted. "Where are you going?" asked Peggy, as she saw her sister preparing to go out. "I'm going to the Amazon Club for tea," replied Eleanor, "and since our long-lost and autocratic papa has given his lordly consent for us to bring our friends home, I shall ask Tamsin Cory back to supper." The girls left the house soon after, and the Colonel was left alone with his wife. "I'm so glad you didn't come to any open rupture," remarked Mrs. Trelawney, with a sigh. "I'm afraid that'll not be the end of it, though," replied the Colonel. "Really, I did not think things had gone so far." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 7. Roderick Ravenscroft. About 7 o'clock that evening the doorbell rang, and Mrs. Trelawney sprang to her feet as if to leave the room. "Where are you going, Alice?" asked the Colonel. "To open the door," she replied. "But why?" "Because the servants have gone out. At least the housemaid and parlour-maid have. As for the cook, she refuses to answer the doorbell." "But should you have allowed your help to go out when you expect people in to supper?" "My dear, I'm afraid you don't understand. If I tried to keep them in, they'd give notice immediately. And if they left me, I don't know where I should get others, you see." "All right, Alice. Stay here. I'll answer the door. I expect it's only John and young Davenport." When the Colonel opened the door, however, he found a stranger. "Colonel Trelawney?" queried the visitor. "That is my name." "Excuse me for calling, Colonel, but I took the liberty of paying a chance visit. My name is Ravenscroft, Roderick Ravenscroft." "What, not the son of my old friend Dick Ravenscroft?" "Yes, sir. I believe you and he were at school together." "Come in, my boy. I'm awfully glad to see you. This is splendid. I was thinking about your father only yesterday, and wondering where he was." "He settled in London just before the war, sir. As you may remember, he practised law on the Northern Circuit, and when he became a King's Counsel, he came to town. We live in Hampstead." "Splendid. Then I shall soon be seeing him." "He'll be mighty glad to see you, sir. You are sure I shall not be in the way?" "In the way? Certainly not. Of course you'll stay to supper. My wife has just told me that the servants are out, so you'll quite understand that things will have to be of a go-as-you-please order. Alice, here's Roderick Ravenscroft, son of my old friend Dick Ravenscroft, who was at Rugby with me." The newcomer was a fine-looking young fellow, tall, well-built, and with clean-cut features. He was good to look at. A splendid specimen of a well-bred, well-groomed young man. "Good evening, Roderick," said Mrs. Trelawney, greeting him as an old friend. "I'm so glad you've dropped in. The children are out at present, but I'm expecting them every minute. You'll excuse me, won't you? But the servants are out, and I want to look after supper." "Let me help you, Mrs. Trelawney." "Oh, no, there's not the slightest need. I got nearly everything ready this afternoon. But I may have forgotten something. I dare say you understand all about it. How does your mother get on with her servants?" "For heaven's sake, don't mention them," laughed Ravenscroft. "Father and I have more than once had to get up and light the fires of a morning. I believe mother's fairly fixed up now, but there's no knowing how long it may last. One left last month because she was asked to fetch coals from the cellar. The gardener was ill. so Mother had to fetch them herself. Then, of course, you understand, my housemaid and parlour-maid both threatened to leave if I wouldn't let them have all Sunday afternoon and evening in which to visit their friends. I told them how awkward it would be if any visitors came, and they suggested that the visitors should prepare supper and wash up the dishes themselves. Good, laughed Ravenscroft. I suppose that's what Bernard Shaw means by the dictatorship of the proletariat. Mrs. Trelawney left the room and left the two men together. Well, what is your line of life? Asked the Colonel. Excuse my asking, but I take the liberty as an old friend of your father's. I'm glad you asked, sir. I'm trying to follow my father. I left Oxford when I was 22, and soon after passed my exam for the bar. Then the war broke out, and of course I joined up. Up to a few months ago I was in khaki, when I got demobilized. Then I tried to settle down where I left off. A sensible thing, too, but those 5 years must have been bad preparation for the law. In a way, I suppose they were. On the other hand, I think they have done me quite a lot of good. They've helped me to understand men. Yes, I suppose they have. And you are doing well, I hope. I think I've made a good start, sir, and on the whole things are shaping all right. It'll be pretty tough work, but I fancy I'll pull through. Good. I haven't had a chance of seeing my boy Trev yet. I've been so full up at the War Office. I've written, telling him to try to get leave to come home, but he writes saying he's afraid he'll have to go to Ireland. If he can't come home, I must try and run down to Plymouth this week, as naturally I want to see him badly. But John seems to be doing well. John's a fine fellow, said Ravenscroft heartily. I'm glad to hear you say that, was the Colonel's reply. I've been greatly pleased with what I've seen of him, and his mother tells me that he's been a great help to her. A thoroughly straight, dependable chap is John. You'll find him very thoughtful and intelligent too. Have you made a friend of him? Yes, in a way. Of course, he's several years my junior, but we've hit it very well. I don't know whether Mrs. Trelawney has told you, sir, but I've taken the liberty of calling here several times these last few months. And Ravenscroft flushed as he spoke. That's right, replied the Colonel heartily. I'm glad you have. I have only just begun to realize what a hard, lonely time my wife has had while I've been away. I am sure she will have appreciated your visits. The truth is, stammered Ravenscroft, I've been very much interested in coming. I've been in rather a dilemma, too. You see, your being away from home made everything very difficult. I thought I ought to tell Mrs. Trelawney, and yet I was not sure. Then I heard you were coming home, and I thought I'd wait. The Colonel looked at him intently. I'm not sure I understand, he said. No, I'm afraid I've put it badly. To tell you the truth, sir, I'm in love with Eleanor. The Colonel opened his eyes very wide. I had no suspicion of such a thing, he said. My wife has not said a word about it. No, I've never told her, sir. I didn't feel as though I ought, especially when I heard you were coming home. But I felt that you should know. I did not want to come here under false pretenses. But until I felt sure you'd approve of me, I thought I'd no right to speak. And yet I couldn't keep away from the house. Have you spoken to Eleanor? No, sir, not yet. But I'm sure she knows my feelings, and from the fact that she's always seemed glad to see me when I came, I kept on coming. I hope you understand, sir. I wanted to do the straight thing. I told my father about it, and he seemed to think that as you were away from home, and therefore could know nothing about me, that I was in a difficulty. But I thought I would come tonight, in the hope of a few minutes' chat alone. I hope it's all right, sir." And the young fellow looked anxiously into the Colonel's face. "Let me understand," replied the Colonel. "From what I gather, you have come to the house several times lately, and that you've fallen in love with Eleanor." "That's it, sir." This in eager tones. "But as I was away from home, you didn't think it right to speak to her." "Well, sir, I heard you'd be coming home shortly, and my father thought I'd better wait till you came. He made me feel that it would scarcely be the straight thing to become engaged to her, that is, assuming she liked me enough, until you knew what kind of a fellow I was. Of course, I could have asked Mrs. Trelawney, but that would have been different. I didn't want to take advantage of your absence, sir." Roderick Ravenscroft appealed to the Colonel strongly. He reminded him of the old-fashioned courtesies which were dear to him, and the honest, outspoken frankness aroused his admiration. "Of course I can quite understand that you'd like to know more about me before you said anything definite," went on Ravenscroft eagerly. "But I'm dead in earnest, sir. You know my people, and I did fairly well during the war. There are lots of people in Hampstead who know me and can tell you what kind of fellow I am. Of course, I shan't be in a position to marry for a year or so, but things are coming my way. In fact, I've a fairly big thing on hand now, and it's difficult to say, sir, but I've kept straight, and I've never had any entanglements with girls or anything of that sort." The Colonel hesitated before speaking again. As far as he could see, Ravenscroft was a fine young fellow. He admired his manliness, his simplicity, and his old-fashioned courtesy. But he was not quite sure of his ground. He called to mind the scene in the treadmill a few hours before, and he wondered whether Ravenscroft had any inkling of Eleanor's state of mind. He wondered, too, whether he was fully aware of the kind of girl she was. "You say you have not spoken to Eleanor?" "That is so, sir. As I told you, I did not think it right to speak in your absence, especially as you were shortly coming home. But I'm sure she knows." "And do you know much of her? Have you seen a great deal of her?" "Not as much as I should have liked. As luck would have it, my father has been able to put a good deal of work in my way, and I've been very busy. But I've come here whenever I could, and I've taken her to amusements 2 or 3 times." "But you've never said anything definite? You've never asked her to become engaged to you?" "No, sir. I've told you why." "And have you reason to think she would say yes?" "I hope so, sir. Of course, I'm not sure, and sometimes I've not quite been able to understand her. But I'm in dead earnest, and I thought I ought to tell you. I wanted to come here very much, but I thought it was your right to know why I came." "I appreciate your candor and your sincerity," replied the Colonel, "and I am sure you are a worthy son of my old friend. But as you may imagine, this is all very strange to me. When I left home, Eleanor was only a child, and I cannot accustom myself to the idea that she is now 21. Besides, I've hardly had time to look around and understand my bearings. I came home only last Monday, and I've been from early to late at the War Office and the Foreign Office ever since. That means that I've hardly had time to make the acquaintance of my own children. But let me say this at once. I shall be glad to see you here whenever you care to come. As for speaking to Eleanor, I think you'd better let it stand over for a time. I'm saying that because, well, for one thing, although you are the son of my old friend, I don't know you. Mind, I like what I've seen of you, and if Eleanor reciprocates your feelings, I feel sure. Anyhow, let matters take their own course for a bit, and I shall be delighted to welcome you whenever you care to pay a visit to the house. Ah, surely that's John's voice. "Hello, Rod, old man," cried John, who entered the room just then. "I'm glad to see you. You know Davenport, don't you?" "Rather," replied Ravenscroft. "We were together in the Montdidier show," and he shook hands with the man John had brought with him. "Oh, don't rub in that," laughed John. "Rub in what?" "The fact that Davenport was in at the finish. He's always crowing over me about it. He seems to think because I fagged for him at Rugby that he has the right to assume superior airs. But I can't help not being born 2 or 3 years before. I tried hard enough to get out." "The army is no place for children, John, my boy," said Davenport very solemnly. "I say, Dad," cried John, "please forgive me. This is Davenport, whom I told you about. I hope you'll take him in hand. He's not quite so bad as he looks, and if you treat him kindly he may, in time, turn out quite all right. His people are quite intelligent, too." The Colonel liked Davenport, and he saw at a glance that he was one of his own sort. He had a sense of humour, too, and the Colonel soon found himself hugely enjoying a wordy combat that went on between the 3 young men. This was something like what he hoped his home would be. He was far from being an old man, and the sound of young voices was pleasant to his ears. He began to hope that, after all, things with Eleanor and Peggy were not so bad as he feared. He reflected that they were only children, and in spite of the fact that they had become infected with thoughts that were repugnant to him, he would be able, by wise management, to lead them into better ways. Of course, Ravenscroft's confession came to him rather as a shock, but as he watched the young man's face, he almost hoped that Eleanor would fall in love with him, if she had not already done so. To say the least of it, he was a fine fellow, and would be a husband of whom any girl might be proud. But did Ravenscroft really know the kind of girl Eleanor was, and was he aware of Peggy's infatuation with the fellow Barnes? The thing was not pleasant to think about, and he looked forward with anything but pleasant anticipation to his coming. From what his wife had told him, he was a flashy, underbred sort of chap, who had taken advantage of Peggy's foolishness and established himself as a kind of fiancé of his daughter. If this were so, and assuming that Eleanor was fond of Ravenscroft, there might be unpleasant complications. He could see at a glance that Ravenscroft was a gentleman, and if Barnes were what he suspected, he would naturally resent any association with him. The Colonel almost wished he had not consented to Peggy bringing him that night. In a way, it might be taken as a kind of consent on his part to Barnes being received as a probable son-in-law. At any rate, he must make the best of it, and be guided by developments. The part he had to play was anything but pleasant, and one which he had never dreamt of. For upon one thing he had fully determined. If Barnes proved to be the kind of fellow he feared he was, he would certainly put an end to his friendship with Peggy, and forbid his having any further connection with the family. A little later, Voices were heard in the hall, and the Colonel judged by the flush on Ravenscroft's face that he had heard Eleanor speaking. In this he proved to be right, for at that moment Eleanor entered accompanied by a woman of from 28 to 30 years of age. "I hope I'm not intruding, Colonel," this lady said, after Eleanor had presented her as Miss Tamsin Cory. "On the other hand," replied the Colonel, "I hope I shall always have pleasure in welcoming my children's friends." Miss Cory was not slow to recognize the non-committal nature of this remark, but not being a lady of a very sensitive nature, and also being deceived by the Colonel's courteous tones, had no suspicion of his real thoughts concerning her. "I hear you've been away a number of years," she ventured. "Yes, 6. "And kind of out of the world too, I suppose." "Yes, if you can call India and Mesopotamia out of the world." "Well, I do in a way, although I hear the people of India are waking up. From what I can gather, the old order of things has passed away, even there. I shouldn't be surprised if we lose our Indian empire, and a good thing, too." "And why?" asked the Colonel. "It shows the movements of the age. It shows that the old bad past has come to an end. Why should a little island like England govern a huge peninsula like India? I believe in self-determination for all peoples and races in relation to government." "Indeed?" "Yes, all the thought of the age is in that direction. Individually and nationally, the world has been in swaddling clothes too long. No real progress is possible without absolute freedom to live our own lives, both nationally and individually. Don't you think so?" "I'm not sure I quite understand you," replied the Colonel. "I dare say not. You see, you've been out of it for several years." "Yes, I've been doing my best to help in the government of races who don't know how to govern themselves." "But I say, Eleanor, I haven't seen your mother yet. I hope she's well." "I'm sorry," said Eleanor, "but I think Mother will be waiting for Peggy. I can't think where she is. She promised to be here by 7:30. Ah, here she is." The Colonel glanced towards the door as his daughter spoke. As she had said, Peggy entered at that moment, accompanied by a young man. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 8. The Supper Party. Barnes had evidently dressed for the occasion. His clothes were carefully pressed, and his detachable cuffs were pulled to the right position over his hands. He wore a ring on each hand, and an imitation pearl in his tie-pin. A coloured silk handkerchief protruded from the breast pocket of his jacket, and he had taken great care that what he considered a sufficient quantity of it should appear. His black hair had been abundantly greased, and was brushed back from his forehead in the most approved fashion. The Colonel gave him a rapid glance, and then moved towards him. At any rate, the man was under his roof as his guest, and he could do no other than be courteous. "This is Jim," said Peggy, a little defiantly. "Jim?" queried the Colonel. "Yes, Jim Barnes." It would seem that Peggy had received instructions as to the manner of introduction. "Mr. Barnes? How do you do, Mr. Barnes?" "Proud to meet you, Colonel. I hope you are well, sir." "Yes, I'm very well, thank you." Of course I've heard a good deal about you, sir, as doubtless you've heard a good deal about me." "I'm afraid you have the advantage of me there, Mr. Barnes," replied the Colonel. "But supper is ready. Shall we go into the dining room?" "Now this is just what I like," remarked Barnes when they had taken their seats. "Just a homely sort of meal. Personally, I don't believe in dressing for dinner on a Sunday night. I'm old-fashioned, I am. Dinner in the middle of the day on Sunday, I say, and cold beef and pickles for supper. No dress clothes, and no servants bothering around." There was dead silence at this. For the moment Peggy was too nervous to talk, and it might seem that Barnes did not appeal much to the others. But he was not to be suppressed by silence, and he determined to be much in evidence. "How are you getting on, old thing?" he continued, turning to John. "Is the motor trade going hot?" "Were you speaking to me, Mr. Barnes?" asked John innocently. "Of course I was. You are the motor expert, aren't you? I suppose I shall see you sporting a Rolls-Royce soon." "No, Mr. Barnes, I don't know whether you are aware of it, but the Rolls-Royce is a very expensive car, and I am very poor." "Oh, but that's no obstacle. Hosts of people get cars on the hire system. It's the same with furniture. I dare say you've seen ads about it. Isn't that so, Ravenscroft?" "I really never noticed," replied Ravenscroft. "I was never well enough off to afford motor cars." "Come off the roof, old bean," laughed Barnes, "and don't think you can kid yours truly." Ravenscroft did not reply. To tell the truth, he was surprised to see a man of the Barnes order sitting at the Colonel's table, although he took no apparent notice. He looked towards Eleanor, but she was busy talking with her friend Tamsin Cory, and did not seem to be listening to what Barnes was saying. As for that gentleman, although he continued to talk freely, he could not help feeling that he was not making a good impression. To his surprise, his sallies did not meet with the approval he expected, and he could not quite understand the look on the Colonel's face. Still, he felt quite sure of himself. He reflected that he was not only the best dressed, but the best looking man in the room, and he had a sense of exhilaration that he was sitting at Colonel Trelawney's table with that gentleman's consent. "I suppose you find things a lot changed in England, Colonel?" he went on presently. "Changed? How?" "Well, I say for the better, although it's a debatable question, but there it is. A man is valued for what he's worth in these days. The spirit of democracy is abroad. Why, one of the biggest guns in the army was once a golf caddy. There are some who object to the idea, but all honour to him, I say." "Still, I don't understand you." "No? Well, I suppose that in the old days a man couldn't be an officer unless he was a bit of a swell, but the war has knocked all that to smithereens. Not but what we've gone a bit too far. I say that Tommy Atkins would rather serve under a gentleman than under one of his own class. Therefore, although I am liberal in my opinions, I say we ought to stick to the old spirit which made the saying an officer and a gentleman. The first ought to always mean the last. Don't you think so, Colonel?" "Certainly," replied the Colonel. "But what constitutes a gentleman, Mr. Barnes?" "That's a bit of a poser, Colonel. You've got me below the belt. Still, although there are no airs about me, I believe in old Lord Salisbury. He used to say that a gentleman always wanted to dress for dinner. There's something in it, you know. Not but what I prefer this kind of thing on a Sunday night. It may not be so classy as a regular dinner, but it's more homely. But as a regular thing, A gentleman likes to dress." "And that constitutes a gentleman." "In a way it does. Don't you think so? Of course there are other things." "I'm going to get a job as a waiter right away," laughed Davenport. "Want to, you old sport," laughed Barnes. "But look here, Davy, you know I'm right in the main." "Chivalry to women might also be regarded as a mark of a gentleman," remarked Miss Tamsin Cory. "Glad to hear you say that, Tamsin," replied Barnes. "Be always polite to the ladies is my motto, but isn't that a bit off your track?" "I don't see why." "Because you claim absolute equality between the sexes. Be straight now. If women are the equals of men, why should men treat women differently from what they treat men?" "One thing has struck me since my return home," put in the Colonel. "In the old days a gentleman always felt it his duty to be polite to the ladies, but that seems to have altered. I've noticed it in the subways, which are terribly crowded just now. Men will keep their seats and let women stand." "There may be more than one reason for that, Colonel," remarked Ravenscroft. "Tell me what you mean, Rod, my boy," rejoined the Colonel. Ravenscroft flushed with pleasure at hearing the Colonel speak to him in such a friendly way. "It's just this, sir," he replied. "In the early days of the war all the conveyances got terribly crowded, and then it was the exception for a man to sit while a woman was standing. Men practically always gave up their seats to women. Now I know it's different, but haven't women themselves to blame?" "How's that?" "Well, for one thing, what men gladly gave them as a courtesy, women claimed as a right. That put men's backs up. But that's not all. I think men respect women less than they did." "How? Why?" "Because women have become less womanly. I think it's the natural instinct of every decent man to honour women as women. But when they hear women swearing, when they see them, young girls especially, smoking and drinking in public places, when they hear them discussing delicate questions without a suggestion of womanly reserve, when, in short, they see them losing their modesty, men naturally refuse to pay homage to them." "That's all bunk," remarked Tamsin Cory. "Of course you know the present-day young woman better than I do," retorted Ravenscroft, "but that's how it strikes me." "Then don't you believe in the advancement of women?" "Depends what you mean by advancement. I mean this. Women of your Jane Austen type was a backboneless, simpering miss who was flabby, bloodless, without an opinion of her own. Her business was to get a husband, and when she'd got him it was her duty to be the chattel of the man, to breed children, to look after the house, and to be her husband's slave generally. What I mean by women's advancement is that she should be the man's equal in every respect, that she should be free to live her own life, that she should choose whether she'll have children or not, and be free to do all that a man does. Why should a woman be a man's slave? Why shouldn't she have exactly the same liberty a man has? Why should it be thought immodest for a woman to propose to a man? And why should she be tied down to the moral code which men have set up for women while they have their fling?" "Exactly," replied Ravenscroft. "That's why men are ceasing to pay homage to women." "Then women can do very well without men's homage, as you call it. For my own part, I demand freedom to live my own life in my own way, and every other woman of spirit demands to do the same." "I think your question as to the reason why men don't feel called upon to give up their seats for women, as they did years ago, is answered, Colonel," laughed Ravenscroft. The Colonel was silent. During Tamsin Cory's long speech he had been looking at Eleanor and Peggy, noting the eager look on their faces. "Tamsin is fair on it tonight, isn't she?" remarked Barnes. "Go to it, Tammy, old girl. I play the winner." "Oh, I know my views don't suit a certain class of men," retorted Tamsin. "But I put it to you, Mr. Ravenscroft, suppose you were born a woman, how would you like your liberties restricted? How would you like to have to play second fiddle to men? How would you like to have to recognize one standard for men and another for women? How would you like to be man's obedient slave? Don't you think women are equal to men?" "I think that the Almighty meant them to be superior," replied Ravenscroft, "and—" "Oh, save us from any pious piffle," interrupted Tamsin. "I think the Almighty meant them to be superior to men," repeated Ravenscroft. "Only women are giving up their superiority in order to gain equality. Not all, I'm glad to think. There are still a number who realize wherein a woman's true power lies. But there's a new spirit in the age, and that spirit doesn't improve women." "But look here," cried Tamsin, eager for battle. "What would you have women be? You talked just now about girls smoking and drinking in public places. Why shouldn't they, if they want? Men do. Men swear if they want to. Why shouldn't women? Would you have young girls think that babies are found under gooseberry bushes? Why shouldn't they know all there is to be known? Why shouldn't they talk about the facts of life, whatever they are, freely and frankly? And if they feel any law or custom is wrong, whether it's moral or physical, why shouldn't they break them?" "You think they should, I imagine." "Certainly I do. Why shouldn't they if they want? Are we to be tied down to such worn-out superstitions as marriage, and all sorts of cramping, paralyzing codes of propriety and morals?" "Then you believe in absolute liberty for women?" "I believe in exactly the same liberty for a woman as for a man. A father gives his son a latchkey. Why shouldn't he give one to his daughter? A young fellow goes to a public dance without a chaperone. Why shouldn't a girl? A young fellow has his fling. Why shouldn't his sister, if he has one, have the same liberty?" "Buck up, old bean!" cried Barnes, as Ravenscroft hesitated before replying. "Tammy has scored on you up to now. Go in for the respectable side, Roddy, and trot out your arguments." An angry flush mounted Ravenscroft's cheeks. He resented Barnes' impertinence, and felt like snubbing him. He glanced at the Colonel, and wondered what he thought of the conversation. To say the least of it, it seemed strange that he should allow such sentiments expressed in his house, and he wondered if he, Ravenscroft, would be within the bounds of good taste to continue the conversation. He judged by the look in the Colonel's eyes, however, that he wished him to answer Tamsin, so while he was anything but comfortable, he determined to go on. "It's not altogether a matter of argument, Mr. Barnes," he said with a slight emphasis on the Mr. "It's also a question of good taste. For example, I was in the smoking room of a golf club the other day, and a girl about 20 came in. She threw herself in an armchair, crossed her legs, which were freely exposed, took out a cigarette, lit it, and then ordered a liquor. The waiter was rather long in bringing it, and when he did appear, she asked him, with the aid of some swear words, what he'd been so long about." "Well, what's wrong about that?" asked Tamsin. "You'd have thought nothing of a man doing it." "I don't know about that," replied Ravenscroft, "but I do know that it didn't give me a very high opinion of the girl. Even though you may claim it was not wrong, it seemed to me in very bad taste. Some of the men who were there winked at each other, others lifted their eyebrows. After all, there's such a thing as womanliness." "But what about unwomanly? What's wrong in a cigarette? I'm hoping to smoke a few after supper. What's wrong in a liquor? Men have it. And if a man swears at a stupid waiter, why shouldn't a girl?" "At any rate, it goes to show why men are losing their honour for women," replied Ravenscroft. "But surely," interrupted the Colonel, "you are not serious in what you have just said? Such things were not dreamt of 10 years ago. That is, among nice girls." "Oh, it's not at all uncommon," replied Ravenscroft. "A new spirit has come into the age, and girls laugh at things which years ago would have shocked them. I suppose I have old-fashioned tastes, but think of the dances which are all the rage. Think, too, of the way girls dress or don't dress. We may laugh at old ideas, but the modern young woman doesn't help one to despise those ideas." "Noah and the Ark are more in your line, Rod," laughed Peggy. "Personally," said the Colonel, "I find Rod's views very much to my way of thinking." "But surely, Colonel," burst in Tamsin Cory, "you are not serious. You are a man of the world, and you can't agree with that tosh." "I'm mortally sure I do." "Well, I'm damned," muttered Tamsin under her breath. "It's not only that," interposed Mrs. Trelawney. "There seems to be a different standard of morals from what there was, especially among young girls. It's seen among them in every class. Some time ago I got a new servant. After she had been with me 3 days, she took her night out. I told her I expected her home at 10:30. She didn't say anything, but went out. 10:30 came, then 11:30, and she did not appear. I went to bed. The following morning, when she returned, I took her to task, but she refused to tell me where she had been or what she had been doing. In fact, she resented my inquiring into what she called her private affairs." "Of course, that's a bit strong," said Tamsin, "but we shall have to adapt our ideas, that's all." "I'll give up housekeeping first," was Mrs. Trelawney's retort. "The fact is," went on Tamsin, "we may as well settle it first as last, that the old order of things is dead. There is a new spirit in the air, as Ravenscroft has said. For my own part, I think it is good. Think of the old ideas about marriage. When a woman got married, she promised to stay with one man and keep only to him till death. But it's against human nature, so why not away with such exploded fallacies? Personally, if the institution of marriage is to continue at all, I would have divorce made easy. But there, perhaps I am treading on delicate ground." "I think you are," replied the Colonel, somewhat grimly. "All the same, such things will have to be faced," went on Tamsin. "I'm pretty moderate myself, but revolution is in the air. The old cruel, unnatural bandages are being snapped. Superstitious religions and otherwise are being exploded." "Have we all finished?" asked the Colonel. "If so, I'll return thanks, and then we'll go into the lounge." 2 hours later the Colonel saw his guest to the door. It was easy to see that he was annoyed, and yet curiously interested. In many respects the evening had been a revelation to him, and he was more perturbed than he had been since his return. His eyes had become hard, his features set. "No, don't go to bed yet," he said to Eleanor and Peggy, who were preparing to leave the room. "Why, have you anything to say to us?" asked Eleanor. "Yes. I have. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 9. I'm engaged to Jim. Am I to understand, said the Colonel, turning to Peggy, that any love passages have passed between you and this man Barnes? Well, what if there have? I'm asking a question. Yes, I'm engaged to Jim, cried Peggy defiantly. Without my knowledge or consent? How could I get that when you were away? Without your mother's consent, then. Mother knew I was fond of him. I've done nothing sneaky. I brought him home. I told Mother what I meant to do. And do you really mean to tell me that you've engaged yourself to him? I've promised I'll marry him, yes. You, a child of 18. What's that to do with it? I'm old enough to know my own mind. I'm not a kid. I know what's what. Then my consent doesn't count. I don't see why it should, if I like him. Very well. I see where we stand. Now then, I want to say this. I absolutely forbid you to have any further associations with him in any form. You mean to say that you forbid him to come here? Absolutely. Why? What has he done? Besides, I don't care what you say. I'm fond of Jim, and I shall marry him. Not with my consent. Why? What have you against him? I've everything against him. He isn't a gentleman. He's just a common bounder. He's nothing of the sort. He's as good as your pattern boy there. He's better looking. He's more of a gentleman, and I don't care what you say. Now, Peggy, let there be no misunderstanding. I allowed you to bring him here tonight because of what you said about him, and because of what your mother told me. I decided to see him and judge for myself. Well, I have seen him. I've listened to him. I've watched his face. I've summed up his character, and I've made up my mind about him. Why, can't you see the kind of fellow he is? Don't your own instincts help you to see that he has nothing in common with us? That's pure snobbery, cried Peggy in a rage. I can see what you've got against him. You say he isn't a gentleman. You are a snob. That's what you are. Just a snob. Isn't a real estate agent just as good as a motor mechanic? And that's what your own son is. He was an officer in the army, just as you are yourself. His business or his profession has nothing to do with my judgment of him, replied the Colonel. I don't object to him because of his evident lack of education, or even of good manners, although those things are important. But he's common by instinct. He's a common bounder to the heart's core, and more than that, he's not a good chap. I tell you this, much as I might have been grieved if you had told me you were fond of a bricklayer, a plumber, or any sort of mechanic, and I found him to be clean-minded, and had the instincts of a gentleman. I wouldn't have minded so much. I don't say I shouldn't have tried to dissuade you. I probably should. In any case, I should have insisted on your waiting a year or two until you were old enough to form a judgment. But I wouldn't have met you with a non-possumus. But this fellow has not the suggestion of a gentleman. He's vulgar through and through, and more than that, he's without manliness or principle. He hasn't right feelings. He's good enough for me, anyhow, defied Peggy. I hope not. I sincerely hope not, replied the Colonel. Anyhow, my mind's made up. And so is mine. You mean to disobey me? Yes. If you won't give your consent to my marrying Jim, I shall marry him without." The Colonel was on the point of speaking angrily, but he restrained himself. He had, for hours, been suffering keenly, and his nerves were getting raw. But he realized that, perhaps, the whole future of his children's lives hung in the balance, and he was anxious that no hasty word of his should be thrown in the wrong scale. "Peggy, my dear," he said, "I am not saying this so much for my sake as for yours. If you were to do as you say, you will regret it within 6 months. I tell you, he's a bad fellow." "I don't want a plaster of Paris saint. Besides, I don't believe what people say about him. You've been listening to a lot of gossip." "I've been listening to nothing, and I know nothing but what I've seen and heard for myself. That, however, is enough for me. I forbid him to come to the house. I forbid you to have anything to do with him. If he comes here again, I shall show him the door." "If you do, I shall go to him." "I sincerely hope not. If you do, you go to your own ruin." In spite of her turbulent spirit, Peggy was for the moment silenced. There was something not only in her father's words, but in his presence, that made her afraid. A great dread came into her heart that he spoke the truth. "Do you mean to lock me in my room and feed me on bread and water?" she asked sullenly. "It might be doing you a kindness if I did," replied the Colonel, "but I'm not that kind of man. Still, I've decided on my course of action. I absolutely forbid you having anything more to say to Barnes." "Then I shall take my own course." "Not if I can prevent it." "But what will you do?" "That depends." Peggy turned to John with passionate flashing eyes. "You sneak! You tell-tale! You pious prig!" she cried. "I owe this to you. You've been telling lies about Jim. Because your fine friends sneer at him, you've—" "Please stop," interrupted the Colonel. "John has told me nothing about this fellow Barnes. Not one word. Now I think I've said enough. You understand exactly how things stand. You'd better go to bed now, and think over what I have said. Perhaps you'll see in the morning that I've taken the right course." "No, I shan't. If you've made up your mind, I've made up mine. Jim's as good as we are. Besides, he's not a bit worse than others." "I've nothing to do with that. Ordinarily, I shouldn't give such a fellow a second thought, except to say that if he's a type of the young men of his class, we're in a bad way. It's only when he threatens to ruin my child's life that I take notice of him." "But why do you throw all your high-flown fireworks at me? I'm sure Jim's not nearly so advanced as Tamsin Cory, and you've not said a word about her. And she's one of Eleanor's bosom friends." The Colonel hesitated a second. "I'm awfully sorry that on this, my first Sunday night at home, all this has happened," he said. "But if I have said nothing to her, it is only because I wanted to clear this Barnes business out of the way first. My objection to Miss Tamsin Cory, as Eleanor's friend, is just as strong as my objection to Barnes as your fiancé." A silence followed the Colonel's remarks, a silence that was painful. Presently Mrs. Trelawney gave a long, quivering sigh, as though she dreaded what would come next. John looked from one face to another, as if calculating what the upshot would be, while Peggy, for the moment cowed, seemed to be wondering what to say. Possibly she might have yielded to her father's personality had she been alone, but during the whole conversation she was influenced by the fact that Eleanor was by her side and that she would support her. "I suppose, then," replied Eleanor frigidly, "that Tamsin is also forbidden the sacred precincts of this august establishment." "Yes, I refuse to have her here." "Might one ask why?" "For the same reason that I would refuse the admission of one suffering from smallpox." "That is unjust. Tamsin is a pure-minded woman. She may be unconventional. She naturally refuses to be tied down to foolish superstitions, but I am proud to call her my friend." "I suppose the sanctity of marriage is one of the things she classes under the head of foolish superstitions." "Possibly she would be regarded as having liberal ideas on that question." "Liberal ideas!" And the Colonel's voice had an angry ring in it. "The woman actually had the audacity to tell me that she regarded marriage as an effete institution, and that, according to her ideas, any woman had the right to have children without paying any attention to marriage laws." "Personally, I do not support her in all her views. All the same, I am sure she has good reasons for holding them." The Colonel was for a few seconds speechless with indignation. That his daughter, a girl of 21 years of age, should have such ideas was almost more than he could bear. "Really, father," went on Eleanor, "I think you are entirely unreasonable. Such questions are in the air and will have to be faced. You do not seem to realize that we live in a new age, and that people are thinking out the problems of life for themselves." "And might one ask whether you favor this woman's so-called liberal ideas on marriage?" "I? Oh, I hate the idea of marriage. To me it is detestable. That's why I think Peggy is a fool to be fond of Jim Barnes. But that's her affair. Each person must do what he or she thinks best. No one has the right to interfere in another's conduct of his or her own life." She spoke with perfect calmness, and although her tremulous lips and quivering fingers showed that she was much excited, she was able to control her voice perfectly. "I suppose these are the thoughts you have imbibed from your friends?" asked the Colonel. "I don't know who I got them from. Neither does it seem to me that it matters. But I claim the right to think for myself and act for myself." "Then I suppose your mother and I don't count." Eleanor was silent. "Anyhow," went on the Colonel, "I absolutely forbid such friendships as that of this woman. I will not have her, or her sort, here." "Perhaps you remember the old saying about Mahomet and the mountain," replied Eleanor coolly. "Is that a threat?" "Perhaps it is." "Oh, please, please, don't quarrel," cried Mrs. Trelawney. "Eleanor, can't you see how foolish, how unfilial you are?" "I have no wish to quarrel," replied Eleanor. "It is so vulgar." "Then you refuse to obey me?" asked the Colonel. "Call it what you like," replied the girl. "Have you anything more to say? I'm rather tired, and such scenes as this bore me." Without another word, she rose and left the room, followed by Peggy, the Colonel watching them with sad eyes. "Oh, what shall we do?" wailed Mrs. Trelawney. "You can't drive them out of the house, darling. Think what might become of them if you did. And after all, they are only children." The Colonel did not speak. He felt that he had come to an impasse. He dreaded the thought of them leaving home, and yet that was doubtless what they had in their minds if he did not yield to their way of thinking. Peggy he thought he understood, but Eleanor was a problem that baffled him entirely. "I must go to them, I really must," cried Mrs. Trelawney. "This is really worse than I thought. I hoped, oh, I did hope, that when you came home you'd put matters right. But they seem worse than ever. Mayn't I tell them that you'll take time to consider, or something of that sort?" "No," replied the Colonel. "But I may go to them, mayn't I?" "That goes without saying, Alice. They are your children as much as they are mine, but please don't lead them to think I shall yield in this matter." "But I want to tell them that you are acting for their good, and that you love them." "I think they know that. They must know it. All the same, no child of mine shall have her life ruined by such a fellow as Barnes if I can help it, while that woman Corey's thoughts are just poison." "But what if they persist, darling? You see how headstrong they are, and really I don't see what you can do." "Nor can I, at present." Mrs. Trelawney gave him a despairing look and left the room, while John looked at his father wonderingly. "John, my boy, come into my study with me, will you?" John followed his father into the den without a word. He wondered why he wanted him. "This is a bad business, my boy," said the Colonel as he lit his pipe. "I'm awfully sorry it should have happened, but I don't think I could have helped it." "No, Dad, I don't think you could." "I feel rather lonely, rather helpless, and very sad," went on the Colonel. "I had looked forward to a different homecoming. I naturally thought, too, that my girls' friends would be such as I could gladly welcome, just as I welcome Ravenscroft and Davenport. Those are good chaps, John, and I'm glad you know them. I shall always be pleased to see them here." John flushed with pleasure. As his mother had said, he had become something of a hero worshipper, and the boy's heart had gone out to his father. "My boy," continued the Colonel, "I want your help." "In what way, Dad? I don't understand." "It's difficult to tell you, but you can see how I am situated. Those two girls are utterly turbulent, utterly defiant. They mean to go their own way, altogether regardless of me, and that will mean their ruin. Don't you think so?" "With Peggy," assented John. "As for Eleanor, I don't know." "How don't you know?" "She's a curious girl. She was always very reserved, and would never make a pal of me." "And Peggy?" "We used to hit it off very well, till she took up with that fellow Barnes. It's this way," went on John. "The war upset everything, and Mother got terribly bothered." "How?" "It was the money business, sir. Everything became twice as dear, and I'm afraid Trev was extravagant. Mother didn't know what to do. As you already know, Eleanor got a job in a government office, and was earning good money. She's very clever. She learned to do things like magic, but she didn't bring much money home. That was why I got a job. Mr. Davenport took me on and said I was very useful. Then Peg insisted on leaving school and working at a munition factory. That, I think, led to everything else." "In what way?" "There was a curious lot of people at these munition factories. Some of the girls were a bad lot, and many of them were very common." "Yes, I had a pretty good idea about this," replied the Colonel. "But what made you think that although there might be danger for Peggy, you weren't sure about Eleanor?" "I don't know much about girls, sir. They are not much in my line. I've been too busy about other things. But Peg's hot and passionate, while Eleanor's as cold as an icicle. She calculates about everything. She isn't like most girls. Excuse me, sir, but I accidentally heard a fellow talking about her one day, and he described her as sexless. That's why I doubt whether there's any danger for her. She's fond of dress, and she goes her own way. but men don't seem to have any attraction for her. Peg is all the other way." The Colonel was silent for a few seconds, while John flushed a fiery red at his own speech. "Do you know anything about Barnes?" asked the Colonel. "A common bounder!" cried John savagely. "I say, Dad, I'm awfully sorry for you. I did my best to help Mother, but girls are just awful in these days. I went one night to one of these public dances, jazz dances, you know, and the way some of the girls talked was simply awful. You've no idea." "Tell me what you mean, my son. Remember that I was once a young fellow, just as you are, and can understand you." "Oh, I don't know that I came up against anything that you'd call absolutely wrong, but I danced with a girl who was living in a flat with 2 other girls. She told me that they did this because their parents refused them latchkeys and wouldn't allow them to live their own life, as she called it. They were supposed to be respectable girls, and they'd all got jobs, whereby they paid their own way. She introduced me to the other girls afterwards, and they invited me and 2 other fellows to take them home to their flat after the dance." "And did you go?" "No, sir, I didn't. I knew Mother wouldn't like it. I couldn't conceive of her doing such a thing when she was a girl." "Thank God you couldn't!" ejaculated the Colonel. "I don't think they meant anything wrong, sir," stammered John. "But there you have it. Thousands of girls in London, in order to live their own lives, as they call it, go off on their own, and often, from what I hear, things turn out badly." "You mean that they go to the bad?" "It would be a wonder if they didn't, sir, though of course there are lots of them who go perfectly straight." "I'd no idea things had gone so far," muttered the Colonel to himself. "Oh, it's quite common from what I hear," rejoined John. "It may be all right to some girls, but others pick up with bad fellows and they lose their heads. Anyhow, that's the kind of thing our girls are up against. Before you came home they did just what they liked with Mother. They frightened her by saying that if they didn't have their own way they'd leave home, and so things just drifted. Peg picked up with Barnes, and Eleanor got mixed up with creatures like Tamsin Cory. I didn't tell you at first, sir. I thought I might do harm, but things are different now." The Colonel was silent a few seconds. He believed that John, boy though he was, had given a pretty accurate diagnosis of the situation, and it was a great comfort to him to feel that they were friends. "My boy," he said, laying his hand on John's arm, "you and I together must get the girls out of this tangle." "What can one do?" asked John of the practical mind. "Can you find out all there is to know about Barnes?" John's eyes flashed with quick intelligence. "I dare say I could, sir, but I'm afraid it would do no good. You see, Peg doesn't care. She laughs at what she calls copybook morality, and doesn't it seem rather a melodramatic way of working?" The Colonel saw what was going on in the boy's mind, and realized that, quiet and unostentatious as he was, he had a quick brain and a keen intuition. It was a great joy to the Colonel to have such a son. "Perhaps it is," he admitted, "but I must save Peg from marrying a fellow like that. Anyhow, I can depend upon you to help me." "Yes, sir, that goes without saying, but no one knows what goes on in the mind of a girl like Peg, and Barnes has infatuated her. Besides, you are at the War Office all day, while I have to be at the works." "Yes, I know. Still, you and I must work together, my boy." The next morning the Colonel started for Westminster before the girls appeared for breakfast. John, on the other hand, had left the house soon after 6. Neither Eleanor nor Peggy appeared till 10, and then both of them refused to make any response to their mother's overtures in order to obtain their confidence. About 11 o'clock both went out together, and neither returned till late in the evening. Both refused to tell their mother where they had been. Tuesday was practically a repetition of Monday. On Wednesday morning, however, something happened. A letter from Trevor arrived, saying that he had been ordered to Ireland, and that if his father wished to see him, he must come to Plymouth immediately. By the same post, also, the Colonel received the following. Dear Colonel, Peg has told me something which seems to me so outrageous that I am compelled to write asking you for an interview without delay. Unless I hear from you to the contrary, I will do myself the honour of calling at your residence tomorrow, Wednesday, evening, about 8:30. Any communication addressed to 8 Bywell Street West, and reaching there between the hours of 9 and 6, will be delivered to your obedient servant, James Barnes. The signature was ornamented by many flourishes. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 10. The Army and Navy Club Interview. At 11 o'clock the following morning, Mr. James Barnes received the following note. Colonel Trelawney cannot see Mr. Barnes at Hampstead, but if he will be at the Army and Navy Club at 6:30 this evening, he will endeavour to give him the interview he asks for. Short but to the point, reflected Mr. Barnes. I thought I would make him sit up. Who's writing you from the War Office, Barnes? Asked a fellow clerk, who had handed him the letter and noticed the official stamp. A private matter, replied Barnes, with a superior air. Oh, you needn't be so stuck on yourself. Anything to do with back pay? Well, Wilkins, I wouldn't tell everybody, replied Barnes, but it's a letter from the old man of my little bit of goods. What? Colonel Trelawney? Oh, you know his name, do you? How these things leak out. He's some swell, I can tell you. One of the oldest families in England, and all that sort of thing. I hear he's to be made general, and that'll mean a baronetcy, if not something bigger. I've heard the Trelawneys are big guns in their way, but I'm told they've no dough to speak of. The dough'll be all right, Wilkins, old man. I'm not a bragging sort of chap, but I can go as far as that. Is it all settled up, then? As good as settled. Do you mean to say that Colonel Trelawney has consented to your marrying his girl? Practically. Between you and me, old man, and this mustn't go any further, this is a letter from the Colonel inviting me to dine with him at the Army and Navy Club tonight. I expect we shall settle everything up then over a bottle of fizz. Likely story, retorted the other. You needn't believe me unless you like, replied Barnes, but if you want to be convinced, you can come with me to the door of the club. You can't ask for a better proof than that, can you? Wilkins was duly impressed. He still had his doubts, but as the envelope evidenced the fact that it came from the War Office, and as Barnes spoke so confidently, he concluded that there must be something in it. I know I'm marrying a bit above me, in a way, admitted Barnes, but the Colonel knows what's what. I was up there to supper on Sunday. Lots of swells there. Of course, there was no chance to settle things then, but he saw I wasn't the kind of chap to be sneezed at, and he could see that his youngest girl was fair gone on me." Even yet, Wilkins was not quite convinced. He was an open-eyed fellow, and it did not seem at all right that a man of the Barnes stamp would be received by Colonel Trelawney, even although things were topsy-turvy, and Peggy was known to have been seen with him. But before the day was out, he had told several mutual friends what Barnes had told him, as that gentleman felt sure he would. Punctually at 6:30, Barnes appeared at the door of the Army and Navy Club. He was rather disturbed about the question of dress, and was not sure whether he ought not to have appeared in what he called his war paint. But there was not time after 6, at which hour his office closed, for him to get to Camden Town and return by the time the Colonel had mentioned. So he had to make the best of his office attire, and tried to assure himself that he was as good as the best of 'em. Still, he felt very uncomfortable as he stood at the club door. Never once, in spite of his best endeavours, had he been admitted within its portals. It is true he had had a nodding acquaintance with men who were members there, but they had always treated him very distantly, and never spoke to him, except on purely military matters. That was why, although he determined, as he put it, to stand no lip from anyone, he felt rather odd. He therefore passed into the club and made his way to an official. "Is Colonel Trelawney here?" he asked. The man gave him a quick glance. "What name?" he asked. Barnes pulled out a card and gave it to him. "You give him that, my man," he said condescendingly. "The Colonel's a friend of mine. I have an appointment with him." "Will you come this way?" he said to Barnes a few minutes later. Barnes followed the man upstairs, and presently found himself in what he took to be a private room, where the Colonel sat alone. "You said you wished to see me?" remarked the Colonel, as soon as the club servant had gone. Barnes was taken aback at the Colonel's peremptory manner. It might be that he was back in the army again, and that he had to appear before his CO. on account of some delinquency. Still, he determined to carry out the plan of action on which he had decided. "My word, Colonel, you do yourself very well here," he remarked pleasantly. "This is a nice club, and no mistake. Of course, it's not as fine a building as the old National Liberal, where a man I know used to be a member. Still, it's more classy." The Colonel did not speak. He determined to give him no help whatever. "I've often heard of this place," went on Barnes, "although I was not long enough in the army to get elected a member. But I've been told a great deal about it. I heard one man say that you could get the best whiskey in London here." "He can't refuse to order a drink after that," he reflected, "and then we shall get on a friendly footing." But the Colonel ordered no whiskey. He stood in silence, waiting for his visitor to state his business. "Do you mind my sitting down?" persisted Barnes. "I've had a fairly busy day, and feel a bit leggy." "You wrote saying you wished to see me, Mr. Barnes," was the Colonel's response. "As I have another appointment shortly, I shall be glad if you'll state your business at once." Barnes felt he was not getting on. His programme was being destroyed at the outset, and he felt at a loss what to say. "Well, Colonel," he stammered. "When I saw Peg on Monday night, I beg your pardon," interrupted the Colonel. "When you saw whom?" "Peg," repeated Barnes. "When I saw Peg, your daughter, you know." "Since when have I given you permission to call my daughter by a name only used by her family?" asked the Colonel coldly. "Come now, Colonel," replied Barnes, "that's coming it a bit too strong. You know as well as I that we've been sweet on each other for months. You invited me to come to your house on Sunday night, in a friendly way, for a bit of supper, and I came. Everything, as I thought, passed off all right, and I quite thought that everything would be settled up between us. But when Peg told me you wouldn't have me at your house again, in fact, when she told me that you had put the kibosh on everything, I felt that I could do no other than demand to have it out with you." "To have it out with me," repeated the Colonel. "Yes, to talk it over quietly as man to man. I don't want any unpleasantness, Colonel, but I tell you straight, I'm not the kind of fellow who can take a thing like that lying down. This is not an army matter. This isn't, and you can't come the high horse over me." "I don't understand your figures of speech, Mr. Barnes. Will you tell me exactly what you wish to say?" "I've told you straight what I mean. I'm sweet on Peg, and I'm not ashamed of it. We've been going out together for some time, and my people are ready to receive her. As I said before, I accepted your invitation to supper on Sunday in a friendly spirit, but I'm not going to stand being insulted." "Being insulted?" "Yes, insulted. Come off the roof and talk it out as man to man, that's what I say. You told Peg that you wouldn't have me at the house again. You told her that she must chuck me. Well, I'm not going to stand being chucked, see? I've got my feelings, and I'm prepared to marry her, fair and square, in a perfectly honourable way. That's me." "Let me understand," said the Colonel. "You wish to ask my consent to your being engaged to my daughter. Is that it?" "Well, in a way it is," replied Barnes. "I shouldn't put it like that myself, for Peg and I have fixed it up between us. Personally, I don't want any flim-flam, but since you put it that way, let it be so." "Thank you," replied the Colonel. "But while I appreciate the honour of your proposal, I cannot give my consent." For a moment Barnes was nonplussed. He felt that somehow he was making no progress with the man who met all his overtures with cold, cutting politeness. "At any rate, I have a right to ask your reasons for saying that," he blustered. "Perhaps so, Mr. Barnes, but I do not propose to give them. Please understand, however, that all intimacy, all connections of whatever sort, between you and any member of my family must cease." "Look here," cried Barnes in a rage. "I've asked straight, I have. If you had some chaps to deal with, seeing how sweet Peg is on me, there might have been a different story to tell. But I'm doing the honourable thing, and I'm damned if—" "Pardon me, Mr. Barnes," interrupted the Colonel, "but this is a gentleman's club, and if you don't moderate both your manner and your speech, I shall be obliged to ring for a servant and have you shown out." "You mean to say that you meet me with a direct refusal, then?" "Absolutely. Please understand that." "Why? How are you better than I am? In which way is Peg superior to me?" Pardon me, Mr. Barnes. I have claimed no superiority. I simply state that I do not consent to your proposal." The Colonel's quiet tones helped Barnes to control himself. He was not so much in love with Peggy that he did not see the true issues of the case. If he married her without the Colonel's consent, he would gain very little advantage by the marriage. He might boast as much as he liked, but he would continue to be an outsider, and he would never have such another chance to get a foothold into what he termed an aristocratic family. "Look here, Colonel," he cried eagerly, "I hope I understand a gentleman's feelings. You've only been home a week, and this has come upon you a bit sudden like. I'm in no such hurry as all that. I'm willing to let the matter stand over for a bit, say a year, and if at the end of that time we are both of the same mind, will you consent then? There, you can't say that isn't fair." For a moment the Colonel was tempted. Could he not settle the matter on these lines? Could he not insist on a 2 years' probation, during which time the two were not to meet or correspond in any way? He felt sure that by the end of that time Peggy would have gotten over her infatuation, and the whole thing would die a natural death. He was almost on the point of making such a suggestion when he gave Barnes another look over. No, he could not. In spite of the fellow's good looks and fine physique, he was a vulgar, ill-bred, common bounder. He could not temporize with him. Besides, the Colonel had throughout all the years of his responsible life held to the rule that delay and temporization were a sign of weakness. It only meant the postponement of an evil day, and was an unworthy method for a strong man. "Let's get the thing settled and out of the way once and for all," he had said again and again concerning awkward things which had cropped up in the pathway of his life. Indeed, this had become a fixed principle of his life. That was why, although it might seem sound policy to play for time just now, he could not do it. It would not be honourable. Neither in 2 nor in 20 years could he see himself consenting to any kind of intimacy. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 11. Unacceptable Advice. While Mr. James Barnes was making his way towards the station, Eleanor Trelawney was climbing the hill which led from the station to her father's house. Usually calm and cold, the girl was much excited. During the day she had had conversation with Miss Tamsin Cory and 1 or 2 others of the same ilk, and afterwards had taken a step which was destined to prove very important in her life's history. She had often boasted to herself that she seldom acted on impulse, but submitted everything to the cold test of reason. But it might appear just at present that she was untrue to this boast. Even as she walked across the heath, her lips were tremulous, while in her eyes was a look which suggested apprehension, if not fear. "Miss Trelawney!" She gave a start, as if caught in some guilty act, but a moment later a look of relief passed across her face. "I saw you leaving the station, and took the liberty of following you. You don't mind, do you?" It was Roderick Ravenscroft who spoke, and from the earnest look he gave her, it might appear that he had something important in his mind. "The Heath is not private property," was her laughing reply. "No, thank goodness. Are you on your way home?" "I suppose so." "Does that mean that you are in no hurry? Well, why should you be? It's a beautiful evening, and spring is showing everywhere. Will you let me walk with you?" Eleanor assented almost eagerly. There was a kind of calm strength in Ravenscroft's presence, and although she had more than once spoken of him as awfully conventional, she rather admired him. Indeed, although she had never confessed it, even to herself, she had more than an ordinary interest in him. Instead of going straight towards her home, they turned into a path which led to the less frequented parts of the Heath. "I hope you are all right at home, Miss Trelawney," said Ravenscroft rather awkwardly, after they had gone a few steps together. "I don't think anyone's there except Mother," was her answer. "I don't know where Peg is, and Father and John left the house early this morning." "Yes, of course, your father'll be at the War Office. As you know, I met him for the first time on Sunday, and I say, you must be awfully proud of him." "Why?" "Why? I think he's one of the grandest men I ever met. Just the perfect specimen of an English officer, who is also an English gentleman." "I thought you seemed very struck by him." "I was. It isn't often one meets such a man. If I'd remained in the army, I'd have given anything to serve under him. By Jove, he's the kind of man for whom his men will go anywhere, or do anything. I've been hearing today of his work in the East, and how, by his coolness, his courage, and his iron will, he's carried through some terribly difficult jobs." "Do you admire these iron-willed men?" "Yes, when they are like he is. You see, he's so kind and reasonable, and never expects or asks for anything but what is right." Eleanor was silent. "He's always so courteous, too. I couldn't help noticing it on Sunday. No matter how much he abominated Miss Cory's views, and I'm positive he did, he seemed always to remember that she was a guest in his house." Eleanor grew slightly angry at this. She remembered the conversation that took place afterwards. "Do you know," went on Ravenscroft, "that I almost dreaded meeting him? I had something to say to him, and I dreaded how he would meet me." "And did you say what you wanted to say?" "Yes," replied Ravenscroft, flushing somewhat. "Shall I tell you what it was?" "And did he meet you kindly?" she asked, taking no notice of his question. "Very kindly. Miss Trelawney, may I ask you something?" "I can't keep you from asking anything you like, can I?" And she felt her heart beating rapidly. "It's this," said Ravenscroft. "Of course it's an awful liberty for me to take, but I hope you won't mind. You don't agree with that woman, do you?" "What woman?" "Miss Cory. Of course, I know such people exist, and that such views as she holds are becoming very common, but I do hope that you hate them. Indeed," he went on hurriedly, "I was rather surprised to see her there as your friend. I know it's awfully cheeky on my part to say so, but I can't help it." "And supposing I do?" "Oh, but you couldn't, you know. No lady could." Ravenscroft had said more than he intended. He was much excited at being alone with Eleanor, and in his excitement forgot himself. He knew that Miss Cory had been at the Trelawney home as Eleanor's friend, and could not quite understand it, and yet he felt he had no right, much as he desired it, to condemn such a friendship. "Then you do not class Miss Cory as a lady?" "Who could? I could, and do." "I'm awfully sorry." "I don't see what you've to be sorry about. My friendships are rather a personal matter, and I fail to see why any she hesitated for a word, outsider should interfere." "Miss Trelawney," said Ravenscroft eagerly, "I didn't mean to say this, and yet I'm sure you must know. I hope I'm not an outsider, as far as your house is concerned. I very much want to become one of you. You must surely know that. That's why that woman made me a bit angry. Had she been in some other house or someone else's friend, I shouldn't have given her a second thought, except to laugh at her." Ravenscroft was rather unfortunate in his remarks, but he was excited. He was not quite sure of his ground with Eleanor, and yet he was angry at the thought of her being the friend of such a woman as Tamsin Cory. "Laugh at her, indeed!" Eleanor was irritated by his words, although much that he said pleased her. "You laugh at Tamsin Cory! Why, she's one of the most intellectual women I know." "I'm sorry you know her at all," interjected Ravenscroft, making another unpolitic move. "I fail to see why," replied his companion coldly. "Indeed, I do not understand what you have to do with my friendships. Aren't you taking a great deal upon yourself?" "I'm afraid I am," admitted Ravenscroft. "But surely you know why I'm so interested in you that I hate to see you in the society of such a woman. Surely you don't agree with her. Surely you don't accept her ideas about morality. They are not decent, you know." "Really, Mr. Ravenscroft, I've no recollection of ever giving you permission to discuss my closest friends with me. As to what views I hold, I rather think that is purely a personal matter." "I know I'm awfully rude," persisted Ravenscroft, "and I can't forgive myself for angering you. But I say, Miss Trelawney, have I made a mistake? I He was tremendously excited. "I had hoped, sincerely hoped, passionately hoped that, although our acquaintance has not been a very long one, you cared enough for me to allow me to speak freely about such things." "Such things as what?" "Such things as friendships," replied Ravenscroft, vainly trying to lead the conversation into the channel he desired. "Then I'm afraid you have made a mistake," replied Eleanor coldly. "I should never think of allowing anyone to interfere with my friendships, to say nothing of a casual visitor to my father's house." "But surely," said Ravenscroft, still floundering, "your father does not favour your intimacy with that woman?" "I beg your pardon, but I refuse to discuss my father's wishes." "I'm sure I apologize," said Roderick, who was also getting a little angry. "No doubt I have been very foolish, perhaps presumptuous." Still he was in love with this girl, and he felt sure that it was owing to his own clumsiness that the conversation had been so unsatisfactory. He did not believe, could not, that Eleanor could really care for a woman he felt to be vulgar, if not immoral. Perhaps in a thoughtless moment she had invited her to her father's house, but he did not believe Eleanor was really influenced by her. Of course, he knew she held somewhat advanced views, but so did lots of other girls he knew, and he was so much in love with her that he had not paid them serious attention. He determined he would make one more try, and again he took the wrong course. "Miss Trelawney," he said, after they had walked some distance in silence, "I'm sure you can't mean it." "Mean what?" "What you said." "What did I say?" "That Miss Cory was your dearest friend." "But I do say it. She is my dearest friend." "And do you believe as she believes?" "About what?" "Why, all that wild talk about women and marriage." "I don't blindly follow anyone, but in the main I agree with her. Personally, I hate the thought of marriage. How any self-respecting woman can consent to become the chattel of a man, to give her life to a man, is beyond me. The whole thought is disgusting." Eleanor had said more than she meant, far more than she believed, but she did not have her usual control over herself. The decision she had made that day affected her more than she had realized. In her heart of hearts, Eleanor knew that her father was right, and yet so much had she been influenced by the people with whom she had met, that she determined to fight her battle to the last. After listening much to a certain class of women, she half believed in what they said, and so fully had she accepted their views about what they called women's inalienable right to liberty, that it had become a sort of passion with her. In a sense, only a part of the girl's nature was aroused. On the intellectual side she was fully developed, but she had not realized her womanhood. As a child she had never been fond of dolls, and had never been fully conscious of what, for want of a better word, may be termed the maternal side of her nature. Like many girls of her age, she was somewhat of a revolutionist by nature, and owing to a lack of strong guiding influences in her home life, and moved to admiration of what she called the unconventionality of the women she had met, she was unbalanced. Added to all this was the fact that religious influences had been largely eliminated. The advanced women she had met spoke of religion as an unnatural restriction of human liberty, and this fact had determined her to oppose her father if he should attempt to use parental authority. She was not what might be called an affectionate girl, and yet, in a way she could not understand, she hungered for affection. She professed to scorn marriage, and yet, in spite of the fact that she was angry with Peggy for her infatuation for Barnes, she aided and abetted her in her disobedience to her father, and although she despised Barnes, she almost envied her sister. "You are serious in this, Miss Trelawney?" asked Ravenscroft, after a somewhat painful silence. "Perfectly serious." "Then I am mistaken. Please forgive me. Had I known that, I would not, of course, have bothered you. Neither will I tell you what I longed to tell you. You would not understand. It would have been too sacred for you to comprehend. My eyes are opened now, and of course, I'm tremendously sorry." After that they talked on the merest commonplaces until they reached Colonel Trelawney's house. "Won't you come in and speak to Mother?" she asked. "No, thank you. It's nearly dinner time, and my people will be expecting me. Good evening." Eleanor Trelawney went straight into her own room, nervous, irritable, and low-spirited. She could not understand. She was disappointed, angry with herself. She had been true to what she called her convictions, but she was not satisfied. She felt sure she knew what Rod Ravenscroft had meant to say to her, and the thought brought a feeling to her heart akin to pain. There was something else, too, something wonderful, indefinable. Then her mind flew back to the experiences of the previous Sunday night, and her father's imperative command that she should see no more of such women as Tamsin Cory. She remembered, too, what she had done that day, and wondered if she had done right. Yes, she did admire her father, and in her heart of hearts she knew that he was only doing what was right. After all, she herself had often felt uncomfortable at the talk of the advanced women. Perhaps had Colonel Trelawney come into the room at that moment, Eleanor's life story might have been different. In a way she could not understand, she longed for affection, longed for loving advice and guidance. Did Rod Ravenscroft care for her? Was that what he meant? Her heart beat faster at the thought, and yet no. She hated the idea of marriage, and she would be free to live her own life, no matter what her father might say. Dinner was to be late that evening. Colonel Trelawney had phoned that he could not get home till after 8 o'clock, and she found herself dressed and ready before the bell rang. "Peg, where have you been?" she asked, as she heard her sister's footsteps outside the door. "I'll tell you after dinner. There, His Serene Highness has arrived. He's talking with the pattern boy." Eleanor was quite calm as presently she met the family at dinner, and as her father seemed very cold and stern, the influences of the day seemed to harden. "I'm going to spend tomorrow with Trev," remarked the Colonel presently. "He has to go to Ireland on Friday, so I must leave London tonight. I want to get to Plymouth early so that I can have the whole day with him." "When will you get back, dear?" asked Mrs. Trelawney. "I shall leave Plymouth on Friday," was his reply. "But I have to see some men at the War Office directly I get back." "Fancy, 2 whole nights," sighed Mrs. Trelawney. "Yes, 2 whole nights," laughed the Colonel. "But that's not much after several years' absence." "I hate your going away, though. I don't think the War Office is fair. You ought to have had at least a month's freedom after all you've done." "I shall soon get it now," replied the Colonel. "Of course, there were a lot of things that had to be settled, but I'm nearly through with them, and of course I have to see Trev." "Couldn't I go with you?" asked Mrs. Trelawney. "I want to see him too." The Colonel was on the point of answering in the affirmative, but at that moment he saw the look in Peggy's eyes. "I wish I could say yes," he replied, "but I think you'll have to stay home. However pleasant it might be, it wouldn't be wise." "Do you think the house would run away if Mother weren't here?" asked Eleanor. "I think it will be safer if she is here to take care of it," replied the Colonel gravely. "And that reminds me. Of course you remember our conversation on Sunday night?" "We are not likely to forget it," replied the girl. "Just so. I've had rather an unpleasant reminder of it this evening. As I shall have to be leaving shortly, I want to say that I trust to your honour to see that my wishes are obeyed." "Whose honour?" asked Peggy. "The honour of both you girls. The decision I came to on Sunday has been confirmed, especially today." "You mean that I'm not to see Jim?" "You are not to see that man, Barnes. Neither are you to hold any communication with him whatever." Peggy was silent. I must confess to a grievous disappointment," went on the Colonel. "In spite of what I said on Sunday, I find that you have been again meeting this man." "Yes, and I mean to," was the defiant reply. "Then you know that he asked for an interview with me?" "Yes, I never promised I wouldn't see him. I'm engaged to him, and of course I told him all you said." "You realize that this is open defiance and disobedience?" "Of course I do." "Well, I've seen him, and I've forbidden him to speak to you or see you again. If he disobeys me, I shall have to take stern methods. I'm sorry to have to say this, but you have compelled me." "And does this also apply to my friends?" asked Eleanor. "To those of the Miss Cory order, yes," was the father's reply. "As for such friends as your mother approves of, I will gladly welcome them. Come now, children, you may think me hard, but you'll thank me some day. I'm only acting in love, and for your good." Perhaps his closing words were not wise. If there is anything which present-day girls resent, it is to be told that something is being done for their good. In any case, neither of them replied, and as the Colonel had to leave them in order to make preparations for his journey, they went away together. "John, my boy," confided the Colonel, just before his departure, "I feel anything but happy in going away. Nothing would have induced me to leave home just now, but the fact that I shall have no other opportunity of seeing Trev for some weeks." He had told John of what had passed between Barnes and himself, and had expressed a stronger dislike to him than before. "Yes, it is awkward," assented John. "However, the thing was bound to come to a head," went on the Colonel, "and one can't live in a state of uncertainty. We can either trust them or we can't." John was silent. "Anyhow, I shall be staying at the Duke of Cornwall Hotel. You must telephone me if anything happens." "All right, Dad." And you'll do all you can, my boy?" "Yes, all I can." "That's right, my son. Good night." "Good night, Dad. Come back as soon as you can." "He's a good lad," reflected the Colonel, as the Cornish express swept westward. "Thank God for him." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 12. Trevor Trelawney. On the whole, Colonel Trelawney was pleased with his son Trevor. He found him to be a tall, handsome young fellow, gentlemanly in appearance, and a smart officer. His commanding officer, while not enthusiastic, spoke well of him, and expressed the opinion that he might settle down to a capable, reliable man. He had borne the rank of captain during the war, but after the armistice he, with thousands of others, had been reduced in rank. The commanding officer hinted that he was inclined to take things easy, and was rather extravagant, although in this respect he was no worse than many others. Father and son had spent the day together, and the Colonel had been introduced to most of Trev's fellow officers. Years before, the Colonel had been stationed in Plymouth, and it was a great delight to him to visit the scenes among which he had lived during a part of his early manhood. He had thrown off the anxious thoughts which had beset him during the last few days, and became quite gay. Trevor was very proud of his father. He found that the Colonel was regarded as a very big man, and more than once he heard it hinted that it was quite on the carpet that he would soon be general. Still he did not feel quite at ease in his society. There was something which he did not quite understand. It was true he was genial and kindly, but his every word and gesture convinced his son that he was a man who looked on anything like delinquency with a grave eye. "I'm sorry you have to go to Ireland tomorrow," remarked the Colonel as the two sat in the dining room of the hotel. "Yes, it's a bit of a nuisance," assented Trevor. "I have to go to a most ungodly hole, too. There are no decent people living in the district, and so everything like social amenities will be cut off." "That's natural," replied the Colonel. "No soldier who goes to Ireland in these days can have an easy time. The country is practically in a state of revolution." "Still, I hope I shall get a bit of hunting." "I should judge not, if what I hear is true." "I shall have a good try, anyhow, but how to get a decent mount will be a difficult question. I shan't be able to take my own horse with me." "Your own horse?" queried the Colonel. "Yes," replied Trevor, somewhat uneasily. "I was obliged to get one, you know. I was frightfully lucky, too. A beautiful thing he is, just rising 5, and hasn't a single vice. I got him dirt cheap, too. I only bought him 2 days ago. You see, I had to decide rather in a hurry. If I hadn't bought him, another fellow would, and I felt the bargain was too good to miss. You haven't got the bill, I suppose?" "Haven't got the bill? I told him to send it to you." "Told who?" "The fellow I bought it from." "I don't understand." "Of course I ought to have written, but as I told you, the horse was for sale dirt cheap, and half a dozen fellows wanted him. I've had an awful time. There's some very good hunting a few miles from here, and hiring horses has been bankruptcy. Besides, some of the things I've had to ride have been just bone shakers, practically no good at all. That's why I bought this one." "And you told the man from whom you bought it to send the bill to me?" "Of course," remarked Trev, glad, as he remarked afterwards, that he'd got the thing off his chest. "And may I ask how much you gave for it?" "600, replied the son. "The chap asked 8, but of course I wasn't going to have that. Still, horse flesh is jolly dear." "And you expect me to pay for it?" "Of course," replied Trev coolly. "Then let me tell you at once, my boy, that I can't afford to do so." "But, sir, that's ridiculous." "It's a fact, anyhow." "But I can't get out of it, and of course a fellow must have a horse." "Must he? Well, I didn't when I was your age, and what was more, I lived on my pay." "Of course that's impossible." "No, not impossible, although it was very hard. In these days, now that the pay is so much better, it can be done quite comfortably." "Comfortably? Why, it doesn't pay one's wine bills." "Indeed, that must be very awkward for you." "Jolly awkward, I can assure you. But for the mater, I should have been in a bad way. Even as it is—" Trev hesitated at this point. "Yes," said the Colonel quietly. "Even as it is?" "Well, you see, father," replied Trevor, who was very nervous, although he tried to speak carelessly, "army pay is a mere bagatelle, and no fellow of any position can afford to live on it." "Indeed, I thought it very good, especially when it is compared to that which I received as a lieutenant. However, you say your mother helped you?" "Yes, she did. I couldn't have done without it." "Trev, my boy," said the Colonel, "do you realize that you have made things very hard for your mother?" "How can that be? Of course I know you are well off." "I'm not badly off, although anything but a rich man. When I left home I thought I had arranged liberally for all expenses, But as you know, the cost of everything has more than doubled. That was why your mother found it hard to send you money, and why she couldn't send John on to the varsity. In fact, the boy went to work in order to keep things going." "Of course I'm sorry," remarked Trev. "Still, Jack wouldn't mind. He's never so happy as when he's mucking about with engineering things. But about those bills of mine." "What bills? You mean that for the horse?" "Yes, that, and other things. The truth is, I'm jolly hard up, and the man at Cox's wasn't at all decent." "Do you mean that you are in debt?" "Of course I am." And Trev coolly cut off the end of an expensive cigar. "You see," he went on, "a man must live like a gentleman, and you can't get a decent bottle of champagne for less than—" "Champagne!" interrupted the Colonel. "Do subalterns buy champagne?" "When they belong to the set I'm in." Whatever the Colonel might have said was cut short by the appearance of a porter behind his chair. "Colonel Trelawney, sir?" "Yes." "You are wanted on the telephone, sir. This way, please." The Colonel followed the man to the telephone booth. "Yes, who is it?" he called. "It's I, John," was the reply. "Yes, my boy, is anything the matter?" "Do you think you could catch the midnight train home tonight, Dad? I wish you could." "The midnight train home?" "Yes. I think you ought to be here." "Why? Is anything wrong?" "I'm afraid there's a lot wrong. Can you hear me?" "Yes, yes. Go on. Tell me quickly." "It's Eleanor and Peg." "Yes, what of them?" "They went out directly you had left last night, and didn't come home till the early hours of the morning. Unfortunately, I had to be at the works early this morning. I've something rather important on there. When I got home this evening, I found they'd been out all day. They haven't come home yet." "And your mother?" asked the Colonel. "She's terribly bothered," replied the boy. "You see—" "Perhaps there's nothing serious," interrupted the Colonel. "From what your mother says, they've often done that kind of thing." "Yes, I know, but Mother had to go out for an hour or so this afternoon, and when she got back, she went to their rooms, and she says that nearly all their things are gone." "Their things?" "Yes, their clothes and that sort of thing." "And what do you think?" "I hardly know what to think, but I'm afraid they've left home." "You mean for good?" "That's what I fear." "And have you done anything?" "Yes, sir. First of all, I went to Camden town, where that fellow Barnes's people live." "Well?" "It was a bit awkward. I hardly knew what to say to them, or how to ask questions, but I felt sure they knew something." "Did they tell you anything?" "No, I could get nothing definite, but I feel certain they knew that Peg had left home. They are a funny lot, but they would tell me nothing. I did my best, sir, and I don't think I gave myself away. Then I tried to find out about Eleanor." "About Eleanor, yes." "I went to that club where the woman Corey is a member, but she wasn't there, and no one seemed to know when she was likely to turn up. Just as I was leaving, however, she came to the club, and I asked her point blank if she'd seen my sister." "And had she?" "She wouldn't tell me, but I'm sure she had. I asked her a lot of questions which she tried to evade, and that's as far as I've got. I thought you ought to know. I'm sorry if I've made a mess of it." "I'm sure you've done everything you could do, my boy. Have you told your mother?" "Yes, sir. I've told her everything. She's all right, but she badly wants you. Of course, you understand?" "Yes, I understand. Tell her I'll catch the midnight train. Comfort her all you can, my boy." "Yes, sir. Don't worry. We'll manage somehow." When the Colonel hung up the receiver, he stood for a minute like a man stunned. Then a great wave of pity passed over him. Little Peggy, the child he had romped and played with, the happy, turbulent, wilful, yet loving little thing he had so often put to bed, to run away from home for the sake of a fellow like that. No, no, it couldn't be true. And yet how could her disappearance be explained? Why had both the girls taken their belongings? They must have determined on this for some time. Had he done right? Had he made sufficient allowance for the new spirit of the age? Ought he not to have been less firm, more gentle, more lenient with them? Mightn't things have turned out better if he had let them drift with the tide? But no, that was impossible. He would have been violating everything sacred and true if he had countenanced what he felt to be wrong, fatally and inherently wrong. Even although the attitude he had adopted had ended so disastrously, he could not repent of it. "Poor little Alice!" he said aloud, and tears came to his eyes and a sob to his throat as the words escaped him. "It will break her heart. But no, it can't be true, and John will do all that's possible while I am away. Anyhow, thank God for John. He's a fine lad." The thought of John made him remember that his eldest son was waiting for him. Yes, they had been discussing Trevor's extravagant ideas when he had been called to the phone. What a difference in the two boys. "You've been a long time away, sir," remarked Trev on his return. "Nothing the matter, I hope?" The Colonel did not reply. He would have liked to have taken his eldest son into his confidence, but he felt he could not. Perhaps their conversation during dinner had not been of a nature to inspire confidence. "I find it necessary for me to go home tonight," he said presently. "There are matters in London that require immediate attention." "Oh, is that all?" remarked Trev. "But your train won't start for another hour, and I would like to settle up these money matters before you go. I wish you could let me have a fairly fat cheque." "What do you mean by a fat cheque?" "1,000 would put me quite straight," replied Trev. "I could then pay the fellow for the horse, and settle up a few other things. It wouldn't leave me much, but at any rate I should owe nothing." "Trev," remarked the Colonel, "do you realize what you are saying?" "I think I do, sir," replied the son, with an uneasy laugh. "I have my doubts about it. Your mother has given me an idea of what she has already advanced you, and now you coolly ask for £1,000. Do you know that up to now you have cost me more than all the others put together? Is that fair?" "Do you think that's the right way to put it, sir?" "I know of no other way to put it. Do you know your extravagance has robbed John of the chance of going to Oxford, that in order to keep you he has had to work in a motor engineer's shop? Look at the matter squarely. I am anything but a rich man, but what I have I hope to divide equally among my children. If I were to give you a cheque for £1,000 as you desire, I should simply rob from the others by that amount. Would that be fair?" Trev was silent. "What you ask is simply impossible," went on the Colonel. "Impossible, sir?" "Impossible. I can't spare the money." Trev muttered something about the absurdity of such a statement. "The truth is, my son, I can just afford you an allowance of £150 a year, no more. You must make that do. Thousands of fellows in your position have only their pay to live on, and they do with it. You will have to get rid of your silly, extravagant notions." "That kind of talk simply drives a fellow to borrow from his tailors or from the money lenders," remarked the son. Of course, if a fellow hasn't decent pride, that is the kind of thing he would do," retorted the Colonel. "Anyhow, that's the position." "But what am I to do? These people to whom I owe money are constantly dunning me. Besides, what about the horse?" "I don't want to be unreasonable," said the Colonel, "although I confess to being a bit worried. Do you know that your brother lives on the wages he earns and won't take a penny more?" "Oh, I'm sick of hearing about him," snapped Trev. "Mother used to be always telling me what the Pattern boy did. Besides, he's cast in that mould. He was always contented to be a day labourer. But if a man has the tastes of a gentleman, he must pay for them." "Certainly, if he can," replied the father tartly. "But in my opinion, a gentleman, whatever his tastes, should live within his means. I am awfully sorry to have to talk like this on our first day together, but it is always well to get a right understanding. This is what I am prepared to do. If you will send me these bills you owe, I will see what can be done with them." "Awfully decent of you, I'm sure, sir. Of course that includes the horse?" And Trev spoke eagerly. "No," was the reply. "You can't afford to keep a horse." But I say, sir." When Trev left his father half an hour later, he was much subdued. "I had no idea he would take it like that," he reflected. "Dash it, he doesn't give a man a chance. And the worst of it is, he knows the ropes so thoroughly that he's always putting one in the wrong." As for the Colonel, he made his way to Millbay Station with a sad heart. The day, to which he had looked forward so eagerly, was ending in gloom. His conversation with his eldest son had been anything but satisfactory. But it was not Trev who was his chief trouble just now. After all, the question of money might be met, but how could he deal with the horror which John's message had called up? All through the night he tried to fasten upon some plan of action, but he seemed to be met with a no thoroughfare on every road he took. He was not so much troubled about Eleanor as about Peggy. He believed that John had been right in his summing up of Eleanor's character, and that she was not likely to come to any irrevocable harm. She was cold, calculating, and not easily moved by sudden influences. But Peggy was different. She was younger, she was passionate and willful, and she was careless about consequences. "How can I save her?" he asked himself again and again. "How can I make her see that she's ruining her life?" He might be too late even now. His child might have taken steps that would be fatal. "God help me," he prayed again and again. "Help me to save my little maid." At length the train swept into the London terminus, and he had just signalled a taxi driver when he felt a touch on his arm. "John," cried the Colonel, "this is good of you. Is there anything new?" "Not much," replied John, "but I thought you wouldn't mind my coming to meet you." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 13. The Girls Take French Leave. In spite of everything, the Colonel could not help feeling comforted. The thought that his youngest boy should get out of his bed at 5 o'clock in the morning so that he might be at Paddington to meet him at 6 helped him to bear his trouble. He was not an emotional man under ordinary circumstances, but he was touched by this act of kindness. "If all of them were like him," he reflected, What a joy life would be! "Get in, my boy," he said, as he stood by the door of the taxi. "After you, Dad. I say, it was beastly of me to ring you up like that, but I thought it was best." "Of course it was best. Have you heard nothing since?" They were sitting side by side now, and the conveyance was leaving the station. "No, I've heard nothing. I think Mother has, though." "Why do you think so?" "I saw her reading something which I thought she did not wish me to see, but I'm sure of nothing." "Have you seen your mother this morning?" "Yes, Dad. I was hoping I'd get away without her knowing, but she heard me dressing and called me to her. I'm afraid she didn't sleep last night. She asked me if I was coming to meet you." "But she said nothing particular." "She only told me to hurry back. She is plucky." "Of course she is. But why do you say so now?" "She told me to tell you not to bother about her, for she would be all right." The Colonel sat in silence. "I say, Dad, I'm awfully sorry for you," said John. "That's good of you. Perhaps, after all, it may not be so bad as we fear." "Let's hope not," was the boy's reply, after which nothing more was said until they reached home. No sooner had the Colonel passed through the door than he saw his wife. Evidently John was right when he said that she had passed a sleepless night. Her face was pale and worn, while her eyes were swollen. She did not speak at her husband's appearance, but rushed to him and began to sob convulsively. "It's good of you to be up to meet me," and the Colonel tried to speak cheerfully. "There, there, my little wife. You see I've got back safe and sound." "Wait a minute," she whispered. "I shall be better directly. There," and she wiped her eyes vigorously. "I'm all right now. Come and get some breakfast. You must be tired and hungry. Everything is ready. I saw to it myself. No, we are not going to discuss anything till you've done justice to the kidneys and bacon. You saw Trev. How's he looking? John, be careful about the coffee. It's very hot." Evidently she had made up her mind to be cheerful, and although her heart was heavy, she seemed bent on making her husband's homecoming glad. Indeed, she revealed herself in a new light. Dearly as the Colonel loved her, he could not help owning to himself that she was doubtless weak and easily overruled by the stronger will of her children. But now he felt that for the time they had changed places. It was she who sought to drive away gloomy thoughts. It was she who tried to make him think of pleasant things. "No," she said after they had finished breakfast. "You must not bother your head about me. Besides, I can perhaps help you more than you think. Anyhow, it's not me that you must trouble about. I shall be strong enough to bear everything." "What do you mean by that, Alice?" asked the Colonel. "Shall I leave?" asked John, as he saw his mother hesitate. "No, my dear," she replied. "You don't want to keep anything from him, do you?" turning to her husband. "Certainly not," replied the Colonel. "And by the way, my boy, do you think you could be spared from the works to-day?" "I had thought of that, Dad, and I'm sure I could. The truth is, there is something I wanted to tell you. I asked Mr. Davenport yesterday if he could let me have a little slack time." "Nothing wrong, I hope?" "Oh, no, nothing of that sort. But you had so many things to think about that I did not want to bother you with my jobs. Besides, there's no hurry. Everything's going A1. "That's right. But you have something to tell me, Alice. What is it?" "It's not much, and I hope you won't misunderstand, but Eleanor has sent me a letter. It came by the late post last night." "Let me see it, please." "I hate giving it to you, but please, please, my darling, don't think I agree with her. I was thinking about it in bed last night. I imagined from what you said just before you left for Plymouth that I thought you a little hard and unreasonable with the girls. I don't see how you could have been kinder or more considerate. I wanted to tell you that before showing you her letter. I'm afraid it's my fault, too. I ought to have kept a firmer hand on them years ago. I ought to have taught them differently." She passed him a letter as she spoke, which the Colonel opened with an anxious look in her eyes. "Dear Mother," he read. "You will have guessed from the fact that our things are gone that I have decided to leave Hampstead. The truth is, I object to being treated as a child, and to have my life interfered with as though I had no personality of my own. I don't suppose you will be greatly shocked or surprised, as I've told you pretty plainly what I meant to do. In a way, I'm sorry to leave you, but it will be a relief to get away from a place where the man who calls himself my father now rules. It was bad enough before he came. It is unbearable now. I hesitated some time before taking this step, and considered the advisability of staying at Hampstead and treating his petty and absurd restrictions with utter indifference. But I have decided differently. I should be bored to tears with constant bickerings and quarrels. Besides, his attitude is a continual irritation. Not only do I cordially detest him, but his evident belief that he has the right to interfere with my life and to say whom I shall have for my friends is a bit too much. That is why I am going to think my own thoughts, live my own life, and earn my own living. Colonel Trelawney may be able to command a number of slaves in a barrack yard, but his belief that he has the right to command me is too absurd for words. It will be no use your trying to find out where I am. Neither need you imagine that I shall come back like a prodigal child to ask forgiveness. I know how to take care of myself. And in any case I would rather die than be obedient to a petty tyrant whose ideas surely had their birth in the Ark. So don't expect to see me again. Eleanor." The Colonel read this epistle through very carefully, and then, after looking very grave for some time, went through it a second time. "John has not seen this?" he asked, turning to his wife. Mrs. Trelawney shook her head. "Read it, John," and he passed it to his son. John read it through, but made no remark. "What do you think of it, my boy?" "There's not much to think about, is there?" remarked John. "I've heard her say all this dozens of times in different ways until I'm about tired of it." "Is that all you have to say?" "Yes, except that Eleanor is a little more considerate than lots of other girls I've heard of. You remember I told you about some girls I met at a dance? They informed me that they hadn't said anything to their people about what they had done. They just left their homes and left their people to think what they liked. Eleanor has had the decency to write to Mother." "Call it decency, do you?" remarked the Colonel. "Please don't mistake me, Dad. The whole thing is horrible, according to my idea. But there we are. I simply say that Eleanor's no worse than thousands of other girls, and better than some. She did have the common decency to write to Mother." "It's a shameful letter," said Mrs. Trelawney. "I could never have believed it if I hadn't seen it. To talk of her father like that." "She's never said a word about Peggy," remarked the Colonel presently. "No, but I've no doubt she knows where Peg is," said John. "Why do you think so?" "Of course they've been hand in glove in this. Besides, didn't you notice the beginning of her letter? you will have guessed from the fact that our things are gone. Of course they went away together. Do you imagine they are together now?" "Depends upon Barnes," replied John. "You have Barnes' address, don't you?" "Yes, here it is. Dad, I'm not disposed to take such a hopeless view of things as I did." "Why?" "Because whatever else Eleanor is, she's got brains, and she's as cold as an icicle. She'll not allow Peg to make too much of a fool of herself. In her way, she's fond of the kid, too." "Then you think if we can find out where Eleanor is, we shall find Peg at the same time?" "I don't say that. Still, I'm sure she'll see to it that Barnes does the straight thing, in so far as such a fellow can do the straight thing." "Perhaps you are right. Let's hope so, anyhow. Will you ring for a taxi? We'll go and see the Barnes family again." "Oh, I am glad you are back," cried Mrs. Trelawney, when John had left them. "And I'm sure you have done right. At first I was afraid lest you had been hard on them, and that perhaps you had not made enough allowance for the topsy-turvy way in which everything is looked at. But I'm not troubling half so much now." "I'm glad of that, Alice." "Lester, you've done right. I know I've been weak and yielding, but I can see now that it needed a strong hand like yours. To have let them go on in the way they were going was ruinous. Even if you can't find them, I shall still know that you did right." The Colonel looked grave. "I know how you feel," went on Mrs. Trelawney. "You are thinking most of Peg. You are afraid you'll not be able to save her from that man. But even if you can't, it'll be all right in the end." "If I can't save her from him, I don't know how anything can be right," remarked the Colonel gloomily. "Yes, I know the thought is dreadful, but, my dear husband, I'm old-fashioned enough to believe in God. I may have been a foolish mother, but I've tried to do right. And more than that, this home has been a Christian home. Both you and I taught our children to pray. We taught them to believe in God and in Jesus Christ, and that will not be in vain. Let's never forget that." "No, Alice, we will not forget that," replied the Colonel. "Thank you for reminding me. I was in danger of forgetting it." "I know they seem utterly irreligious now. I know they've been carried away by the spirit of the age. They've forgotten God and His commandments. They've forgotten filial love and duty. But I can never believe that our prayers and our example will be in vain. They'll feel their need of us some day. But I do hope you'll find them and bring them home." "It may be they will refuse, even if I do find them," said the Colonel. "But I'll do everything in my power." "And we have John," went on Mrs. Trelawney. "Yes, he's a great fellow, Alice." "I only wish Trev were more— Oh, you've told me nothing about Trev. Is he all right? What did you think of him?" "Taxi will be here in a quarter of an hour," informed John, entering the room. "That's right," said the Colonel, almost cheerfully. His wife's words had lifted the gloom somewhat. Her simple faith had made him feel almost hopeful. "By the way, John," he went on, "you said you had something to tell me. What is it?" "I'm afraid it would bother you now, sir. You will be anxious about other things." "It wouldn't bother me a bit, my boy. I've made all the plans I can about this business, and I want to know what you have in your mind. I'm interested in all you do, and as I told you several days ago, I want you to remember that everything in your life is of interest to me. So speak freely, my dear lad." He felt very tenderly towards his son just then. His heart had gone out to the lad from the first, and he saw in him a son in whom he could rejoice. But there was more than that now. John had shown himself so thoughtful, so clear-headed, so eager to help him, and with such good feeling that he felt more than ever drawn towards him. Here, at all events, was a child after his own heart, and he helped to atone for the others. "Of course, it may all end in nothing," said John shyly. "Very probably it will, but Mr. Davenport thinks a lot of it and says it may revolutionize motor engineering. I've been years at it, sir." "At what, my boy?" "It's what I call an automatic gear changer, sir. Of course it isn't complete yet, but I believe I've got the idea." "An automatic gear changer?" queried the Colonel. "Yes." John's shyness had now gone. "I wish there were time for me to show you. It's down in the cellar. No one knows about it but Mr. Davenport and myself, and I wouldn't let him see it until I'd finished some of the parts. But he's been awfully kind and tremendously keen. It's this way, sir. When I learnt to drive a car at first, I was awfully bothered with gear changing. It seemed such a nuisance every time the thing had to go uphill to be obliged to change the gear. It seemed so clumsy, too. First you have to jam down the clutch, and then you have to get your gear through a gate for your second or third or fourth speed. I was always a bit keen on mechanism, and I thought how grand it would be if something could be invented whereby the gear would change itself automatically according to the burden on the engine." "Splendid! Splendid!" cried the Colonel enthusiastically. "And do you think you have managed it, my boy?" "I want to show you how far I've got," replied John. "The thing is down in the cellar. You see, I've fixed up a workshop down there, and I've often been busy there of a night. I wanted to tell you about it before, but I hadn't got far enough. Yesterday, however, I had a chat with Mr. Davenport, and he was awfully kind to me." "In what way?" "He told me he thought a great deal of the idea, and as things were not so pressing just now, I might take a little more time at it. That is why he won't be surprised if I don't turn up today." "Awfully good of Davenport," responded the Colonel, "and of course I'll have a look at it the first moment I can spare. I had no idea you had fixed up a workshop." Little as the boy suspected it, he was helping his father greatly. The Colonel was troubled beyond words by what had taken place, and although he professed a greater interest in John's schemes than he really felt, the very fact that his boy confided in him comforted him. A few minutes later they were on their way to Camden Town in order to interview the Barnes family. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 14. The Colonel visits Camden Town. "This is the place, Dad." The taxi drew up before a shabby house in a shabby street. In spite of the spring morning, the place looked dirty and comfortless. The Colonel paid the driver, dismissed the cab, and knocked at the door. "It's just 8 o'clock," he reflected, looking at his watch. "We ought to find everyone home." The door was opened by a shabby, genteel-looking woman who was fast approaching 50 years of age. 30 years before she might have been a pretty girl of the doll-like and characterless type. Now she was faded and untidy. Apparently she had left her breakfast to admit them. The clatter of teacups, as well as the sound of feminine voices, was plainly to be heard in a room close by, while the smell of fried bacon pervaded the narrow passage. The Colonel noticed that the oilcloth on the floor was dirty, while the cheap hat stand had lost 2 of its pegs. "Oh, it's you again, is it?" remarked the woman, looking at John. "Yes, Mrs. Barnes," replied the boy. "This is my father." "I hope you will excuse my calling so early, Mrs. Barnes," remarked the Colonel, "but I wanted to see your son. I thought if I came at this hour I might catch him before he went to business." "My son isn't at home," replied Mrs. Barnes. "I haven't seen him since yesterday morning." She seemed rather awed by the Colonel's presence, although there was a look of lurking antagonism in her eyes. "I'm sorry for that," replied the Colonel, "but perhaps you can give me a few minutes of your time." John noticed that the chatter of voices in the back room had ceased. Doubtless there were eager listeners to the conversation. "I'm afraid I'm rather busy this morning," remarked Mrs. Barnes. "My young ladies haven't gone to town yet, and we are without a servant just now." "I'm so sorry," replied the Colonel politely. "Servants are a difficult problem, aren't they? But perhaps you could spare me just 5 minutes." Mrs. Barnes seemed rather in a dilemma. On the one hand, she was evidently desirous to invite the Colonel to stay, but on the other she looked furtively around as though she were under orders. At that moment, however, 2 girls came into the passage from the back room and eagerly looked towards Mrs. Barnes. "This is Colonel Trelawney, Edith, my dear. He's called to see Jim." "Ask him into the drawing-room, mother," replied Edith in her best manner. "Good morning, Colonel Trelawney. This is indeed a pleasure." "It's very kind of you to say so," replied the Colonel. "I'm afraid I'm taking an unpardonable liberty, but I wanted to see your brother particularly." Edith was evidently dressed for her day's work. She was a rather well-formed girl, and knew the value of good clothes. "You must excuse the disorder," remarked Miss Barnes as she opened the door of a stuffy apartment which she had designated the drawing-room. "But as mother told you, she, like everyone else, had servant difficulties, and I'm afraid everything is very untidy. Of course you gentlemen don't understand, but no doubt Mrs. Trelawney would. Is she well?" The Colonel took no apparent notice of Miss Barnes' question, who immediately went on speaking. "We used to live in a much better style," she volunteered, "but when dear Papa died we had to economize. These things do happen, don't they? Jim told us what a beautiful house you had when he came home on Sunday night." "And when will your brother be back?" asked the Colonel. "There's no knowing," tittered Miss Barnes uneasily. "Jim is not one who does things by halves. He goes the whole hog, he does. Of course he gets good money, and naturally at a time like this he'll make it fly. Weren't you awfully surprised?" The Colonel was nonplussed. He was not sure how much these people knew, and he wanted to feel his way carefully. "Jim was always like that," went on Miss Barnes. "When he wanted a thing, he always had a way of getting it. Of course you know all about it." "I'm afraid I must ask you to explain," said the Colonel. "About the wedding," simpered Miss Barnes. "At least, we supposed it's this morning, but he hasn't told us anything definite. But I've seen it coming on for a long time. Peggy and Jim have been sweet on each other for months, and I suppose they've taken the bit between their teeth and gone off and done it this morning. After all, why shouldn't they? You can never be young but once. I dare say there was a romance in your marriage, Colonel." And Miss Barnes looked into the Colonel's face with her most ingratiating smile. "Edith, Edith," whispered a voice outside. "Yes, Emily, I'm coming in a minute." "There's not a minute to spare," persisted the voice. "You know how strict he is." Miss Edith Barnes was evidently annoyed at this interruption, but she managed to control her features. "I'm afraid I must leave you, Colonel, and Mr. John. Your name is John, isn't it? I've heard Jim and Peggy speak of you so often that I almost think of you as a relation. Well, I suppose we shall be relations now, and see a lot of each other. Emily, come in. This is Colonel Trelawney and John. You don't mind my forgetting the mister, do you? Are you fond of dancing? Of course, the season's over, but I say that dancing's good at any time of the year, especially if you have nice partners." And this time it was John who was honoured by her smiles. "We must go, Edith," persisted Emily. "We're late as it is." "Then we'll be late. There's plenty of jobs open, but I suppose I'd better go. Your girls know what it is, Colonel Trelawney. Eleanor worked as a typist during the war, while Peg went to munitions. We're all in the same box, you see, and there's no disgrace in work." She said this in rather defiant tones, as though she wanted to claim equality with the Trelawney family. "I'm still in the dark as to your meaning," said the Colonel. "Am I to understand that your brother is being married this morning?" "To your Peggy. At least, we suppose so. Yesterday morning Jim hinted that he expected to become attached to your family in 24 hours. We haven't seen him since, so we are sure of nothing. But Jim is such a hustler that we expect it's all over by this time. Jim never loses any time." "Then you knew of his intentions yesterday when my son called," remarked the Colonel sternly. The Barnes family laughed uneasily. "Why didn't you tell him what you knew then?" persisted the Colonel. "Oh, no," tittered Edith. "You wouldn't expect us to spoil sport, would you? We're not that sort." "I see very little sport in it," was the reply. "Your son knew that I objected very strongly to this friendship. And what if you did? Surely it was your girl's affair. Besides, what is there to object to?" Miss Barnes was doubtless angered by the Colonel's remark, and thought it best, as she told her mother afterwards, to let him have it straight. "To say the least of it," he replied, "you naturally knew that I should be interested in what my daughter proposed to do." "Yes, and you insulted Jim on Wednesday," replied Emily, who had less control over herself than her sister. "Jim told us. He said you treated him as if he was dirt, and then told the servant to show him out of the club. Of course Jim wouldn't stand that. He's too much spirit. So he took his own line. Oh, I don't mince words. Jim's a gentleman, he is. He was an officer, just as you are. You admitted him to your house on Sunday and treated him like an equal, and then on Wednesday you talked to him as though he were a dog. We are as good as you are. Do you think we mind what you say? Of course we knew what was in Jim's mind when your son called yesterday, but we wouldn't tell him anything. If we had, he'd have tried to stop the wedding." "It seems to me you don't know much," retorted the Colonel. He saw that the second Miss Barnes was in a passion and would be likely to speak freely. "Don't we?" snapped the girl. "But don't think I'm going to tell you. I'm not such a fool as that." "What is there to tell?" persisted the Colonel. "Now, Emily, mind what you are saying," warned Edith. "I don't care a button what I say," retorted the girl. "It makes me sick when people treat us as inferiors. I can see what he wants, plain enough. He's hoping that the wedding hasn't taken place, and if we tell him what Jim's plans are, he may be in time to stop it. But catch me! She's not much of a catch anyhow, but I hope Jim will marry her, if only to spite him. Come to think of it, though, I don't care whether he does or not." "There now, Emily, we must go now, and no good ever comes of hard words." And Edith again smiled ingratiatingly at the Colonel. "Of course we don't know anything. Jim's a close one, he is, and goes his own way. Good morning, Colonel. Of course you're just a little bit shocked, but like as anything, it'll turn out all right. Good morning, John. I hope we shall be good friends, and see a lot of each other. Won't you come to supper some night?" A minute later the girls were in the street, but the Colonel and John still remained in the drawing-room. The drama was not played out yet. "Now, Mother, mind you don't give yourself or Jim away," they heard one of the girls say on the doorstep, and this made the Colonel hope for revelations. "I'm sure I feel for you, sir," remarked Mrs. Barnes as she again entered the room. "I don't believe in these runaway marriages. What I say is, go to church and do the thing in a Christian way. But there, what could Jim do? You didn't treat him fair, sir. I must say that. When he came home on Sunday night, he was as pleased as anything, and I'm sure my girls were hungering to take Peggy to their hearts as a sister. That was what made him so mad at the way you spoke to him on Wednesday." "Then he told you what he intended to do on Wednesday night?" asked the Colonel. "It's not for me to say what Jim said," was Mrs. Barnes' guarded reply. "You see, you don't give me a chance," remarked the Colonel. "A chance for what?" asked the woman eagerly. The Colonel was silent. "Do you mean," she went on, "that you'd make the best of it if they owned up?" "Is that your idea, Mrs. Barnes?" "Oh, I'm all for doing things in a lawful, proper way. My poor husband was a lawyer's clerk, and a regular stickler for law and order. You should see what a beautiful handwriting he wrote. Well, as I was saying, if only things could have come off in a proper way, how nice it would have been. The wedding could have took place at your house. The girls could have got new frocks. The young people could have had a father's blessing, so to speak, with, say, £1,000 to set them up in their new home, and then the two families could have become friendly like. That's what we should have liked, sir." "I have no doubt you would," remarked the Colonel dryly. "Yes, and why couldn't it be now?" persisted Mrs. Barnes, who did not catch the intonation of his voice. "You mean that they should get married from my house?" asked the Colonel. But Mrs. Barnes was not to be caught. She had been warned by her daughters, and she was evidently afraid of them. "I don't know about now," she replied after a pause. "My Jim's a high-spirited boy, he is, and, as Emily said, you insulted him on Wednesday night, and he declared he'd make you pay for it. And there's no knowing what Jim will do when his blood's up. He's like all the Barneses in that way. The girls are just the same. They won't stand being spoken to by anybody. More than one place they've left during the war because the foreman spoke sharp to them. 'We're not going to stand any cheek from anyone, mother,' they've said to me, and they won't. That's what makes it so hard for me." "Yes, I should think you have rather a hard life, Mrs. Barnes," remarked the Colonel sympathetically. "Hard, sir. You've no idea how hard. I'm nothing but a servant here, as I've said many and many's the time." "Yes, girls are a great trouble, aren't they?" "Trouble! You may well say so. But what can I do? Jim and the two girls keep the house, so to speak. They go out when they like and come in when they like, and I daren't speak a word. As for my Jim, he's a regular gentleman, he is, as you doubtless saw yourself." "Of course you knew that your son had persuaded my sister to leave her home?" And John's question came out suddenly. "Do you think that was a gentlemanly thing to do?" "What else could he do when the Colonel was so unreasonable?" retorted Mrs. Barnes. "'Tisn't as though we were a common family." "I think it's the action of a cad," remarked John, keeping his eyes steadily on the woman's face. "Cad!" retorted the woman shrilly. "Cad! Cad yourself for saying such a thing, and I almost hope he won't marry her either. At least if her father won't—" She ceased speaking suddenly, as though she were afraid of saying too much. "Remember there's such a thing as law," said John, "and my sister's not of age yet. Do you know it is a criminal act for a man to persuade a girl to leave her home?" "Oh," she replied, "you are trying to come that dodge over me, are you? Well, go to the law. Jim persuaded her to leave home, did he? Well, I'll warrant she didn't need much persuading. She's as sweet as honey on him, she was, and Jim wanted to do the straight thing. He did. Well, if he didn't, your hoity-toity family have only got yourselves to blame." "My other sister will protect her," said John, still closely watching the woman's face. "Even if your son is a blackguard, my sister has friends." "They that live longest will see most," retorted Mrs. Barnes. "And now out you go. You'll get nothing from me. And my son isn't a blackguard either. He wanted to do the thing straight, but I don't blame him, whatever he does, after the way the Colonel treated him." When the Trelawneys reached the street, the Colonel's face was drawn and haggard. "John, my boy," he said, "you had a purpose in speaking to that woman as you did." "I didn't like the looks on the girls' faces," remarked the boy. "But surely you don't think—" "No, sir, I don't," replied John after a silence. "But I'm sure the fellow's a rotter. I still have faith that she may be with Eleanor." "But how can we find Eleanor? I think we'd better clear the ground first." "How?" "By finding Barnes." "How can we do that?" "For one thing, we can go to the place where he works. You have the address, haven't you?" "Yes, that was a good thought of yours, my boy. We'll go straight away. Ah, there's a taxi." The Colonel did not speak a word during the drive from Camden Town to 8 Bywell Street. Ghastly thoughts haunted his mind, thoughts which made him look years older. "Can I speak to the manager?" he asked of a clerk as they entered a rather shabby-looking office. "Certainly, sir," said a man, stepping forward. "Of course you want a house or flat. They are difficult to get just now, but luckily we have a few on our books." "No," replied the Colonel, "I am not in want of a house, thank you. I'm come on a rather personal matter. You employ a young man named Barnes, don't you?" The man looked at the Colonel sharply. "Do you know him?" he asked. "I know of him," replied the Colonel. "I want to speak to him. He works here, doesn't he?" "He did," was the reply. "But he hasn't been here since Wednesday night. He'll get the rough side of my tongue when he does come back, and probably the sack." "Then you don't know where he is?" "I know he's greatly inconveniencing me. That's what I know. Fancy leaving me like this without word of warning when he had one or two very promising prospects on hand. Some other firm will get them, I expect." "Then you don't know when he'll be back?" "I've had a hint that he'll be back tomorrow morning, but I don't know. I was never treated in such a way before. Fancy leaving me like that." Just as the Colonel was leaving, a young man rushed to open the door. As he did so, he slipped a piece of paper in his hand. "I think I can tell you something you ought to know," the Colonel read. "I shall leave the office for lunch at 12:45. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 15. The Search for the Runaways. "Have you any idea as to the meaning of this?" And the Colonel passed the slip of paper to John. "I expect the fellow is a friend of Barnes," replied John. "At any rate, it will be wise for us to be here early." "I think so, too. Meanwhile, we'll try to find Eleanor." "How will you start about it, sir?" "Like you, I can't help connecting her with that woman, Corey. I feel that she aided and abetted her." "I think so, too. But as I told you on the phone last night, she would say nothing. She absolutely refused to tell me if she knew where my sister had gone, or to give me her own address." "She would. Still, there may be ways of finding out. At any rate, we'll go to the club you visited last night." "Do you think she had any money?" inquired John. "I asked your mother about that. She doesn't know. She says that Eleanor earned a good salary during the war and for some time after, but she's no idea whether she spent it all or not. It seems, however, that she had her quarter's dress money about a month ago, and your mother is not aware of her spending any considerable amount since. Probably she has a few pounds with her. Why do you ask?" "As I told you, Dad, I have little fear of Eleanor. I feel sure she can take care of herself. She can earn her own living, too. I was told while she was working in that government office that any business house would be glad to give her £200 a year. My idea is that if she has a few pounds, as you say, she'll get lodgings and then look out for a job. I only hope Peg is with her. I say, Dad, I'm awfully sorry for you." "Thank you, my boy. I do feel this badly. Even yet, I can't realize that those girls have left home, and that Peg is in danger of ruining herself for life. It's simply horrible to think of. We are so much in the dark, too, and it may be that even now that child may be at some registry office getting married to that cad. Just think of it. The son of that woman, the brother of those girls, and that may not be the worst of it. I don't like the way those women talked, my boy." "Nor I. Still, I don't fear what's in your mind, Dad. I'm sure that Eleanor will make Barnes do the straight thing. I believe Barnes is afraid of her, too. Of course, I know he's a bounder and a rotter and capable of doing any dirty thing, but I've faith in Eleanor." "I hope you're right, John.
But how can one know? It may be that while Eleanor was with this woman Corey, the fellow was alone with Peg, and may have persuaded her to any madness. I'm almost mad myself as I think of it. But I can't understand Eleanor getting under the influence of that woman Corey and people of her kind. As you know, she openly denounced marriage, while Eleanor seemed to agree with her, and Peg heard her, while Barnes laughed. Good God, why did I allow such people to enter my house? I can't bear this any longer. Where are we?" They were seated in a taxicab as they spoke, and were on their way to Tamsin Cory's club. "We're just there, Dad. This is the place." "No," replied the girl, who was seated at a desk in a kind of office. "We don't know where Miss Cory is." This in reply to the Colonel's enquiry. "Will she be here to lunch, do you think?" "I don't think so. She is seldom here to lunch. As a matter of fact, we have very little accommodation for that kind of thing." "Then perhaps you could tell me where she lives?" "No," replied the girl. "We never do that sort of thing. It's against the rules of the club to give any member's address. But if you'd like to write her a letter, it'll be sent on to her immediately." "I'm afraid that wouldn't be of any use," replied the Colonel. "You see, I want to see her at once on a very important matter. If you could strain a point and give me her address—" "Impossible. Besides, it would be no good," interrupted the girl. "She's never at home during the day. She's nearly always at her work." "Let me see," and the Colonel spoke like one trying to recall something. "I've forgotten where her place of business is." "Is she a friend of yours?" "She was at my house last Sunday night." "Then you should know she's a journalist. She's the counselor of new women on the Women of Tomorrow. She's Aunt Mary on the Butterfly, and she acts as secretary for Liberty, Equality, and Fraternity." "A busy woman," remarked the Colonel. "Yes, she is, and she's almost sure to be at the office of one of those papers. Of course, I'm not sure. I hear that Dulatsky, the great Russian Bolshevist, is in London. She may be interviewing him. She's often used for that kind of job. Anyhow, I can't give you the address of her flat, although I can send on letters. Here's one I'm sending to her now. I've just readdressed it." "That's a funny stamp," said John, who had taken no part in the conversation, but on whom the girl had cast sundry smiles. "What nationality does it belong to?" "I think it's Russian," replied the girl. "Miss Cory gets letters from all sorts of funny places." "Does she, though?" asked John, smiling at the girl. "I'm awfully interested in stamp collecting. Do be a sport now, and let me look at it." "It's not a love letter," tittered the girl. "Tamsin doesn't believe in that sort of thing." "How do you know?" asked the boy with a laugh. "How do you know she hasn't a sweetheart somewhere? But that's not the point. I want to look at the stamp." "What sort of stamps do you use when you write love letters?" asked the girl with a giggle. "I only kiss the place where the stamp ought to be, and then the postman takes it for love." "For shame to talk like that when your father's listening!" and the girl winked. "There, look at it if you like." John's quick eyes caught the address at a glance. 259 Black Inn Mansions. "It's a nice stamp," remarked John. "I must ask Miss Cory to give it to me." "She's often here of a night," replied the girl, but this week I'm not here after 5 o'clock." "Then I shall not come," was John's reply. "You seem to have some experience in getting on with girls," remarked the Colonel when they got outside. "She was making eyes at me all the time you were talking," replied the boy. "That's why I butted in. Anyhow, we've got the address. Perhaps Eleanor's there." "Let's go and see," cried the Colonel eagerly. But he was doomed to disappointment. When they arrived at Black Inn Mansions, a large block of buildings made up of innumerable small, cheaply furnished rooms, he discovered that Miss Tamsin Cory's apartments were vacant. He discovered that she shared certain rooms with 2 other women, and that the 3 had lived together some time. Neither of these women, moreover, appeared to correspond in the slightest degree with either Eleanor or Peggy, neither could they discover that the girls had been there. "What now?" asked the Colonel with a sigh, when at length they had left Black Inn Mansions. "The Office of Liberty, Equality, and Fraternity," replied the boy. "But I don't think you'd better appear." "Why?" "Because it's a revolutionary paper, and you are a colonel in the army. You stand for law and order, and that paper stands for the opposite." "Of course you're right," replied the Colonel, "but it does seem strange that such rags should be allowed. Have you ever seen a copy?" "I saw one of Mr. Davenport's men reading a copy," replied John. "Of course it's simply clotted rubbish, but it seems to be read by a lot of hotheads. It talks a great deal about 'our Russian brothers,' speaks enthusiastically of the red flag, damns what it calls capitalism, and says how glorious it would be if we had communism in England." "I wonder the government allows it," said the Colonel, as if thinking aloud. "Of course, I had heard something of industrial unrest in England, but I had no idea before I came home that revolution was advocated publicly." "Go to Hyde Park on a Sunday afternoon," laughed John. "Anyhow, let's go to these offices of this paper," said the Colonel, almost feverishly. The quest was in vain, however. When John inquired if Miss Cory was there, he was informed that she was away doing work for the paper, and beyond that he could get no information. Neither could they get any news of her at the offices of the Women of Tomorrow or the Butterfly. At each place it was a matter of no thoroughfare. Miss Tamsin Cory's movements seemed to be unknown. For that matter, the editor of the Butterfly told the Colonel that Miss Cory was seldom there. It was true she wrote a column every week over the signature of Aunt Mary, but that this column did not necessitate her presence at the office. "It's mainly answers to correspondence," he was informed, "and is especially written for young girls. Miss Cory is a good writer," added the editor, "but she's rather given to discussing politics, and that's no good for our readers." "And now we'd better go to Bywell Street," said the Colonel when they had failed to find Miss Cory. "All right, Dad. We can about manage to get there by 1:15. True to his promise, the young man who had spoken to them appeared at the door of the house agents at the time he had mentioned. "Colonel Trelawney, sir?" he queried. "Yes, I'm Colonel Trelawney," was the reply. "My name's Wilkins, sir. Herbert Wilkins. I was in the Kent Buffs, and I work at the same place as Barnes." "The house agent's place?" "Yes, sir." "And you know where he is now?" The Colonel's voice was eager. "I don't say that Quite, sir, but I think I do, in a way." "You are a friend of Barnes?" "No, sir, not a friend. You see, Barnes got a commission during the war, and wears a large-sized hat as a consequence. I dare say I might have had a commission too, if I'd played up for it, but I didn't. Anyhow, Barnes tries to play at being a swell, which he isn't. Anyone can see that." "But where is he now?" "I'm coming to that. I was in the office last Wednesday when a letter came for Barnes. I took it to him and saw that it had the War Office stamp on it. Barnes is a bit of a boaster, and he told me it was from you, sir. He said you'd invited him to the Army and Navy Club to dinner. He told me, too, that he was going to marry your daughter, and that he was going to settle things with you over a bottle of champagne." "Indeed," remarked the Colonel dryly, while John gave vent to some unparliamentary language. "Of course I didn't believe it," remarked Wilkins, "although he asked me to go with him to the entrance of the club if I didn't trust his word. Well, to tell you the truth, I followed him and saw him go into the Army and Navy Club, but he'd been there only a few minutes when he came out again looking very black. When he saw me, he tried to make the best of it, and said that the affair was settled. I told him I didn't believe it, and then he bet me £10 that the wedding would come off in a week." "This was outside the Army and Navy Club?" "Perhaps 100 yards away, sir." "And then?" "He went away, sir, but I didn't like the look on his face. I know the kind of chap he is, and how he's boasted that your daughter was in love with him. I remembered too, sir, that I'd seen your son in France. Captain Trevor Trelawney, sir?" "Yes, that's my son." "Well, sir, remembering the kind of gentleman he was, and reading of the kind of gentleman you were, I couldn't believe you'd be willing to let your daughter marry Barnes. And then I got to thinking of the look on his face as he left the club, and I was sure he'd heard nothing that pleased him there. After that, I had a feeling that something was wrong. I've got a bit of Sherlock Holmes in my nature, sir. So I went to Barnes' house that same night." "Yes, yes," interrupted the Colonel eagerly. "They didn't seem pleased to see me, sir, which was a bit strange, for at other times they, especially Barnes' sisters, have been very sweet on me. Before I'd been there long, I could see that something important was on, and presently it leaked out that you had insulted him, and as good as had him thrown out of the club. I don't know how it was, sir, but the spirit of mischief seemed to possess me, so I said with a laugh, 'That's how the Colonel invited you to dinner, is it? That's how you settled everything over a bottle of fizz, Barnes? What about our £10 bet?' This made him in a worse temper than ever, and he seemed to lose all control over himself. 'Don't you make any mistake, Wilkins,' he said. 'I'll drag the whole lot of 'em into the mud. I'll not be insulted for nothing. I've got my plans all made. She'll not marry you against her father's will, I says, won't she?' And he laughed. 'Why, she's fair gone on me. She'll do anything I ask, anything, see? I don't believe it,' I says. 'The Colonel's a gentleman, and you can't make me believe that a family of that sort is going to get mixed up in that sort of thing. A lot you know, Wilkins," and there was an ugly look on his face as he spoke. "Why, both the girls is leaving home anyhow. They can't stand the old man, and Eleanor has took a flat not 1,000 miles from the Holborn Town Hall. Now then, and I know of a little crib where I can take Peggy. I've only to hold up my finger and she'll come." Wilkins stopped in his recital at this juncture, as though he found it difficult to proceed. "I hardly like telling you what followed, sir," he stammered. Tell me everything," cried the Colonel. "Well, I told him straight I didn't believe it, that it was all bunkum, that a family like yours, sir, would get mixed up with people like them. At this, the girls flared up. They said that the Barneses were as good as the Trelawneys." "And then?" asked the Colonel. "Well, I laughed jeeringly, as you may say, and told them I'd cut my wisdom teeth years before. 'Think of it,' I says. 'Think of the Colonel owning you as a son-in-law. It won't do, Barnes.' 'He'll be glad to,' he shouted, almost white with passion. You see, sir, he'd been drinking a bit, and Barnes is always free with his tongue at those times. 'Glad to? Tell that to the Marines,' I jeered. 'You don't believe it,' he says. 'No, I don't.' 'Look here, Wilkins,' he says, 'suppose I takes her away with me for a few days. Then suppose I go to the Colonel and say I'm prepared to marry her, if he'll do that thing handsome, but if not,' then he looked at me like that," and Wilkins assumed a defiant look. The Colonel did not speak, but his face had become blanched as if with great terror. John, however, who had been listening intently to every word, caught Wilkins by the arm. "This was on Wednesday night, wasn't it?" "Yes, Wednesday night." "Then why didn't you come to our house and tell us?" "Wait a bit," replied Wilkins. "I haven't finished yet. When he said this, I laughed again. 'It's all moonshine,' I said. 'Why?' he asked. 'Because you haven't got the pluck to do it,' I replied. 'Haven't I?' he asked, and then he seemed to think he'd said too much, for after that he couldn't say a word. The girls kept on talking about it, however, and seemed to be as good as sure that the wedding would take place soon. That's all," Wilkins concluded. "I came away soon after and went to my diggings. This young gentleman has asked me why I didn't go to your house and tell you about it. I did think of it, but it was no business of mine. Besides, how could I go to your house late at night and tell such a story? What would you have said? And that wasn't all. After I'd thought it over a bit, I didn't believe it. I've heard Barnes and his family talk before. He was always on with some girl or other, and talked continually about rich girls who wanted to marry him." "Have you finished?" asked the Colonel. "Very nearly, sir. As I said, I laughed at the whole thing after I'd left the Barnes house, but when I got to business yesterday morning and found that Barnes didn't turn up, I began to wonder. Especially was this so when our Mr. Bristow came to me and asked me if I knew where he was. Of course I didn't say anything about what I'd heard, but when this morning came and he didn't turn up, I began to think there was more truth in it than I had admitted. Then you came into the office, sir, and I thought I recognized you. I'd seen your photograph in the papers, and I felt sure you were Colonel Trelawney. You looked pale and worried, too, if you'll forgive me saying so. And then, when you asked after Barnes, I said to myself, the blighter was serious after all. Then I scribbled that note, sir, for I felt you ought to know what I have told you. And that's all. That's all, sir. I'm afraid it won't help you much, and I'm more sorry than I can tell that I didn't try to find out where you lived on Wednesday night and told you all I had to tell then. But really, sir, I didn't think it was serious. Even now, I have my doubts whether there is anything in it." "I'm very much obliged to you anyhow," said the Colonel. "Perhaps you wouldn't mind giving me your home address?" "Certainly, sir. 32 Hope Terrace, Camden Town. May I ask, sir, if there's anything wrong?" "I don't know yet," replied the Colonel. "I hope not. Still, I'm greatly obliged to you. Here's my card. Would you mind telephoning to me the moment you hear of Barnes's whereabouts?" "Certainly, sir." "You've not said a word about this to anyone?" "No, sir, not a word." "Then don't. It shall be to your advantage not to. And that reminds me that I've kept you from your lunch, so I must claim the privilege of paying for it." He passed a note into Wilkins's hand as he spoke, and then, returning the man's salute, he turned to his son. "Well, my boy, what do you think of it?" "That we've a great deal to think about, Dad. I suggest that we go to your club and go over everything point by point." A few minutes later, father and son entered the Army and Navy Club together. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 16. Eleanor secures a position. While Colonel Trelawney was travelling from Plymouth to London, Eleanor and Peggy were sitting in an uncomfortably furnished room in a large block of buildings not far from the Holborn Town Hall. The former was very pale and much wrought upon. Except for her pallor, however, she showed very few signs of it. She was quiet in her movements and spoke in a natural tone of voice. Eleanor was not given to excitement, and she prided herself upon hiding her feelings. She had, on the previous day, come to an important decision. Under the influence of Tamsin Cory and others of her friends, she had determined to leave home. Her anger with her father had been increased by what these women had said to her. "If you are willing to be a doormat," Tamsin had said to her, "and have not enough spirit to stand up against a tyrant, then you'll knuckle down to him, but I hope you are not that kind of girl. Strike for liberty. You can do very well for yourself without his help." Eleanor had been silent at this outburst. Even although she agreed with her friend, she was not quite happy at the thought of it. "You say he is going to dictate to you as to all your doings," went on Tamsin, "and that he has forbidden you to take me to your house because I march with the times. I tell you, my dear, if you don't strike for liberty now, you will never get it. Make a bold stand, and he'll come to your terms." Tamsin's influence over Eleanor was very strong, and eventually she went to a place of business in the city whose manager was acquainted with the head of the firm for which she had worked during the war. "Ah, Miss Trelawney," said Mr. Wakeham, when Eleanor was shown into his room. "Glad to see you. I wondered what had become of you since you left Downey in spring. I often told Mr. Spring that I envied his possession of you. I see, however, by the papers that your father has come home, so I expect you'll not want another job." On the other hand, that is just why I have come to you," Eleanor replied.
"What? You want a place?"
"I want one very badly," she replied.
"Then why didn't you stay on at Downey and Springs?"
"I was tired of it, just for the moment," she replied, "and Mother did not want me to stay there any longer."
"But surely, now your father has come back, he'll not want you to be working in the city."
"Look here, Mr. Wakeham," Eleanor said in a burst of confidence, "I am tired of the idea of staying at home. What is there for a girl like me there, and what future is there for me?"
"Of course you will marry," replied Mr. Wakeham.
"No, thank you," Eleanor rejoined. "I hate the idea of marriage."
"Come, come," protested Mr. Wakeham. "That won't do. Any one like you, who has a dozen chaps running after her."
"Please, Mr. Wakeham," interposed the girl, "please do not talk to me in that way. I have determined to earn my own living, and knowing that you were acquainted with the work I did at Downey and Springs, I thought you might have an opening for me here. In fact, I heard you wanted a private secretary."
"And you have come to ask for the post?" asked Mr. Wakeham. There was a suggestion of eagerness in his voice.
"If you think I'll suit," replied Eleanor. The man looked at her intently for a few seconds without speaking, and he seemed to be thinking deeply.
"My present secretary is leaving," he admitted presently. "She is getting married, but I am afraid I cannot offer you anything for a while. And just at present, secretaries are getting as thick as blackberries on a bramble bush."
"I have come to you for the post anyhow," replied Eleanor. Again Mr. Wakeham looked at her intently, and made a mental note of the fact that she was a handsome girl, very attractive, almost fascinating. He had been particularly struck with her while she had been at Downey and Springs, and had been impressed by the fact that she had been spoken of there as a brilliant secretary.
"What salary do you want?" he asked.
"Mr. Burnham told me, when I left, that I was worth $200 a year," replied Eleanor.
"Oh, but that was during the war," replied Mr. Wakeham quickly. "Things are on a different footing now. Thousands of secretaries have been turned out from government offices, and there is a slump in salaries."
His manner had changed towards her almost unconsciously. While she had been at Downey and Springs, she was the daughter of Colonel Trelawney, who had worked there from patriotic motives, but now she had put herself on a level with thousands of other girls. "What could you afford to give me?" asked Eleanor.
"It's a bit difficult to say. What would you like?"
"I am going into a flat," replied the girl. "That will cost me something."
"Going into a flat?" he asked eagerly.
"Yes."
"May I ask why?"
"Because I am tired of living at home," and there was a tone in her voice which made Mr. Wakeham reflect again.
"The gallant colonel strict on discipline, eh?"
and he leered at her as he spoke. "I have decided to go into a flat," was all the girl said in answer to this.
"Ah, that puts a different complexion on it," said Mr. Wakeham reflectively. "I work my secretary pretty hard, you know."
"I'm not afraid of work," replied Eleanor. When she left the office half an hour later, it was on the understanding that she should commence to work on the following Monday, and Mr. Wakeham looked at himself in the mirror with evident satisfaction. Perhaps this was the reason why she had been irritated and almost angry when Ravenscroft had spoken to her about her friendships on her return home that day. And now she sat alone with her sister in the shabbily furnished room she had taken. In spite of her misgivings, the romance and excitement of the situation still gave a glamour to the future. She had, at all events, justified her position to her father and shown him that she was not to be trifled with. Peggy, on the other hand, seemed to have no misgivings whatever. She was but a child, scarcely 18, and revelled in the thought of her liberty. She had an interview with Barnes, and his love-making had been so emphatic that she was almost delirious in her joy. "Think of it!" she cried. "Won't he have a fit when he finds out?" Eleanor made no reply. Older and more thoughtful than Peggy, she had sense enough to see the gravity of the situation. Added to this, she was not altogether happy about Barnes. She instinctively felt his commonness and his lack of breeding, and but for her father's insistence that Peggy should have nothing more to do with him, she might have tried to persuade her to give him up. Inexperienced as she was, she felt that Peggy was taking a grave step, and she did not feel happy about it. Had they, like thousands of other girls, both left home simply with the determination to make their own living, and had Peggy succeeded in getting a situation equal to her own, she would have had no qualms. But she did not admire Barnes, and she felt vastly uncomfortable. "Jim will be here first thing in the morning," Peggy said with a laugh of triumph. "Do you still persist in that business?" Eleanor asked. "Of course I do," laughed the other. "Jim is getting the license and says he has got a nice little flat ready for us. Won't it make his lordship sit up when he knows it?" "You are a fool, Peg." There was bitterness in Eleanor's voice. "That's all you know about it. While you are plugging away in the city, I shall be enjoying myself." "I tell you, you will get tired of him," insisted Eleanor. "Will I? I am not that sort. When I make up my mind, I don't alter. Besides, what business had he to insult Jim? I'll let him see that I am not a dog of the fetch and carry order. Ordered Jim out of the club, did he? Told him that if he came to the house he'd be kicked out? I'll let him see. Besides, we have agreed that we are both to go our own way." "All right," assented Eleanor somewhat wearily. "If you have made up your mind, you have. Only I cannot do anything for you after your marriage." "Who wants you to?" asked Peggy. "I am able to take care of myself, I can tell you, and Jim is so mad about me, he'll do whatever I want him to." The following morning Eleanor had an appointment with Tamsin Cory. She left the flat just before 9 o'clock, leaving Peg alone. In spite of their professed delight at having their liberty, neither of them had slept much during the night, and although Eleanor would not admit it to herself, she could not help comparing the shabby little cupboard of a bedroom with that of her own sleeping room at Hampstead. However, the glamour of the new situation still cast its spell upon her, and she left to keep her appointment with Tamsin in a confident, if a somewhat defiant state of mind. "I shall be back in a couple of hours, Peg," she said to her sister. "See that you don't make a fool of yourself while I am away." "What do you mean?" And there was a suggestion of anger in the younger girl's tones. I am not going to stand any nonsense with Barnes, you know." "That's my affair," snapped Peggy. "I do not interfere with you, and I'll not have you interfere with me. Why, I might as well have stayed at home if you were going to try to pull the elder sister stunt. Besides, I shall be all right. I can take care of myself." Eleanor had not long left the flat when Barnes appeared. Evidently that gentleman was slightly nervous and more than a little ill at ease. He was neither so confident nor so deliriously happy as he had appeared on the previous night. He, too, looked as though he had spent a wakeful night. His eyes were a trifle bloodshot, and his face had an unhealthy appearance. Still, he entered jauntily, and greeted Peg very fervently. "My word, little girl," he said, "you look a little bit washed out this morning. Not quite up to the mark, eh? You're not frightened, are you? The old man is in Plymouth, you know." "Have you got the license, Jim?" she asked at length. "No," replied Barnes. "I'm not so sure it's as easy as we thought." "What do you mean?" And she looked at him suspiciously. "Mean? Well, it's not so easy to explain. You see, we shall have to be very careful." "Of course we shall. We have discussed that a score of times. Have you found out anything new?" Barnes looked at the girl intently. There was a look in his eyes which she did not like. There was something of shame in them, but more of evil, and determined as she was, she felt a little afraid. "I suppose you have not got a drop of whiskey in the place?" asked Barnes. "I feel a bit below the mark this morning, but of course you haven't. Girls are not like fellows in that direction." "Tell me what you have in your mind, Jim," persisted the girl. "Why are you talking so strangely?" "It's about the license. You see, the law is very strict, and I could easily get into trouble." "Get into trouble? How?" "Well, for one thing, you are not 18 yet, and I have to give your age. And as far as I can find out, a girl is legally under her parents' control until she is 21. Don't you see?" "Do you mean that you want to back out?" asked Peggy. "Oh, no, no," replied Barnes quickly. "Nothing of the sort. Back out, indeed. Why, Peggy, I love you like my own life. I would do anything, everything for you." "But still I do not understand," persisted the girl. "Oh, it will be all right," said Barnes soothingly. "Don't you fear, little Peg, I'll make it all right. You love me, don't you?" "I should not be here if I did not," replied Peggy, evidently comforted by his warm protestations of love. "Of course you would not. That's why I feel as I do about this marriage business. Married or not, we love each other just the same. Don't we, little Peg?" "Of course we do. But tell me what you mean." "I was only thinking about what Tamsin Cory said last Sunday night." And again Barnes looked uncomfortable. "After all, what is marriage? It is simply two people who love each other, taking each other as man and wife. It doesn't matter a bit about preachers and law and that kind of thing. For that matter, I regard myself as married to you now. You love me, and I love you, and always shall love you as long as I have breath. Not all the marriage services in the world could make me love you more, or make you more my wife than you are now. Don't you see, little Peg? There, kiss me again, and tell me that you love me." "Why are you saying all this?" she asked, after he had been talking some time. "I'm saying it because it would be worse than death for me to give you up," he cried with a strong affectation of fervour. Look here, Peg, suppose the registrar refuses to grant the license because you are under age. Would you be willing to give me up?" "But you can surely get over that, Jim. I have often heard of girls of my age getting married." "Yes, if we had got your father's consent, it would have been all right. But you see he won't give it." "Then we must do without it. You told me we could. You said all we had to do was to get a special license from the registrar, and that nothing could stop us." "Yes, yes, I know. That is what I have hoped for, and what I have dreamed about. For, oh, Peggy, you are all the world to me. But you have found out what kind of a man your father is by this time. He is a regular military martinet, and if I told a lie about your age, and we got married, he could bring us up for perjury, and perhaps get me sent to prison. On the other hand, I could not wait until you are 21. I simply could not, Peggy." When Barnes left the flat, half an hour later, he was in a triumphant mood. "I've got her!" he cried. "She loves me so that she will do anything rather than lose me. When I told her about the little flat I have rented, and pictured our happiness together in it, I saw tears of joy come into her eyes. I may have a bit of trouble, but I'll get my own way, and then the Colonel will come to my terms." Barnes spent the rest of the day avoiding his acquaintances, and after dark that night made his way to his mother's house in Camden Town. "What are you doing here?" asked his sisters, who were evidently much surprised to see him. "Why should I not be here?" "You told us you were going to get married today," Edith replied. "If you are, you should be with your wife. What about the little flat you've taken?" "That's my own business," replied Barnes. "Is it? Maybe it's our business too," rejoined the sisters. "We know more than you think." "What do you know?" "We know that if you are not careful, the whole business will be stopped," was Edith's reply. "Stopped? How can it be stopped?" "Colonel Trelawney was here this morning, here before we had finished breakfast, with his son, and I can tell you this, Jim, he means business." "Why, what did he say?" "It wasn't so much what he said as the way he looked. Whatever you do will have to be done quickly. He is not in a mood to be trifled with." "You didn't let on anything, did you?" And there was anxiety in his voice. "Of course we didn't. Tell us, Jim, is the matter settled?" "It soon will be," he replied vaguely. "I have all my plans cut and dried, whereby he'll be brought to heel all right." "Then you are not married yet?" Barnes was silent. "You need not be so close, Jim," said Edith. "There is nothing to make such a fuss about. She is not much of a catch anyway, and I believe you'll be sorry about the whole business before many months are over. Don't make any mistake. Trelawney'll never own you as a son-in-law." "Won't he?" cried Barnes defiantly. "I'll bet you a £5 note he will." "What's that you say, Jim?" asked Mrs. Barnes, who entered the room at that moment. "Nothing, mother. I'm only assuring the girls that I can look after my own business. I came here tonight just to know if anything had turned up. Look here, mother, tell me what was said this morning when Colonel Trelawney came." When Barnes left the house, half an hour later, he expressed himself as more confident than ever that he was master of the situation. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 17.
Jim Barnes Takes a Licking. 4 days later, Colonel Trelawney sat with his son John in the old playroom at Hampstead. Both were evidently tired and anxious. The Colonel looked 10 years older than when he had arrived in England 2 weeks before. His face was ashy pale, deep creases were around his eyes, and lines which indicated suffering marked his face. It was now late at night, and the house was in silence. "We seem to be beaten, my boy," said the Colonel sadly. John noted the look on his father's face and sighed. "Yes, Dad, we've made no headway," he admitted. "And as far as I can see, there is nothing more we can do." "No, unless we put the whole thing in the hands of a private detective." "I cannot do that," said the Colonel, starting to his feet and striding round the room. "I simply can't, John. It would mean that the whole business would get into the newspapers, and that I could not bear. Besides, think of telling one's family affairs to one of those fellows." "Yes, it's a bit sickening, I admit, but they are up to all sorts of dodges that we should never think about." "Well," sighed the Colonel, after a long silence, "the girls have defied us, and so far they have beaten us. You see, we have hardly had any data upon which to go. It is like searching for the proverbial needle in a haystack. How can one find 2 girls amongst 7 million people?" "I believe that Corey woman knows where they are in spite of her denials," remarked John. "Possibly, but what can one do? She says she knows nothing, and I have no means of forcing her to speak. As for the Barnes people, I have no doubt they know more than they will confess. Is there nothing you could advise, my son?" John shook his head. "If you refuse to hire a private detective, I don't see that there is," he replied. "We have followed up every possible clue. But don't bother too much, Dad. We shall know in time." "Yes, but not until it is too late. Your mother's heart is breaking, my boy. That's what is troubling me. Think of the ruin of those 2 girls." "As you know, Dad, I don't take the same view as you do about it, at least as far as Eleanor is concerned. And more than that, I do not believe she would allow any real harm to come to Peggy. As I have told you before, Eleanor has any amount of brains, and in spite of all her advanced talk, is as cold as an icicle." "Hark! What's that?" "It sounds like someone at the front door," replied John. "There, that's a footstep on the drive." The Colonel looked at his watch. "It's nearly midnight," he said. "Who could be here at this time of night?" He went into the hall as he spoke, and looked eagerly round. There was nothing to be seen. He opened the front door and looked into the night, but no one was visible. "I see nobody," he said aloud. "Yet I am sure I heard a footstep." "Yes," said John eagerly. "So did I. Ah, here's a note lying on the white marble." He picked it up and handed it to his father. Colonel Trelawney noted the writing on the envelope and moved quickly back to the room where they had been sitting. "It's from him," he said, as he tore open the envelope. "From Barnes?" asked John. The Colonel did not reply. His eyes were fastened on the sheet of paper. John watched his father's face as he read, saw the look of anger that flashed from his eyes, noted the compression of his lips. Evidently he read the letter more than once, and then stood,
gazing into the fireplace with unseeing eyes. "Any news, Dad?" asked the boy. "Read it," was the reply, as he passed the note over to John. "Dear Colonel Trelawney," the note read, "of course you have been wondering what has become of your daughter Peggy. Doubtless, too, bearing in mind our interview in the Army and Navy Club, you will have connected her disappearance with me. Although we parted on rather unfriendly terms, I am willing to discuss the situation with you, either at your own house or at any other place or time you may care to mention. If you are reasonable, we can no doubt come to an amicable settlement. But for Peggy's sake as well as your own, I should advise you to fall in with the idea of an interview. If you do not, you will only have yourself to blame if matters turn out unpleasantly and your family pride is badly hurt. It is largely a matter of indifference to me, but I thought I would give you this opportunity of coming to terms. Yours sincerely, James Barnes. P.S. Any letter addressed to 8 Bywell Street will find me." "What do you think of it?" asked the Colonel. John did not reply for a few seconds, but his father noted the quivering nostrils and the flash of his usually quiet grey eyes. "His meaning's pretty plain." And the Colonel noticed that there was a change in his voice, a tone which suggested restrained passion. Indeed, John looked positively dangerous at that moment. Hitherto his father had looked upon him as a quiet and somewhat unemotional boy, one who thought about things carefully, but who did not feel very deeply. Now he saw his mistake. His youngest son was showing characteristics of which he had not dreamed. His every movement suggested energy and decision, and he saw how muscular was the lithe form which moved quickly round the room. "Dad," cried John, "I wish you would let me deal with him." "Why?" asked the Colonel. "He's too dirty, too mean, too contemptible for you to touch. Your hands must not be soiled by thrashing him. Leave him to me." Even although the Colonel's mind was torn with anxiety, he could not help smiling at the way his son spoke. Never had he seen so deeply into his nature as then. There was such a healthy scorn for meanness, such a manifestation of a clean mind, such anger and contempt for what was base. "We'll not talk about that now, my son. The question at present is, what shall we do?" "Oh, see him. Have it out with him." John spoke through his set teeth. "But when and where?" "Not here," cried the boy. "Don't let our house be fouled by his presence again. Don't, under any pretext, let him enter our door." "Would you suggest that he should come to one of my clubs, then?" "No!" John almost shouted. "Engage a room at a hotel. And you'll let me come with you, won't you, Dad?" "Evidently he has returned to business again. The real estate agent's place is in Bywell Street." For more than an hour the two discussed the situation, and when at length they parted at the Colonel's bedroom door, their plans were fully made as to their future proceedings. "Is that you, Lester?" It was Mrs. Trelawney who spoke. "Yes, Alice, I hoped you were asleep." I can't sleep," she moaned. "I feel as though I shall never sleep again. Have you found out anything?" The Colonel was silent. "Have you found out anything?" she repeated, and she lifted herself in the bed as she spoke. "Oh, please tell me. I feel that I am going mad." Trelawney switched on the light and saw that his wife's face was pale with anguish. In her eyes, too, was a look of terror. "Tell me," she cried. "You have heard something, haven't you?" "I got this tonight." he said, handing Barnes's letter to her. "What does it mean?" she asked, when she had read it through. "I cannot comprehend." "It is difficult to tell what it means," he replied evasively. "All I can gather is that Peggy is with him, and that he wants to come to some sort of terms with me." "But he says nothing about Eleanor." "No. Perhaps we shall find out tomorrow." "You are going to see him, then?" "Yes," replied the Colonel grimly. "Cheer up, Alice. Things may not be as bad as you imagine. At any rate, we shall know the worst tomorrow." His wife burst into violent sobbing. "Oh, think of it, Lester! Think of our little Peg being associated with a low brute like that! Think of all the loving care we have bestowed upon her only to throw herself away and ruin her life! Day after day I have been hoping against hope. I have tried to believe that Peggy was with Eleanor, who would save her from marrying such a wretch. But she is still our child, Lester. She is still our child." "Yes, she is still our child," assented the Colonel. "But what are you going to do? Are you going to recognize the marriage?" The Colonel was silent. He saw that even now she had not dreamed of the ghastly possibility that haunted his own mind, and he would not mention it until he was certain as to what had taken place. Never had the tragedy of the whole thing appeared to him so strongly as now. He was ashamed, angered, almost heartbroken at the action of his child. "At any rate, she is alive," said Mrs. Trelawney presently. "That is some comfort." The Colonel made no reply. He felt the truth of the old saying that there are some things worse than death. "In spite of that awful letter," went on Mrs. Trelawney, "I feel a bit happier. But, oh, my husband, I am sorry for you. It seems as though after all those ghastly years you have come back to something more horrible than the things you had to contend with away in the East. And I had so looked forward to your coming, too. So often I pictured us as a happy, reunited pair with our children around us." "I cannot understand it even yet," said the Colonel. "Cannot understand what, my dear?" "Cannot understand this spirit of defiance, this utter lack of respect for father and mother. As I keep telling you, darling, it is in the very air we breathe. It seems as though the spirit of revolution has not only got abroad in the world of governments, but of home life. Much of the family life which I knew as a girl seems to have gone." "But why should it be so?" asked the Colonel sadly. "It is because religion is dying," replied his wife. "Both Eleanor and Peg refuse to go to church. They have told me they never pray. They have said that the commandments were meaningless to them." Yes, I suppose that's it," he admitted. "But think of the ghastliness of it. Think of the time when I used to put them to bed and hear them say their prayers, and realize what they are doing now. My God, if this is the march of the times, the progress of the age, the Lord have mercy upon us." "I cannot believe they realize the pain they are giving us," pleaded the mother. "It's only thoughtlessness." "Anyhow, it's a tragedy for us," said the Colonel. "I dread to think of the future." "Have you forgotten God?" asked his wife. "Perhaps I had," replied the Colonel. He marched round the room several times and then knelt by his bedside. Evidently Barnes was regarded as a good business man,
for although angry words passed between him and his employer, he found himself installed in his old place, even although he had taken several days' leave of absence without the consent of his firm. Wilkins had asked him a good many questions on his arrival, but Barnes had been very non-committal in his replies. Indeed, he did not seem at all happy, but started at every sound and anxiously observed every stranger who came into the office. About 11 o'clock on the morning following the evening on which Colonel Trelawney and his son had discussed the situation, a letter was brought to him. Barnes opened it almost feverishly and read as follows: Colonel Trelawney will be in room 394 at the Cosmopolitan Hotel tonight at 7 o'clock, when he will give Mr. Barnes the interview he suggests. Will Mr. Barnes please send a line by bearer confirming this arrangement? Barnes smiled triumphantly. I've got him, he reflected. I was afraid he might mount the high horse and refuse to see me, but evidently he means to be reasonable. Yet his mind was not easy. Wilkins, who watched him closely, saw that he seemed anxious and perturbed. He was only able to give half his mind to business, and often he gazed with unseeing eyes at the books which lay before him. At lunchtime he entered into conversation with a fellow clerk named Jenkins, with whom he was supposed to be friendly. Jenkins had also been in the army, and although he had not, like Barnes, succeeded in getting a commission, he was very ambitious from a social point of view. Indeed, Jenkins had cast longing eyes towards the junior partner's eldest daughter, and had listened greedily to Barnes's accounts of his relations with the Trelawney family. Soon after 6 o'clock that evening, Colonel Trelawney made his way to the Cosmopolitan Hotel. He, too, had spent an anxious day, but no one in the War Office had guessed the state of his mind. Colonel Trelawney was one of those quiet men who talk little of their private affairs. When he reached the hotel vestibule, he looked eagerly around as if in expectation of seeing someone. But he was disappointed. He saw no one whom he knew. He was quickly shown into the room he had engaged, and arrived there, threw himself wearily into an armchair. Evidently the apartment had often been used for small gatherings. A table stood in the middle, around which was placed 6 chairs, and on which several sheets of blotting paper lay. For more than a quarter of an hour the Colonel sat alone. The room was very quiet, and was situated in a part of the hotel not much in public use. Presently he heard a quick step outside, and John entered. 5 minutes to 7, Dad, he said, looking at his watch. I'm in good time, aren't I? Did you make the arrangements at the office? Yes, replied the Colonel. I told the clerk to have the fellow shown in at once. Good, said John, looking around the room with satisfaction. Again the Colonel was impressed by the change which had come over his younger son. Usually quiet and unemotional, he was now alert and almost excited. He walked round the room with a springy step, and the Colonel again noticed the muscular, well-knit frame he had. There was a depth of chest and a breadth of shoulder which had not been manifest to him before. The clock had scarcely struck 7 when they heard the sound of voices in the passage outside, followed by a knock at the door. A moment later one of the hotel servants ushered in 2 men, Barnes and another. John moved his chair close to that of his father, and sat quietly watching. His grey eyes looked hard and determined. The Colonel appeared perfectly calm, but his compressed lips and steady gaze showed that he was in no holiday mood. Barnes wore a jaunty air. He had been well primed himself with whiskey before coming, and now felt very valiant. He had rehearsed as much of the situation as he thought necessary with Jenkins, his companion.
"Good evening, Colonel," said Barnes airily. "I got your letter this morning, and I'm here to the tick, as you see." The Colonel nodded, but did not speak. "This is my friend, Mr. Jenkins," he went on. "I thought it best to have a third party present. You see, I did not expect you to bring your son. Jenkins, this is Colonel Trelawney. Colonel Trelawney, this is Mr. Wilfred Jenkins. I hope you gentlemen will become better acquainted in the future." Jenkins stepped forward and held out his hand. "Proud to meet you, Colonel," he said, but the Colonel did not appear to notice the hand. He simply nodded. Barnes looked on awkwardly. He had carefully rehearsed what he meant to say, but somehow his words did not come easily. Still, he was whiskey valiant, and, as he had said to Jenkins on his way to the hotel, he felt ready for anything. He had expected, too, that although the Colonel might be angry, he would naturally ask where his daughter was, and this would lead up to the things he meant to say. The Colonel's silence, therefore, was rather confusing, and made his part difficult to play. "I must say," he said at length, "in view of the letter I sent you last night, I expected you'd meet us alone. Still, I don't mind. How are you, old thing?" And he turned affably towards John. John's lips quivered, but he did not speak. He was intently watching every movement of the two men. "I don't suppose you are altogether surprised, Colonel," Barnes went on. "I expect you have found out by this time the kind of fellow I am." "You suggested an interview," remarked the Colonel, "and I have arranged for it. Will you tell me what you have to say?" "Look here, Colonel," said Barnes truculently. "Come off the roof or you'll be sorry. I did not come here to be treated like a naughty boy. I know what I know, and that's straight." The Colonel quietly took Barnes's letter from his pocket. "I see by your letter," he said, "that you say this: 'If you are reasonable, we can no doubt come to an amicable settlement. But for Peggy's sake, as well as your own, I should advise you to fall in with the idea of an interview.' Will you kindly explain that, Mr. Barnes?" Barnes was still under the influence of the whiskey he had drunk, and he also remembered what he had told Jenkins concerning his intended mode of procedure. He had boasted that he would quickly bring the proud nabob to terms, and would show him that he, Barnes, was not a man to be played with. "Oh, you persist in taking that line, do you?" he said. "Well, all right, but don't blame me if things don't turn out to your liking." "What things?" asked the Colonel. "What's the use of talking like that? You know well enough. You insulted me at the Army and Navy Club a few days ago. You treated me as though I were a dog, even after you had me up to your place to supper. I told you then that I was not the kind of man to be treated in that way. I offered to do the straight thing, and you actually rang for a servant to throw me out of the club. Do you think I could stand that?" The Colonel's face was as immovable as that of the Sphinx. "I told you," went on Barnes, "that if many fellows had been in my place, seeing how sweet your girl was on me, there would be a bad story to tell." "I know this, Mr. Barnes," replied the Colonel, "that in spite of what I have said, you persuaded my child to leave home." "Precious little persuading she needed," laughed Barnes. "In fact, it was she who did all the persuading." At this, John started to his feet and took a step towards Barnes. He quickly checked himself, however, and without a word went back and sat by his father's side again. "Oh, yes,"
sneered Barnes. "Your high and mighty ways are no good with me. I am as good as you are. As for persuading Peg to leave home, as I have just said, I had no need to do any persuading." "And where is she now?" asked the Colonel, who had difficulty in speaking calmly. "We'll come to that presently," replied the other. "I'll tell you this, though. She has been living with me for 3 days in a little flat I have taken." "Well," said the Colonel, "what then?" "What then? You're mighty cool about it. But I have got this to say to you. You must not blame me for what I have done. I offered you straight to marry her. You refused, and now you must take the consequences." "Do you mean to say you are not married?" John again rose from his chair as he spoke. "I have touched you on the quick at last, have I?" And Barnes laughed loudly. "You did not think when you sneered at me and called me a bounder and a low-bred swine that I would pay you out." "Do you mean to say you are not married?" And John repeated the words again with a quivering voice. "There was no need for that," laughed Barnes. "She was willing to come with me on any terms." "You're a liar," said the boy. For a moment there was a silence. Barnes, in spite of his loud protestations, looked uncomfortable, while Jenkins, who had been eagerly watching, first the Colonel and then John, seemed to be in doubt as to his own standing there. "Liar, am I?" said Barnes. "Why, what's the use of talking? You saw yourself how sweet she was on me. Besides, I made up my mind to pay the Colonel out for insulting me. He thought I was dirt under his feet, didn't he?" "Have you brought your witness with you in order to say this to me?" remarked the Colonel. "Not exactly," replied Barnes. "Still, it's just as well that you should know how things are. Besides, I want to do the straight thing, even now." For a moment the Colonel almost lost control over himself. "Straight thing," he repeated. "You do the straight thing." "Yes," replied Barnes, "and that's why I brought my friend Jenkins here with me. He's a gentleman and will not let on." "Well, what do you regard as the straight thing?" asked the Colonel. "Look here, Colonel," said Barnes, adopting a more friendly air. "Of course I know you are a bit cut up. Naturally you are, and naturally, too, since Peg and I have been living together. I have thought a good deal about your feelings, and this is what I have got to say here in the presence of a witness. If you'll be reasonable, in spite of the fact that I've got the whip hand of you, I'll do the honourable thing and make her an honest woman. There." "What do you mean by being reasonable?" asked John. "Do you wish me to answer him, Colonel? Mind, I wanted this matter to be kept strictly between ourselves, but if you want me to talk freely in his presence, I will." "Yes, answer him." "Well, then, I mean this. No one need know anything about what's taken place. You'll receive me as a son-in-law in a proper way, and Peg shall be Mrs. Barnes. There now." "What do you mean by receiving you as a son-in-law in the proper way?" asked the Colonel. "You know what I mean well enough. Receive me as you did up at your place that Sunday night. Do the thing handsome. Help us towards getting a little home, and there you are. I need not say any more." "And if I won't?" asked the Colonel. "If you won't," and Barnes laughed again, "then don't blame me. I have offered to do the honourable thing. I might get tired of her, and then, well, perhaps we had better say no more about it. But I don't threaten. Come now, Colonel, what do you say? I am no fool. I mean to get on in my business, and I'll make her a good husband." "No," said the Colonel.
I will never receive you into my house." "What do you mean? You say you'll—" "I mean to say," and the Colonel spoke in low, clear tones, "that I will never admit such a low, contemptible creature as you into my house as a relation of mine." "Then you'll let your daughter be spoken of as a—" "Stop!" cried John, starting to his feet. "Dad, I must have a word here. Look here, Barnes, I know why you brought this fellow here with you. You were afraid to meet my father alone. You came here to blackmail him. You came here with a trumped-up story which you thought would deceive him." "I have come with no trumped-up story," replied the other. "And don't blame me if I drag your sister in the mire." "I am not going to bandy words," said John, pulling the table to the side of the room. "One could not with a thing like you, but I am going to give you the best licking you have ever had in your life. But before I do it, I'm going to tell you something. I said just now that you were a liar. You are, and the worst kind of a liar. You said you were not married to my sister. You are. There's not much to congratulate her on that. But do you think we're fools? I've been to Somerset House today. I've been to the registry office where you were married. I have seen the books. I have seen her signature and yours. It's a ghastly business, and I would rather see her dead than married to you. But still, there it is. There's something else, however. You insulted my sister. You said you had no need to persuade her to live with you without marrying her. I'm going to make you pay for that." "John, my boy," cried the Colonel, "is that true?" It was the first time his father had lost complete control over himself. "Yes, I've not been to the works today. I felt sure after I read his letter last night that he had something like this in his mind. I knew that Peg would not do what he said. I knew, too, that Eleanor would see to that. But I wanted to make sure, and I gave up the day to it. Now then, Mr. Barnes, strip. Oh, no, I'm not going to take any mean advantage of you. You have got your friend here to see fair play." "I'm not a baby killer," sniggered Barnes uneasily. "You insulted my sister," replied the boy. "I know my father is longing to give you a thrashing, but I will not let him dirty his hands by touching you. Now strip. You shall have fair play." And John threw off his coat as he spoke and rolled up his shirt sleeves. Barnes looked first at the Colonel, then at Jenkins. "What the young gentleman says is quite fair, Barnes," replied Jenkins, who was altogether thrown off his balance by the course things had taken. "Besides, you can give him more than 14 pounds in weight, and you can't back out, man. I'll see you get fair play." The Colonel's face was a study. The whole interview had been agony to him, yet his son's revelation had brought him a sense of relief, difficult to describe. The thought of her being Barnes's wife was horrible to him, and yet he felt a sense of satisfaction in what John had said. The Colonel came of an old fighting stock, and he knew that there was only one way to deal with a certain class of individual. It is true there was something repellent in the thought of what might be regarded as a vulgar brawl, and yet a sense of joy filled his heart as he saw the flash of his boy's eyes. By this time Jenkins had helped Barnes to take off his coat, and was whispering words of counsel in his ears. "You need not fear, Barnes," laughed John, who went to the door and locked it. "As it happens, my father is a sportsman and a gentleman, and he will see fair play, while you, on your side, have your friend with you." "But I don't want this," cried Barnes. "I didn't mean what I said, and I apologize. There." "I don't accept your apology, and I'm going to give you a licking for insulting my sister." "You thrash me. Don't blame me if you are in bed for the next week." "I won't," replied John. "Now then, Mr. Barnes." It was a quite unequal contest. John had been in the boxing finals at Rugby only a year or so before, while Barnes was utterly ignorant of the science of boxing. Besides, although he was 9 years older than John, and perhaps a score of pounds heavier, he was in bad condition. He carried too much flesh, his muscles were soft and flabby, and added to this, he had been drinking. He never once reached his opponent, while again and again he fell heavily on the floor before the vigorous and well-aimed onslaughts of the boy. "Have you had enough?" cried John at length. Barnes was lying on the floor and did not reply. He was stunned, bleeding, and with the last particle of courage knocked out of him. "I have not finished with you yet," cried John. His father had wondered what the parcel John had brought to the hotel contained. He was enlightened now, however, for quick as a thought John produced a fairly heavy horsewhip, and while Jenkins was too astonished to protest, he prevented Barnes from rising to his feet. "Now, Mr. Barnes," said John, "I have about finished with you, but before I kick you out of the room, you will tell me where my sister is at this moment." "I won't," said Barnes with an oath. "Won't you?" cried the boy. "We'll see." And the whip fell heavily on his prostrate body. "Help, Jenkins, help!" cried Barnes. "Now then," laughed John, lifting the whip again. "Tell me before I give you a few more." Barnes muttered the name of the street and the number. "You've got that down, Dad, haven't you? Now then, what's my sister Eleanor's address? Quick!" And Barnes spoke. All courage and fight had gone out of him. "Good," said the boy. "You can get up now." Barnes slowly rose to his feet, aching in every limb, half blind, his body stinging with pain. "It has not been an altogether successful interview for you, has it?" laughed John. "Now then, I want to say this to you before I kick you out of the room. I shall have my eye upon you, and if you are unkind to Peg, or if you are up to any of the dirty tricks of which I know you are capable, I will not let you off as lightly as this. Now go." A minute later, the Colonel and his son were alone. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 18. The Girls Are Located. John laughed as he put on his coat. He was still somewhat excited, although he had himself well under control. "I don't think Mr. Barnes is very happy just now," he said. "Thank you for not interfering, Dad. I couldn't have gone home happy if I had not put the fear of death into him." The Colonel was silent. The whole evening had been a nightmare to him, and although he could not help a feeling of satisfaction at Barnes's discomfiture, the grim realities of the whole business stood before him bare and gaunt. "We've no need to search further now," went on John. "We know Eleanor's address and where Peg is. That's something, anyhow." "Yes, it's something," admitted the Colonel. He started to his feet and walked around the room. He had been able to keep calm during the time Barnes was there, but now he could no longer contain himself. "My boy," he said, "this is hell. Just think of it. Yes, I am relieved, and more than relieved at what you have found out today. I had feared other things. I felt instinctively that the fellow was a villain, and I was afraid. But even as it is, the thought of a child of mine having to spend her life with a thing like that is horrible, horrible." "Peg doesn't seem to think so." "No, but she will. She may be infatuated for the moment, but in a few weeks she will realize the nature of the beast to which she is married, and then I dread to think what may happen." "Yes, it's pretty bad," admitted John with a sigh. "But, by Jove, I am glad I gave him a licking. And yet it was not much fun. He had no fight in him. He's just a heap of flesh, that's all, and had no more idea of using his fists than a flapper. I almost got tired of knocking him down. I was only afraid lest the other fellow should butt in, and then you'd have had to take part in it." "It was not a very dignified affair." "Dignified!" cried John. "How could you be dignified with a fellow like that? He has no sense of decency. Nothing but brute force would make any appeal to him. I've known that all along." "And you say you suspected, when you read his letter last night, that things would turn out as they have?" "I knew Eleanor," cried the boy, "and I felt sure, in spite of all her talk, that she would not allow Peggy to do what you feared. I was certain, too, that Peg was not that sort of girl, obstinate and mad as she is. I wondered why I had not thought of going to Somerset House before, but I did not say anything for fear I might be mistaken. First thing this morning, however, I started to make sure, and I have got everything in black and white." "Thank you, my boy. You are a greater comfort to me than you can imagine. I don't know what I should have done but for you." Tears started to John's eyes as his father spoke. Like all modern boys, he would suffer anything rather than show any kind of emotion, but he was so much moved by his father's words that he dared not try to speak. "Barnes will be a bit sensitive for the next day or two," he laughed. "But what now, Dad?" "What would you advise, my boy?" It was wonderful how the Colonel turned to this lad of his. For years he had been a self-contained man, acting on his own initiative, and not seeking the advice of others. But now, almost instinctively, he turned to his boy for advice and guidance, and rejoiced in being able to do so. "Let's go home to Mother." A few minutes later the Colonel had paid for the room at the hotel, and they were on their way to Hampstead. Mrs. Trelawney knew the moment they entered that something had happened. "What is it?" she asked feverishly. "You have found out something?" "Yes," replied the Colonel. "You have seen them? You know where they are?" "We know where they are, but we haven't seen them." "But why? Where are they? Tell me everything, quickly." "Eleanor has got work in the city," replied the Colonel. "She's a secretary in a business house, and she's living in a block of flats which goes by the imposing name of St. Hildebrand's Mansions." "And is Peg with her?" The question was almost a gasp. The Colonel shook his head. "She's with that fellow," he replied. "Lester, tell me, you don't mean—" She did not finish the sentence, but John, who was watching every expression of her face, felt sure of the ghastly thought that had haunted her. "She married him 3 days ago, Mother," the boy informed her. "It took place at a registry office. See, here are the papers. I was able to get a copy of them." She snatched the copy of the marriage certificate from his hand, as a ravenous beast might snatch its prey, and eagerly devoured every word. Then she threw her arms around her husband's neck and sobbed convulsively. "Oh, my darling," she said, "thank God it's no worse."
"Did you fear anything worse?" asked the Colonel.
"I feared everything," she replied. "I would not admit it even to myself, but I have been half mad for days. You are sure this is all right?" And she nodded towards the certificate.
"Absolutely," replied the Colonel grimly. "At any rate, you know the worst now." A weight seemed to have dropped from the mother, and she became almost cheerful.
"Tell me what happened," she said. "Let me hear everything."
The Colonel described the interview minutely, while she listened intently, seeming scarcely to breathe. When he came to the description of John's part in the affair, however, a change passed over her face. She looked anxiously at the boy, and there was a fearful look in her eyes.
"Oh, no, no, not that!" she cried. "He is bigger and stronger than you, John."
"Is he?" laughed John. "Ask him. I bet you £10 to a penny, mother, that he'll not forget this night in a hurry."
"And you—"
"Yes, I horsewhipped him," laughed the boy. "No decent fellow could help it. Why, he insulted Peg, but he'll think twice before he tries on that sort of thing again." They now found themselves able to talk over the whole matter quietly and collectively later. Now that she knew where her two girls were, and that the dark clouds of mystery which had surrounded them had been swept aside, Mrs. Trelawney was able to talk calmly, almost hopefully. Her heart went out to them, too, defiant and disobedient as they had been. She was still their mother, and she began to make all sorts of plans as to what could be done for them.
"We must not be hard on them, Lester," she said. "They are our children still."
"Yes, they are our children still," assented the Colonel. "But what can we do for them?"
"Oh, I want them home. I want them home."
"Yes," replied the Colonel, whose heart, in spite of himself, had been embittered by the scene through which he had just passed. "But they left home. They have defied us. Remember Eleanor's letter, my dear, and think of what Peg has done."
"Yes, but they are our children." It was the mother heart that pleaded. "You would not close your doors against them, would you?"
The Colonel thought a few seconds before speaking.
"No," he replied. "As you say, they are our children, and our door must be always open to them, but evidently they don't want to come home." "Ah, but they will. They will see the meaning of what they have done, and then their hearts will turn to us. We must go to them and tell them that we love them still." And she looked into her husband's eyes pleadingly.
"I think I see what's in your mind, Alice," and the Colonel could not help speaking somewhat sternly. "If Eleanor will come home repentant and contrite, and will promise obedience, she shall receive a glad welcome. She shall not be reproached or upbraided, but she must be penitent and obedient."
"Yes, I suppose you are right." Mrs. Trelawney sighed after a long silence. "But what of little Peggy?"
"Our home must be Peg's home too," replied the Colonel. "As you say, she is our child."
"But what of that man? She has married him. He is her husband."
"I know nothing of that," replied the Colonel. "To me he is a complete outsider, and he is beneath contempt. I will not have my house sullied by his presence. As for Peggy, she knew my will about the matter. I forbade her to have anything further to do with him, but she defied me. In face of our wishes, she left home for him, and she has well nigh broken our hearts. I know that she's still our child. Even her defiance and her disobedience have not undone that fact, and if ever she needs me, she knows where to find me. But that poisonous thing, no, I will not have him here." As Mrs. Trelawney looked at her husband's face, she knew that he was adamant, and that no amount of pleading on her part would alter him. "Then what can we do?" she asked. "Nothing," was the reply. "They have defied us. They have left us. There is nothing to be done." "But I want to see my children. I want to tell them I love them still. Don't you see, Lester? Peg's in the power of that man, while Eleanor will be homeless, friendless." "Not by any act of mine," replied the Colonel. "Both of them went away by their own desire, and we have no reason to believe that they wish to come back. I could not rest until I knew what had happened to them, but now I know, there is nothing more to be done. They have made their bed, and they must lie on it." "I am afraid you are right," his wife admitted. "But I want to see them. Let the first overtures of affection come from our side." "What do you want me to do?" Trelawney asked. "Let us go to them, Lester. Let us make them feel that they are not homeless." "Well," replied the Colonel after a silence, "I think you are right. We will do that. But when?" "Now!" cried the mother. "Do not let us wait a moment longer." The Colonel looked at his watch. "It is past 9, he said. "Still, it shall be as you say." A few minutes later they were in a taxicab moving rapidly in the direction of Holborn, but their journey was in vain. Neither Eleanor nor Peggy was to be found at the addresses Barnes had given. The former, they were informed by a woman who rented a room in the Mansions, had gone to some place of amusement, where she did not know. Peggy had also left her rooms, and no one had any idea as to where she had gone. "We must go again," said Mrs. Trelawney when they returned home. "I cannot rest till I have seen my children." The next night Colonel and Mrs. Trelawney again made their way to St. Hildebrand's Mansions. They had carefully calculated as to the time of Eleanor's possible return, and made their plans accordingly. The Colonel was in doubt as to the wisdom of their action, but yielded to his wife's solicitations. When they arrived, they found that their daughter had not long returned from business. On the whole, Eleanor Trelawney was not dissatisfied with the results of the steps she had taken. Her work at Speke and Burnham's was not unpleasant, and up to the present Mr. Wakeham had treated her with marked courtesy. It was true she did not always quite understand the attitude he had adopted towards her, but she had nothing to complain of. The flat she had been able to secure was far from what she could have desired, but sufficient for her present needs. Moreover, as she had joined another girl in renting the rooms, she found, to her delight, that she was able to meet the expenses without much difficulty. It was true she missed the refinements of her home life, and had more than once caught herself comparing the somewhat grim discomfort of her apartments with her home in Hampstead. Still she had her liberty. No one interfered with her actions, and as she had several friends who were of her own way of thinking, she had not suffered much from loneliness. Also, as she had more than once declared, she had gained her self-respect. She was no longer a useless parasite, dependent upon her father's bounty, and she had no longer to help her mother in household work, which she greatly detested.
On the night in question she was alone. The girl who shared her rooms had accepted an invitation to dinner with a friend who had promised to take her to a theatre afterwards, and thus no one was in the room but herself. She was on the point of starting to look up Tamsin Cory when she heard a knock on the door. Thinking it might be Tamsin herself, she rushed almost eagerly and opened the door and saw, to her dismay, her father and mother were standing before her. For some time there was an awkward silence. Neither of them felt sure how to greet the other. Eleanor had thought that there was not the slightest danger of her whereabouts being discovered. Tamsin had told her of the endeavours which had been made in that direction, and how impossible it was for them to know where she lived. Therefore she was astonished and somewhat chagrined at seeing her parents. Mrs. Trelawney was the first to break the silence. "Oh, Eleanor, my dear!" she cried. "How could you?" By this time the girl had recovered her usual sang-froid and was able to speak collectedly. "Won't you sit down?" she asked coolly. Both of them entered the room, and Mrs. Trelawney gave a quick glance around her. "Eleanor, my darling," she said, "how could you leave home for this?" It was an unwise remark to make, and immediately the girl steeled her heart against any overtures which might be made. "I am sorry my menage does not appeal to you," was her reply, "but as I am not complaining, I do not think any one needs to trouble. Besides, I did not intend you to find out where I had gone. I am sorry you have." "My daughter," said the Colonel kindly, "I am sorry you have adopted this attitude. We have come to you with nothing but the kindest feelings in our hearts." The girl was silent. "I hear you have obtained a position," he went on, "and that you work somewhere in the city. But surely there is no need for you to live here alone. It would be quite easy for you to live at Hampstead." "At any rate I have got what I desire here," was the response. "May I ask what exactly you mean by that?" "Certainly," she replied. "I am able to respect myself. I earn my own living. I pay for my own rooms and food, and I am not dependent on others." "Then you refuse to come home? Remember, my dear, that it is your home." "I refuse to live in Hampstead," replied the girl. "There is no reason why you cannot have your self-respect, as you call it, and still live at home," said the Colonel, as he laughed a little uneasily. "If you like, and if it would make you feel any happier, you could pay your mother just what you pay here. Why then live amidst this discomfort?" "Do you wish me to speak plainly?" Eleanor asked. "Certainly I do," replied the Colonel. "Then let me ask you this. Can I, if I live at home, as you call it, have the same liberty I have here? Can I choose my own friends without question and without remark? Can I live my own life? Can I come when I like and go when I like, without asking for permission from anyone?" "Is that what you demand?" "Certainly it is. I thought I had made that plain to you, and it is because you have decided to restrict my actions that I have done what I have." "Then you refuse to come back?" "Unless I have absolute freedom, yes." "But my dear," cried Mrs. Trelawney, "don't you realize what you are doing? Don't you see that you are breaking our hearts? Have you no affection for us at all? Think what you owe to your father." "What do I owe him?" cried the girl, and for the first time there was a note of passion in her voice. It is true he brought me up, fed me, clothed me, educated me, but he was obliged to do that, and personally I do not see what debt of gratitude I owe him. As for affection—" She shrugged her shoulders and then went on. "He left home when I was a child. Then, when he came back, he thought he had the right to interfere with my life. He dictated the times I should go out and come in. He arrogated to himself the right to say what amusements I should enjoy. He prohibited me from bringing the friends I desired to the house. He treated me as if I were a child. I told him I would not submit to it, and I persisted in my decision. I do not ask his approval or his dissent. As for affection for him, I frankly admit I haven't a particle." "But, my dear," urged Mrs. Trelawney, "the Bible says—" "Oh, stop, Mother," interrupted the girl. "I am too old to be influenced by nursery stories, and please remember this. I am old enough to think for myself, and act for myself, and you may rest assured whatever happens to me, I shall not trouble you." "But we cannot help being troubled, my dear," cried the mother. "Whether you care about us or not, we care about you. And think of what has happened to Peggy." "Have you found out where she is, too?" asked the girl. "Of course we have," said the Colonel. "Don't you see that you are in danger of ruining your life as she has ruined hers?" "How has she ruined her life?" asked Eleanor. "She has married the man she loves, or pretends to love, the man you forbade her to meet. If you had had your way, you would stamp out her individuality, forbid all her natural desires, and make her a creature of your whim. Of course, I think she's a fool, as I think any girl is, to marry a man, but that's her affair." "Have you seen her since last night?" asked the Colonel. "May I know why you ask?" There was defiance in her tone. "Yes, you may," replied the Colonel, "and I will tell you, because I think you ought to know the kind of thing you aided and abetted. That creature Barnes wrote to me and asked for an interview. I arranged to meet him at the Cosmopolitan Hotel last night. When he came, he had the audacity to tell me that although they were not married, Peggy and he were living together." "But they are!" and the girl's cheeks flushed as she spoke. "I saw to that." She hesitated a second and seemed confused. I insisted on being a witness to the marriage." "Yes," replied the Colonel, "John discovered that, but Barnes did not think I knew it, and so he tried to bargain with me. That creature, that poisonous reptile, had the audacity to tell me that if I would be reasonable and would consent to recognize him and set them up in a house, he would make Peg, your sister, an honest woman. Think of it!" And the Colonel's nostrils quivered as he spoke. "And what did you do? What did you say?" She could not repress the interest she felt. "It was not what I did or said," replied the Colonel. "John was there with me, and the boy gave the rascal the thrashing he deserved." "Of course I know she's a fool," was Eleanor's retort, "but she had made up her mind, and when I saw the attitude you took, I let her go her own way. What right had you to interfere? She has her own life to live. Both of us have done what thousands of others are doing. We have simply refused to submit to the restrictions of those who have no right to control us." "And is that all you have to say?" asked the Colonel sadly. "I think enough has been said," she replied insolently. "And would you mind my telling you that I wish to be alone? I have chosen my own life, and I will abide by my choice." "Good night," said the Colonel presently. "But remember this, Eleanor. You'll live to regret this kind of thing." Eleanor shrugged her shoulders. "Won't you kiss me, Eleanor?" pleaded the mother. "Remember, my dear, you are our child, and our door will always be open to you." Sadly, the father and mother made their way into the street, while Eleanor, her face hard and rigid, stood staring with unseeing eyes into vacancy. "I was afraid it would be of no use," said the Colonel. "Let's go home." "Not yet," pleaded Mrs. Trelawney. "Let us go to Peggy." End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Prodigal Daughters by Joseph Hocking. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Kate Follis. Chapter 19. Eleanor and Peggy Defiant. Barnes did not return to Peggy immediately after his interview with the Colonel. As may be imagined, he was in no very enviable frame of mind. When he had returned to lunch after receiving the Colonel's note, he had been in great good humour, and had informed Peggy that he would quickly bring her father to reason. The girl had asked him many questions as to what this meant, but he had been very non-committal in his replies. He assured her, however, that when he returned that night he would have good news for her. This had set Peggy wondering greatly, for she saw that Barnes was much excited, and that he really believed in what he was saying. He had told her that he would not return until about 8 o'clock, and when that hour arrived, and still another hour had passed away, and he did not come, she began to grow anxious. Presently she felt she could not bear to stay indoors any longer, and found her way into the streets. It was because of this that her father and mother had failed to find her when they had called. It was a rainy, cheerless night, and for the first time since she had left home, Peggy realized something of the meaning of what she had done. A sense of loneliness and of bewilderment possessed her. She wandered into the dismal drabness of Gray's Inn Road, then passed into High Holborn, almost heedless of whither she went. She could not help wondering what her father and mother were doing, and whether they were trying to find her. She almost hoped they were. Since she had left home, her life had been so full of excitement that she had had but little time to think of the meaning of what she had done. In fact, during the few days of her married life, Barnes had taken her from restaurant to restaurant, from theatre to theatre, and from dancing room to dancing room, without cessation. But that day she had been left alone, with the exception of the hour when Barnes had come home to lunch, and she had been led to think furiously. The excitement of the past few days was passing away, and she felt utterly depressed. She walked some distance in the direction of the General Post Office, and then suddenly turned back. Perhaps Barnes had returned by this time, and she wanted to be there to meet him. The little flat was still empty, however, and seizing a novel she had bought that day, she tried to forget her anxiety. In vain, however. It was nearly 11 o'clock, and still no one came. "Where can he be? What can have happened to him?" she asked herself almost feverishly, and then suddenly she heard his voice. Evidently someone was with him. Who could it be? When Barnes entered the room, she started back afraid. There was a look on his face she had never seen before. His eyes were bloodshot. There was a nasty cut on his cheek, while his lips showed signs they had been bleeding. Still, she tried to meet him with a brave face. "Hello, Jim," she said. "You've come back, then? What luck?"
"I'm all right," hiccuped Barnes. "Aren't I, Jenkins?"
"Yes, you're all right," replied Jenkins, who was rather less under the influence of whiskey than his companion.
"How are you, Peg?" went on Barnes. "You haven't been lonely, have you? I tried to come home sooner, but couldn't. Oh, I forgot. This is my friend Jenkins. You don't know Jenkins, do you? He's a white man, white through and through. Bit of a swell, too, in his way. This is my wife, Jenkins."
"Pleased to meet you, Mrs. Barnes," said Jenkins, evidently trying to appear sober. "If I am not too late, I should like to congratulate you. Splendid fellow, your husband. One of the very best. No flies on Barnes." The girl looked at them both, speechless, and a sense of horror possessed her. In the past she had admitted that Barnes was a little bit gay, without ever realizing what it meant. Now, as she saw his bloodshot eyes and blotched cheeks, she, for the first time, felt the gulf that existed between her father and the man she had married. "What's the matter, Jim?" she asked. "Have you met with an accident?"
"No, my dear, no accident, but you tell her, Jenkins. My head's a little bit dizzy." "We've had rather an exciting time, Mrs. Barnes," giggled Jenkins. "We've had an interview with your father."
Peggy hated the thought of this man, a stranger too, being cognizant of her private affairs, but she was eager to know what had taken place. "How did you get on?" she asked. "What did you say?"
"Your father's no gentleman," hiccuped Barnes with drunken gravity. "I'm sorry to say it, Peg, but he's no gentleman." And he had difficulty in enunciating the words. "He wouldn't see anything in a reasonable light, and he insulted me, but I'll pay him out for it. By God, I'll pay him out for it."
"But what happened?" cried the girl. "There is a nasty wound on your face, and your lip is cut open. What have you been doing?" Barnes was evidently trying to collect his thoughts. He was not so much under the influence of drink, but that he could see that he was cutting a sorry figure before his newly made wife. He remembered the promise he had made to her only that day, and as he called to mind the details of his interview with her father, he felt he had not played a very brilliant part. Besides, he was anxious that she not know the proposal he had made to him.
"Peg," he said solemnly, "I'm disappointed. All my finer feelings are wounded. I don't mind what he said to me so much, but I can't forgive his hard-heartedness to you. He refused to forgive us, Peg, and it nearly broke my heart. It did, straight. That's why I'm afraid I took a drop too much whiskey. I felt downhearted, and I wanted cheering up. How could I help it? I did not mind his insulting me. But how dare he insult you, Peg?"
The girl listened to his meanderings without a word. She looked from the face of one man to that of the other, and something of the degradation of having to do with a drunken man came to her. She almost shuddered, but she was still enamoured of Barnes, and felt angry towards her father. "What did he say to you, Jim?" she asked. "Tell me all about it."
"It's sickening," said Barnes solemnly. "Just sickening. This is the thanks one gets. Haven't I fought for my country? Haven't I shed my blood for it? And here I have been insulted as though I were a slacker. But I'll not stand for it, Peg. Isn't the name of Barnes as good as that of Trelawney? I'll let him know. I'll make him pay for it."
"Yes, but tell me what happened, Jim. How did you get that nasty place on your face, and that horrible cut on your lip?"
"Oh, that's all right, Peg. I paid him out for that, didn't I, Jenkins? He'll not forget the licking I gave him in a hurry, will he, old man? He'll have to lie in bed for a week."
"Who will have to lie in bed for a week?" asked Peggy quickly. "My father?"
"No, that whippersnapper brother of yours. I took it out of him. I've owed it him for a long time. He'll never call me a bounder and a dirty swine again. I knocked all the stuffing out of him. Didn't I, Jenkins?"
"Of course you did," said Jenkins consolingly. "What do you mean?" asked the girl breathlessly. "Was John there?"
"Of course he was," replied Barnes. "The truth was your father was a bit afraid of me, and he brought his upstart son with him to keep up his courage. He didn't dare tackle me himself, so he set on his son to do it. He took a mean advantage of me, too, and got at me before I was ready. That's how I got these marks. But didn't I pay him out for it? Didn't I give him fits? Ask Jenkins." "That you did, old man," said Jenkins. "He had the licking of his life. Well, I must be going now. Good night, Mrs. Barnes. I congratulate you again. You've got a white man, through and through. Take it from me, there are no flies on Barnes. Good night."
He left the room as he spoke, and Peg and Barnes were together. For some seconds there was a silence between them. The girl did not know what to say, or what to think. She was utterly bewildered by the scene, and although she did not quite realize it at the time, was nauseated at the sight of the man she had chosen to be her husband. She felt helpless, too. Never before had even a suggestion of such a thing happened to her. She supposed that there was some truth in the story of Barnes giving John a thrashing, and she felt rather glad of it. More than once she had been angry at the contempt which her brother had shown towards him, and now she had a kind of joy that John had been what Barnes had termed paid out. True, John was only a boy, and while quite as tall as her husband, he was not nearly so big or strong. That went without saying, and yet there were doubts at the back of her mind. She could not help remembering the look on Jenkins' face when Barnes had spoken to him. But oh, the vulgarity of the thing! What did her father think of it all? Still, she would make the best of it, and with a kind of blind loyalty she turned to the man whom she had married only a few days before. "Never mind, Jim," she said. "We can do without them." "Of course we can, old girl," replied the man solemnly. "You shall have your Rolls Royce yet. All the same, I'm very sad, Peg. He insulted you, he did. I don't care anything about myself, but he insulted you. He called you names, and said you should never darken his doors again. I think I'll go to bed. I'm not very well, very tired, and am wounded in the heart. I'm a bit dizzy, too. Will you help me, Peg?" She led him into the little bedroom where he, without undressing, threw himself on the bed, and a few seconds later was fast asleep. The girl returned to the sitting room and sat for a long time in deadly silence. In her eyes was a look difficult to describe. The next morning, when Barnes awoke, he was in an evil humour. His head ached badly and his limbs were sore. As he looked into the glass and saw his discoloured face and cut lip, he muttered savagely,
As for Peggy, she had spent a sleepless night, but although she felt utterly miserable, she was wise enough to be silent. She sat with him without a word while he ate his breakfast, and heaved a sigh of relief when at length the time came for him to go to business. "I'm a nice sight, aren't I?" he snarled just before he left the flat. Still the girl did not speak. "What are you thinking about?" he asked roughly. "Don't look at me like that."
"It's all right, Jim," she said, trying to smile. "We shall both be better presently."
"We need to be. Look here, Peg, we'll have to do something to—" He hesitated, as if trying to make up his mind how to say something. Then looking at his watch, he gave an exclamation as if of relief. "I must be off," he said. "So long, old girl." "Mind, Alice, I'm afraid we are not taking a wise step," said Colonel Trelawney a few minutes after their interview with Eleanor.
"I cannot help it, Lester. I feel I must see her, talk to her."
"Yes, I can understand that, but what can we say to her? That man will, of course, have given a garbled story of our meeting last night, and Peggy will be more rebellious than ever. Our interview with Eleanor has been a failure, and it will be worse with her."
"I don't know that it has been a failure," replied the mother. "At any rate, I feel we have done what is right. Of course, it is all heartbreaking and awful to think about. I know, too, that they have been bad children, and that they have spurned your kindness. But I cannot help it. I must see her."
"But it can lead to no good. Had we not better wait a few days, and then you go alone? Don't mistake me, Alice. I think I want to see Peg as badly as you do, but we must try to be wise."
"I have no doubt you are right," admitted the mother. "But I can't be wise. I am longing to see my little girl. I know she disobeyed you, and has well nigh broken our hearts. But I want to see her. I want to be sure she's well. I have been thinking all day about what that man probably said to her after the scene of last night. You say he was under the influence of drink. May not he have been cruel to her? Oh, my darling, I cannot help it. I must see her."
"Very well," replied the Colonel.
It was with a curious feeling at heart that the Colonel mounted the stairway which led to the place where Peggy had taken up her abode. Never had he known anything like it before. He scarcely thought of Barnes. Him he could treat with contempt. In spite of all that had taken place, he scarcely entered his thoughts, except as a poisonous thing which he must avoid as much as possible. But Peggy was different. It was the thought of her, the helpless little thing which he had kissed soon after her birth, the toddling little mite he had taught to walk, the laughing-eyed maiden whom he had heard say her prayers, that caused his limbs to tremble. What could he do with her and for her? How could he face the problem which stood out in all its ghastly nakedness before him? Presently they found the number of Peggy's room and knocked. The Colonel heard Barnes's voice. "Someone's knocking at the door, Peg. You go." "All right, then. I'm not fit to be seen, but I'll open it." He opened the door as he spoke, and on seeing who his visitors were, started back in astonishment. Barnes had evidently done his best to remove all traces of his last night's encounter, and on the whole had been fairly successful. It is true that the court plaster on his cheek did not improve his appearance, while his left eye showed unpleasant discolourment. Still, he was well dressed, and showed no signs of having been drinking. Peggy had done her best to prepare a meal which would be pleasing to him, and had succeeded in doing so. She was at that moment getting dressed in order to go out with her husband. "I say, Peg!" shouted Barnes after he had overcome his astonishment. "Here are visitors. Your father and mother have come to see you. Won't you sit down, Colonel? And you too, Mrs. Trelawney. I'm sure Peggy will be delighted to see you." He said this in ingratiating tones, because the hope had come into his heart that, in spite of the previous night's happenings, the Colonel had perhaps repented, and had determined to make the best of things. Jenkins had promised never to breathe a word of what had taken place, and Barnes had diligently proclaimed the fact that he had married into one of the oldest and best families in the country. Even yet, he could not understand the Colonel's opposition to him personally, and if, by a stroke of good luck, he could be openly received as the Colonel's son-in-law, he thought it would more than atone for anything he had suffered. The Colonel did not take the chair which Barnes had indicated, however, while Mrs. Trelawney looked eagerly around the room as if in search of someone. "Where's Peggy?" she asked. "In her bedroom dressing, Mrs. Trelawney. I was just going to take her out to a theatre. Peg, your mother's waiting for you." The man spoke nervously, uneasily, but with an evident desire to please his visitors. Furtively, but eagerly, he scanned the Colonel's face, as if trying to discover signs of relenting. "Ah, there you are, Peg," he went on as the girl entered the room. "This is a surprise for you, isn't it? Colonel, can't I offer you some refreshment? Let me get you a whiskey and soda." As far as the Colonel was concerned, Barnes might never have spoken. He took no notice of him whatever, but kept his eyes fixed on his daughter. He did not speak, however. Mrs. Trelawney, on the other hand, rushed towards her girl and kissed her. "Oh, Peg, my darling!" she sobbed. "Hello, Mother." And although her voice was somewhat unnatural, Peggy tried to assume her old defiant attitude. "So you've found us out, then?" "Of course we have," replied the mother. "How could we do otherwise?" "Oh, I don't know. I didn't think you would. Of course, I have been a naughty girl, and so I thought I should be crossed off the book of your remembrance." She spoke flippantly, almost insolently. "But, Peg, my darling," pleaded the mother, "you knew we should want to know where you were. How could you?" "How could I what?" Why this," and the mother looked around the room. "I can't help it if you are not pleased," and she still kept up her defiant tones. "I told you I should do it." "Come, come, Peg," pleaded Barnes. "That's not the way to treat your mother. Of course we loved each other, and we got married in a hurry. Perhaps we were not wise, but we acted in love, and anybody could forgive that." And again Barnes gave the Colonel a covert glance. But Peggy was not in the mood to be amiable. She remembered Barnes's description of his interview with her father on the previous night, and she felt angry and rebellious. She was ashamed, too, that her parents should see the kind of home to which Barnes had brought her. But she was too proud to confess it, even to herself. She wanted them to believe she was proud of what she had done, that she was justified in her action. "It's no use your coming here to cry over me, Mother," she went on. "You know what Father said to me, and I told you what I should do. Well, I've done it, and I would do it again. What right had he to interfere with me?" Is that all you have to say, Peggy?" asked the mother sorrowfully. "What else is there to say?" retorted the girl. "Of course, in a way I am sorry I had to leave you, and if he had not come home," she looked towards her father as she spoke, "things might have been different." "Then you don't care about breaking our hearts?" said the mother, a little unwisely. "Oh, don't talk tosh," replied Peggy flippantly. "As I have said, I am sorry for you, mother, but you'll get over it. As for him," and again she looked towards her father, "I don't see what he has to bother about." "Come now, Peg," Barnes broke in. "Let bygones be bygones. We know your father tried to stop the course of true love, and he couldn't. We were too fond of each other for that. All the same, I understand his failings. He's a bit upset, but now he's come to see us. Let's talk over things quietly, and make the best of everything. I'm open to reason, and although I know I have a bit of a temper, hard words never do any good." All this time the Colonel had remained silent. The scene was, to him, distressing beyond words, and for the moment Peggy did not seem like his own child at all. The little maid he had loved and fondled years before had ceased to be, and in her place had come this rebellious girl who had not a spark of affection for him. As for Barnes, the more he saw of him, the greater was his contempt. He saw his cunning in every look, realized it in every word he spoke. "But your father loves you, Peggy," said Mrs. Trelawney. "He has come here to tell you so." "What's the good of that story?" asked the girl. "Ever since he came home he has treated me as though I had no will of my own and no life of my own. He seems to think that because I am young, I should have no word to say about my own future. Well, I have let him know that he's wrong. What does he know about girls or about girls' feelings? And what right had he to interfere with me?" She still kept to her defiant attitude, and although she spoke in the third person, she was evidently asking her father to answer her. "Evidently," said the Colonel, speaking for the first time, "you have decided that I have no right to come here, no right to interfere. Evidently, too, you think you know better than I as to what is good for you, and you have acted on your own judgment rather than on mine. That being so, I have no more to say about it. I have only this to tell you, Peggy. Although you admit you have no affection for me, I cannot help loving you. Even yet, you are my child." "Yes," broke in Mrs. Trelawney, "and our home is still your home, Peg." "What's the use of saying that, mother, when you know he won't have it so? Will he let me bring home Jim? I have married the man I love. Will he let me bring him home as my husband?"
"That's it, old girl," assented Barnes. "You've hit the nail on the head there. That's what I call the acid test. I've done the straight thing. I never asked Peg a word about what dowry she would have, or anything of that sort. I might have married money, and have been helped to make a home and set up in business. But I didn't do it. I followed my heart, and married the girl I loved. Now then, Colonel, you insulted me last night. Do the straight thing now."
The Colonel gave Barnes a glance of contempt, and then turned to his wife.
"I don't think we can do any good by staying here longer, Alice," he said. "Let us go home. Good night, Peggy. You don't believe it now, but the time will come when you'll know I acted for the best, and that in spite of everything you are very dear to me. I want you to remember that, always."
He took his wife's arm as he spoke and drew her towards the door, as though the interview was ended, but evidently this was not according to Barnes's ideas. "But I say, Colonel," protested that gentleman, "surely you aren't going away like that? I have married your daughter, and I think now you're here we might come to some arrangement. It's no use being huffy about it, and we can't live at daggers drawn all our lives. I've done the straight thing, and I think you ought to do ditto." The man's words, and the evident meaning behind them, almost caused the Colonel to lose control over himself. And not only that, the fact that his child should have chosen to marry such a creature made him ashamed. For the moment he was on the point of telling her what Barnes had said to him on the previous night, of making it known to her that the fellow had offered her the grossest insult a man can offer to a woman. But he checked himself. After all, they were married, and he would do nothing to destroy any possibility of their being happy. "Have you nothing to say to me?" persisted Barnes. "No," replied the Colonel. Evidently the contempt in his tones reached Barnes, for he broke out angrily. "Then what's the use of your coming here?" he shouted with an oath. "I'm not good enough for you, aren't I? You won't acknowledge me, won't you? Well, we shall see. Let me tell you this, my Lord High and Mighty, I'm as good as any Trelawney that ever lived." "I have nothing to say to you except this." The Colonel still spoke in quiet tones. "I have told Peggy that she's very dear to me, and that is true. That's why I repeat what my boy said to you last night after he had thrashed you, and it will be well for you to remember it. If you do not treat her kindly, then you may expect trouble. As for acknowledging you in any way, or admitting you into my house—" The Colonel shrugged his shoulders and opened the door. "Yes, and let me tell you this," shouted Barnes. "You're in my house now, and I'll stand no insults from anyone. If you don't clear out, I'll kick you out. Now put that in your pipe and smoke it. We're no longer in the army, remember that." "I'm afraid you were right, Lester," said Mrs. Trelawney when they had reached the street. "I'm afraid we ought not to have gone." "I'm not sure, Alice," replied the Colonel. "But heavens, how my fingers did itch to thrash him!" End of chapter 19.